Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei and other anime MCs got betrayed and started music band movie. Before we start, please go support Noah Liebert12 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Loyalty is not something that having a harem guarantees you. Our protagonists had to learn this the hard way. Issei Hyoudou, Bassara Tojou, Shido Itsuka, Ichika Orimura, Arata Kasuga and Rito Yuuki. When they were betrayed by their harems and found themselves in the same place, the six of them will follow the same dream that will unite them and make them inseparable. Their dream is to become one of the best bands in the world. And they will not let the mistakes of the past stop them. The betrayed. Issei Hyoudou, the one I think, Bassara Tojou, Shido Itsuka, Ichika Orimura and Arata Kasuga were in a room sitting and talking. The room was part of a very prestigious music academy in Tokyo. There was an extra bed and a table with chairs where they were. These five were talking about what had happened to them. Issei, and they said, "You are the only one." Shido, "Even if we have to share you, we do it because we want to." Bassara, "You are our hero and that will not change." Ichika, "And we will always support you." Arata, "No matter what happens because, everyone, we love you." The five companions began to laugh. Issei, "And shit." Bassara, "Who would say they would lie so much?" Shido, "It's what we could expect." Ichika, "They blamed us for everything." Arata, "But they were the ones who lied." That's right, the five companions complained because they had been betrayed by their respective harems, and by chance of fate, or convenience of the author, when going to the music academy the five were put in the same room. Issei, "I guess there is no one better to understand you than someone who suffered the same." All betrayal. Shido, "I think you can't trust when you have a harem." Arata, "But do all of them have photos of their harem?" Ichika, "Why?" Arata, "I want to see who was hurt the most." Note, I will only use the ones that appeared in each one's anime. All yes. Arata, "Well, who starts?" Shido, "You." Arata, "Me because." Bassara, "It was your idea." Arata, "Well, I'll start." Arata took out a photo of him with his girls. In this were Lilith, Aaron, Levi, Akio, Mira, Lise, Selena, Yui, Hijiri and Luff. He introduced them all and continued. Arata, "Well, whose turn is it?" Shido, "I'll do it." He showed him a photo of him with his girls. There were Toka, Yoshino, Kotori, the Yamai twins, Miku, Natsumi, Origami and Kurumi. He also introduced them and they continued with the Wheel of Suffering. Ichika, "Well, I'll go." He showed them the photo where he appeared with Hookie, Cecilia, Ling, Char, Laura, Tadanashi and Kanzashi. He introduced them and they continued. Bassara, "Okay, I'll go." He showed them the photo where Mio, Maria, Yuki, Kurumi and Zest appeared. He introduced them and they went to the last. Issei, "Well, my turn." He showed them the photo where I was with Rias, Akeno, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia, Irena, Rosweiss, Ravel, Lefay, Kuroka and Elmenhild. All, "You lose your Issei." Issei, "Damn, but well, changing the subject, who would say that redheads were such hitches?" Bassara/Shido/Arata, "If it's true." Ichika, "Although blondes are not far behind them." Issei/Shido/Arata, "It's also true." Bassara, "But well, now let's understand each other better. Each one tells how it happened and how it got here." Issei, "I start." Issei's POV. "After everything that happened with Trihexa and that they locked him up, I was fine with my girls. Although they were distancing themselves more and more, I was going to chat with my friends, Saji, Kiba, Vala and Gasper. In addition to the leaders who treated me with a little brother, things were pretty normal, until that day came. I was in his underworld residence. P.S. This story has nothing to do with the Crimson Night Dragon Emperor. I was practicing my instruments that day. There was no one home. The girls had left early. After practicing for almost 2 hours, I went online with the false hope of finding some place to study music in Kuoh. I only found the Tokyo school. But I didn't want to leave the girls alone. I left my house to walk around for a while. And what I found broke my heart. It was the girls, hugging other boys. They were saying bad things about me. Boy 1. Aren't they supposed to have a relationship with the Sekiryuutei? Rias, that idiot can't do anything right. With his well-behaved, know-it-all attitude he's had us fed up. Akeno, besides he's already helped enough. Asia, the bad thing is that the leaders love him like a brother, and it won't be easy to get rid of him. At that moment my two auras began to rise which everyone felt. Issei, so I've already been used, so I'm a know-it-all imbecile, so you want to get rid of me. Rias, Issei, look, this is not what you think. Issei, and what do I think? Gremory. The others were equally surprised by the fact that Gremory had told Rias. But at that moment nothing mattered to me. Tears of hatred fell from my face, and with great effort I removed the pawn pieces that Issei still had. Get another imbecile who will believe you. I threw the pieces at them with fury and flew to the council to cancel my engagement. When I arrived and gave the news that I was breaking my engagement, the leaders were surprised. But I explained the reason to them. Sirs, I'm sorry, Issei. Please excuse the stupidities of my sister and her entourage. But what will happen to your relationships with the supernatural world? Issei, calm down, Sirs. I still see you as a brother, and that won't change because of Rias's idiocy. Sirs, I'm glad to hear that. Vala, who was there, told me. Vala, I'm really sorry, friend. I didn't think Kuroka and Lefei would be like that. Issei, calm down, it's not your fault. At that moment my ex-girls came in. Issei, speaking of the devil. Sirs, about me? Issei, it's an expression. Rias, how did you break our engagement? Issei, I did it because I heard enough to know that they don't need me. Ravel, but you can't do that, we love you. Issei, and everything they said? Akeno, forgive us, Issei, we don't think. Asia, if you're serious. Zenobia, we don't measure our words. Irina, Lefei, Kaneko, Kuroka, Rosweiss and Elmenhild nodded. Issei, really? Then they looked at me excitedly. Issei, I, in the presence of the Gremory and Phoenix Patriarchs, break my engagement with their daughters and with the members of their entourage, just as I break my engagement with Irina and Elmenhild. Rias, crying, why? Issei, don't expect me to swallow that. Sirs, what you and your entourage did, sister, is unforgivable. So I agree with Issei. Until one said something that bothered me. Zenobia, surely you do it to be with your little friend, right, Issei? The leaders looked at me in surprise and I answered. Issei, do not put Addison in this. She is my friend just like Kates and Murayama. Rias, emanating power, but those two are the girlfriends of your friends. The other one is not unfaithful. They all started yelling, unfaithful, at me, and they looked ready to attack me. I could not hold back. Issei, Crimson Cardinal promotion. The armor appeared and I pointed my sword at it. Issei, do not hold back. I am more powerful than all of you. Besides, the leaders are witnesses of everything. Sirs, no one will defend you, Rias. We are on Issei's side, so I recommend that you calm down like the others. Valley, listen to your brother Gremory, because I plan to help my friend and rival, Juggernaut Drive. The girls stopped because they knew they had no chance against 3 celestial dragons, and they remained serious. Sirs, to make up for everything he said to me. Sirs, I would like to give you something as compensation for my sister's behavior in addition to helping save the underworld. Azazel, I would like to too, besides you are my friend. Michael, I apologize for Irina's behavior. I would also like to give you something. I started to think and said, Issei, there is something I wanted, but I felt insecure. But now that I am not tied to anyone, I could ask for it. Leaders, what? Issei, well, is this it? I took out my cell phone and showed them the academy page. Sirs, fine, we will get you a place there. Azazel, and we will also pay for your trip to Tokyo. Issei, that is unnecessary. I do not want you to spend so much for me. Michael, this is nothing compared to how much you have helped us and what you have suffered. Issei, well, thank you very much. Sirs, also the money from what is related to the Apade Dragon will be at your disposal so you can live in Tokyo. Issei, but it is not necessary to cancel the program. I can come record on weekends. Azazel, we do not want to put barriers on your dreams, so enjoy it. Issei, thank you very much, leaders. The 3 leaders smiled at me and I went home. The girls tried to explain everything to me, but it was in vain, because I had already decided what it was going to be. The day I left, I said goodbye to everyone except them, and they promised to visit me, especially my friends who wished me the best and said out loud, Vala/Kiba/Gasper/Saji. We hope you find someone who loves you. With this I left Kuoh and headed to Tokyo, where my new life would begin. And Issei's POV. Issei, and that's how I arrived. Bassara. Something similar happened to me in the other hell. Bassara's POV. After having fixed all the problems in hell and getting along with the Demon King Leonhardt, things were going well with the girls. That was what I thought. Since sometimes they left home very often, I continued taking things normally. Sometimes I talked to Leonhardt. We had become very good friends after the battle. I also spent a lot of time with Lars, and I told him some things. Bassara, well, lately I'm taking up one of my old hobbies again. Lars, what was it? Bassara, when we were expelled from the Village of Heroes and we settled in Tokyo, I became interested in music and my father bought me many musical instruments which I dedicated myself to learning. I also had singing lessons. But when we moved, everything ended up in the attic and Mio and the others don't know. Maybe I should surprise them. Lars, it shows that you love them very much. Bassara, what can I say? I'm in love. Lars, I wish you the best of luck. I left thinking about surprising my girls, but I was the surprised one. I saw my girls kissing other boys. I felt something break inside me, and I faced them. Bassara, what does this mean? The girls were surprised, but I asked myself at that moment, Bassara, why isn't the curse of the pact activated? Mio, be Bassara, this is not what it seems. Bassara, do you want to see my idiot face? Mio, Maria, Bassara, we have no bad intentions. Yuuki, Bassara, don't think badly please. Bassara, don't let him think badly. What else can I think? I want to know something. Why the hell doesn't the curse activate? Zest, Maria deactivated it. Bassara, why? Maria, because we wanted to do this without problems, okay. That destroyed him. I went inside the house without saying anything and with my eyes down, and I heard Mio yell at me. Mio, you were never competent enough for us. You deserve to die 100 times. I continued ignoring them and closed the door behind me, leaving them outside. I stayed in my room and started to cry. The women I had given my heart to had broken it. I cried for almost 1 hour while they knocked on the door trying to get in. I called my father and told him what happened. Jean, I didn't think about them, son. I'm so sorry. Bassara, I don't know what to do anymore. Am I supposed to keep seeing them? Jean, I know it hurts you, son. That's why I don't force you to live with them. I recommend you talk to your friends and find something that will keep you away from everything. Bassara, I will, Dad. I called Lars and Leonhard. Yes, the Demon King has a cell phone, and told them. They both took pity on me. I thanked them and did what my father told me. I thought about what I could do, and I saw an ad for the Tokyo school and I decided. I told my father and he said, Jean, I'm glad, son. I'll pay for everything. I don't know. It looks like a lot of money. And I see that the rooms are there, so you won't have to live with them anymore. Bassara, thanks, Dad. Jean, don't worry. And from what I see, you won't have to put up with them until classes start because you can go live there immediately. So pack your things and practice for the entrance exam. Bassara, I will do it, Dad. I started packing my things while they kept knocking on the door. I opened them and they received me badly. Mio, what the hell is wrong with you, Bassara? Kurumi, we were out for 2 hours. Zest, how can you leave us like this? I didn't respond and went back to my room to continue packing. Yuuki, don't ignore us, Bassara. Come back here. Maria, don't you dare. I continued packing my things and went up to the attic where I took out all my instruments, my 2 guitars, the amplifier, the violin, the trumpet and the piano. When I went down I saw the girls in my room and the suitcase was there open. Mio, what are you planning to do? Bassara, isn't it obvious? Yuuki, are you planning to abandon us again? Maria, where will you go? Bassara, they don't care now, get out of my room. Kurumi, but, Bassara, go away. Did you notice that I was holding my instruments? Maria, where did those instruments come from? Bassara, I said leave. I ignored them and continued putting away my things. The next day my father came back and said to me while I was eating alone at the table, Jean, the registration is already done. I trust you will do well, son. Bassara, thanks, Dad. What time do I have to leave? Jean, according to what they told me, you can leave tomorrow night. Bassara, okay. The girls heard everything but seeing my reaction and my father's they didn't want to ask. The night of the next day arrived and I took a taxi saying goodbye only to my father. Jean, have a good time, son, see you. Bassara, goodbye, Dad, I will miss you. I saw the girls watching me leave never to come back. NPOV. Issei, I see that in both hells the kings are very good. Bassara, yes, Leonhardt is a very good friend. Ichika, well, it's interesting. But now it's my turn. Ichika's POV. After much confusion and phantom task attacks, the girls had confessed to me and agreed to share a relationship with me. Although I had really been an idiot with their feelings, all of them had told me that they loved me for who I was. It was a pretty quiet time. I talked a lot with Dan because he was my only male friend, and the only one who knew the talent I had hidden. Speaking of people other than my sisters, Dan, I can't believe you have a relationship with 7 very pretty girls. Ichika, although I must admit that I was a big jerk for not realizing the things they felt. But now I feel very happy. Dan, and how are you doing with music? Ichika, well, although my sisters don't like me to play the drums too much at home, although they are not okay with the wind drums either, they like the guitar more. Dan, do you plan to tell the girls? Ichika, maybe, although I read about an academy in Tokyo that taught music. Dan, why don't you go? Ichika, I don't want to leave my girls alone. Dan, hey, aren't those the ones? I saw where she was pointing and they were my supposed girlfriends, with other guys. Ichika, but Dan and I sneaked up on them and heard them. Guy, aren't they supposed to be with the guy who's the only male IS pilot in existence? Hookie, yes, but he's inept. Cecilia, He could never win anything without us. Ling. Besides, he didn't realize what we felt. Char. He's really an idiot. Laura, I don't know what I was thinking to consider him my wife. Tadanashi. He doesn't even know how to defend himself. Kenzashi. He also doesn't know how to ask for things properly. He's very wild. They all laughed at me and said at the same time, Ichika is an idiot. I walked with Dan to a point where they could see me. When they realized I was there, they got scared and quickly wanted to get closer to be able to pretend, but I gave them a look they would never forget. A look as cold as winter, and with contempt and hatred that confirmed that I had heard everything. Hooky. Ichika, wait, we can explain it. Cecilia. Why yes, you have to jump to conclusions. Ling. We're just playing a little. Char. We love you, remember. Laura. That's right, there is no one else who can be my wife. Tadanashi. You know how me behaves sometimes, dear. Kenzashi. And we thank you for what you have done. I ignored them and took my phone. Ichika. Shifuyune. I have to talk to you about something important. Shifuyu. What is so important, Ichika? Ichika. I'll just tell you that after this you and Madoka won't have to keep putting up with the drums or my wind instruments. Shifuyu. Speak now, Ichika, I want to take advantage of this opportunity. Madoka. Are you serious, little sister? Ichika. I'm very serious. I no longer have a reason to stay. Madoka. Come home and tell your sister everything. Ichika. With tears, thank you. I love you very much. Madoka/Shifuyu, us too. I went home completely ignoring the girls who tried to get closer. When I arrived, I told my sisters everything. They hugged me and reacted as I expected. Madoka, how dare you do that to my little brother? You'll see. I'll put you in your place. Shifuyu, they dared to play with Ichika's feelings after telling me they loved him. You'll see. I told them about school and they both said they agreed. Madoka as an outstanding athlete and Shifuyu as a teacher agreed to pay for everything. And they sent me to my room to practice. Although it bothered them, they put on noise-canceling headphones. The next day all the papers were already thanks to Shifuyu. At that moment the doorbell of our house rang. I went out to see who it was and I found my girlfriends. Outside were excited to see me leave. But behind me came my sisters who did not hesitate to act. Madoka, how dare you even come to our house? Shifuyu, I had a better image of you. Ichika, I know I was an idiot for not realizing what you felt. The girls smiled thinking that I was going to forgive them. Ichika, but officially it's over with you. I entered the house closing the door along with my sisters, leaving the girls crying. During the rest of the days they called me and sent me messages. But I did not pay attention to them. I spent the time practicing for the entrance exam, until the day came and Shifuyu and Madoka accompanied me to leave me there. NPOV. Shido, sisters are a very good support. Ichika, what do you mean? Shido, my sister also helped me. Shido's POV. After we defeated Dem, I had to kill Wetsuka mercilessly. Although he dared to hurt the girls, our lives were peaceful after that. The girls had confessed their feelings and we had started a relationship. Things were very good, too much to be true. I had started training to improve my handling of the powers of the spirits, and I also went out on many dates with the girls. Mana would visit me sometimes or just go out to the arcade with Tanamachi. Tengu's city had become more peaceful, I thought. Everything was fixed until that day. One day I got up very early and did not find anyone at home, so I decided to start practicing with my guitar. I had not played it since we had to face Miku, and I thought a little what I would do since I had finished high school, and I looked for an art school to perfect my techniques. The only one I found was in Tokyo, but I had reasons to stay in Tengu's city, or at least I thought so. Since I had plans to go out with Tanamachi, but he cancelled everything on me, saying he had to take care of his girlfriend, so I stayed home. The next thing that happened was that my girls came into the house hugging another guy, but they didn't realize I was there, so I decided to hide and I heard them. Boy, and this Shido guy, what's so special about him? Toka, really nothing. Outside of being able to seal our powers, he is an idiot human. Yoshino, he gets excited by anything and doesn't know what to do. Kotori, he is very gullible. I fix anything by putting on the white ribbons and telling him Oniai-chan. Kagaya, besides that he is a pervert who does not admit it. Yuzuru, affirmation, Shido is an idiot pervert. Miku, that's right, you can't expect much from Shido. Natsumi, as Kotori said, he is very easy to fool and with stupid tricks. Origami, whenever the situation is risky, he doesn't know what to do. Kurumi, and he always needs us to save him. I couldn't believe it, tears came to my eyes. Shido, after all I did, I can't believe it. I accidentally made a painting fall and the girls heard. I decided to come out of my hiding place and when they saw me they were surprised. Kotori, as Shido, You are not supposed to go out with Tanamachi today. Shido. He cancelled my plans and stayed home. Toka. It's not what you think, Shido. Shido, since when do they do this? The girls didn't know what to answer, until they started blaming me. Kagaya. If you weren't doing other things all the time and paying attention to us, maybe it wouldn't have happened. Yuzuru. Anger. It's all your fault, Shido. Shido. I focused on training to be able to protect them. I ran up to my room crying, and the first thing I thought was to call my sister. Mana came at the speed of light, entered the house, ignored the girls and went up to my room. I cried for approximately an hour in the arms of my sister, who felt bad for me. At that moment the girls entered, but Mana yelled at them. Mana, come out now, I'm talking to my brother. The girls left, and Mana said, Mana, we will talk in front of everyone the solution to this. Shido, what do you plan to do? Mana, first of all, we will call Ratatosker, and we will let them know about the situation. And so she did. Those from Ratatosker were very disappointed in the girls, but the one who was most affected was Rain, who had been treating me and Mana like a mother. After that, Mana called the girls and we all ended up in the room. Mana, let's solve this problem. The girls looked happy, thinking that everything would go back to how it was before, until my sister said, Mana, I want you to leave Tengu City. Oh, what? Mana, Rain-san also thinks the same and said she will do whatever it takes for you to be in any other place far from here. I took my cell phone and sent the information of the academy to Rain. Shido, I already decided, and I already sent the information of where I want to go to to Rain-san. In that same moment, Rain entered the house full of anger. She hugged me and said, Rain, my little Shin, they have hurt you, calm down, everything is done, the plane ticket is also already bought. Shido, that was quick. Rain, if it's for your own good, there is nothing a mother cannot do. Shido, thank you, Rain-san. Rain, you know what you can tell me. Mom, Mana, so when will my brother leave? Rain, tomorrow. The girls didn't know what to say, and Rain just looked at them angrily. I went to sleep that day. The next day the girls tried to convince me to stay, but I just ignored them. Toka, you can't leave Shido. Shido, nothing you say will convince me, princess. That's right, I called her by her code name to make it clear that nothing would change my decision. Rain and my sister took me to the airport, without saying anything to the girls, who ran after the car. When they left they said goodbye with tears. Mana, I'll miss you, brother, but it's for your own good. Rain, you will always have a home here. Good luck, my son. Shido, thanks to both of you. I got on the plane that would take me to my new life. NPOV. Arata, at least you had support from your family. My only family was Hijiri, and she also cheated on me. The only thing I had was the director of the Bible Academy and the director of the Liber Academy. Arata POV. After many problems, my stay at the Bible Academy had become much better. The girls admitted to being in love with me, even Mira, who I didn't think about, although they also told me that my perverted attitude bothered them a little. So I decided to change a little for them, who surprisingly agreed to have a shared relationship with me. I was training to use my 2 grimoires in a better way. Sora and Ilias recognized that I was getting stronger. I thought I had reached the ideal point to protect my girls, until the directors called me seriously one day. Director, Arata, we should talk. Director, about your relationship. The two knelt down and said, Director, we are very sorry, Arata. Arata, why? They both showed me recordings of the girls kissing and hugging other boys. I fell to the floor, unable to say anything. At the same time the girls entered the director's office. Both directors looked at them disappointed, and I was on the floor very angry. Lilith, what's wrong? The directors showed them the recordings and they saw me with the angry face I had. They did not know what to say. Lilith, Arata, it is not what it seems. Aaron, yes, it was something unexpected. Levi, we were testing how to do things for you. Akio, we do not think of anyone but you. Mira, you are the only one who matters to us. Lise, dear, do not think badly. Selena, that's how my sister said. Yui, you know that nobody can replace you. Hijiri, there is nobody like you. Luff, I admit that we made a mistake, but it was not our intention. I did not say anything and I went to lock myself in my room. I sealed it with magic and my grimoires came out to speak to me. Sora, we are very sorry, master. We did not think that something like this would happen. Ilia, that cannot be forgiven. Arata, I know, but what can I do? Sora, the reasonable thing would be to leave the academy. Ilia, do not you have any hobby, master? Arata, before the collapse phenomenon, I used to play the bass. Ilia, I remember that. Maybe you should look for a place where you can learn more. Arata, that's a good idea. I did what Ilia told me and found an academy in Tokyo. Sora created me a new base with the magic of outer alchemic and Ilia put spells on it so that it won't be destroyed when I use the same magic again. I played it, and I felt that something of my old self flew to me. Sora, impressive, you play very well, Master. Arata, I'll talk to the directors and I'll leave. And that's what I did. While the Trinity 7 tried to convince me that what I saw was not true, the directors had done all the paperwork, and from what I saw they had named both of them as my parents. They also told me, Director, we will pay for everything. Arata, Director, it's the least we can do. You have helped a lot and they betrayed you. Director, your ticket is ready, and you will leave soon because the exam will be in a few days. You will also live there, so pack your things that you will go to Tokyo. The girls who heard everything came with tears in their eyes. Lilith, Arata, you can't go. Aaron, please, husband. Lise, dear, do not make hasty decisions. I ignored them and packed my things. The days passed and the directors took me to Tokyo, where my life would change. NPOV. Issei, well then we all went through almost the same thing. Bassara, that's right. Ichika, although I think it was fate that we met. Shido, what chances were there? Arata, well, we all felt that connection on the day of the exam. Everyone, that's right. Bassara, that made us friends. Arata, that's right. Ichika, I keep wondering, what chance was there that 3 guitarists, a bassist and a drummer had a harem? Shido, you're right. Ichika. Issei, well, our life is just beginning. Everyone, we will do our best to not let down those who trust us. The entrance exam. To understand our protagonists, we will focus on the day of their entrance exam. Everyone arrived at that moment. They quickly mingled with the crowd of students who also wanted to enter the academy. Our 5 protagonists saw the academy as a dream come true, as well as an opportunity. Each one thought about what gave them motivation to enter the academy. Issei, I have to do it for my friends and for the leaders who have put their trust in me. Bassara, I will do it for Dad and my friends. Shido, I have to do it for Mana and Rain-san. Ichika, I have to do it for my sisters who trust me. Arata, the directors know that I can do it. At that moment the boys felt a connection, and turned to see, crossing glances between all of them. Issei, how strange. Bassara, what was that? Arata, it was very strange. Shido, I must concentrate on something else. Ichika, I will ignore that. The boys entered the school, which looked very good. Besides being very big, they sat in different classes and took the theoretical exam, which took them with other participants to a very large room. Each one was with their instrument, ready to play. They called many students, and it was one of our protagonists. Turn instructor. Itsuka, go ahead. Shido, yes, I'm going. Shido went with his guitar, entered the room and played what he prepared. The instructor congratulated him and called another student. After many students he called the next. Instructor, Tojou, go ahead. Bassara entered and played his guitar. Again he impressed the instructor and left the room. They continued calling applicants, and then came the magician. Instructor, Kasuga, go ahead. Arata entered with his bass and surprised with his lines. They continued calling applicants, and it was the dragon's turn. Instructor, Hyoudou, go ahead. Issei played the piece he prepared, and left receiving congratulations from the teacher. In the end only Ichika remained and he was called. Instructor, Orimura, go ahead. Ichika did his best. At the end he received congratulations, and left. By chance fate our 5 protagonists collided with each other. Issei, oh, are you okay? Shido, yes, you? Bassara, I think it's not that bad. Arata, I think we're all okay. Ichika, I think we should get up. They all got up and sat at a table that was nearby. As they would wait for their results, the 5 introduced themselves. Issei, well, I think it would be convenient to introduce ourselves. I'll start. I'm Hyoudou. Issei, nice to meet you. Bassara, I'm Bassara Tojou. The pleasure is mine. Shido, I'm Shido Itsuka. I hope you are well. Arata, I'm Arata Kasuga. I hope we get along. Ichika, I'm Ichika Orimura. I think you've said everything. The 5 laughed until one of them asked a question that would define them as classmates. Arata, what brings you to school? Shido, you tell us first. Ichika, let's say it all at once. All of them, the 5 classmates, were surprised, because they did not expect that answer from each other. But it did not last for long because the results were about to be announced. The person in charge took out a paper where the names of all those who passed were, and the boys quickly approached to see it. The calm was great when our 5 protagonists saw that they were all inside the school. The 5 congratulated each other, and in a way they were happy. They all thought the same. All. I will know what they meant by them. I don't think I had a harem. Phantom. Poor idiots. Issei, well, why do you always screw me in other universes? Phantom. That's not true. Issei, Issei, yes, it's true. Phantom, well, maybe a little. The managers gave them the keys to their rooms. Each one had space for 6 students. Our protagonists went to their respective rooms and discovered that they had put them all in the same one, but strangely in the room there was a free space. They didn't think about it, and started talking, until they decided to go out to see the surroundings. While in an office, a man with a computer was checking some things and another one came in. Good manager is done. Manager: yes sir principal, those 5 kids have ended up in the same room. Principal: perfect, they have been the best that the academy has received, keeping them together is the best. Manager: as you say, in the hell of DXD. Rias: please brother tell us where Issei is. Sirzex: I won't, if they look for him they will get into trouble with all the factions. Asia: but Sirzex-sama we miss him a lot. Vala: they should have thought about that better before deceiving him. Kuroka: I thought you hated him. Valley: I am like that with everyone, but Hayate Issei earned my respect and my friendship, so I will not allow them to go after him. All shit. At Bassara's old house. Mio: father tell us where you sent Bassara. Jean: to a better place away from you traitors. Maria: but father, that wasn't our intention. Jean: look, if you continue living here it's because you hardly spend any time at home, so don't exhaust my patience. All damn. Meanwhile in Franxious. Coterie: Rain tell me where my brother is. Rain: I won't tell you. You hurt my poor Shin and caused the anger of my little Mana. You and they don't deserve it. Toka: but Rain-san. Rain: none of that. Now I won't look at you as future suitors for my son. Origami: but he's not even your son. Mana: but my brother and I see her as a mother, don't bother. All damn it. While at the IS Academy. Hookie: we'll do whatever Orimura-sensei, but tell us where Ichika is. Shifuyu: don't bother me Shinanono, or I'll tell your sister. Cecilia: don't be mean Orimura-sensei. Shifuyu: leave me or I'll tell Madoka to beat you up. The girls let her go at that moment, and Shifuyu went to her office. While at the Bible Academy. Lilith: principal, you can't do this to us. Principal: oh yeah? And you can do that to Arata-kun without remorse. Mira: but we. Akio: it was an accident. We want Arata back. Principal: me too, but it's for his own good. While our protagonists walked through a park talking about trivial things, without touching the subject of their harems and their powers. But that changed when a barrier rose and a monster came out of there. This one was strange because it had robotic parts but also looked like a renegade demon. The 5 boys, wanting to protect their new friend, said, everyone, stay behind me. They looked at each other confused, but they all decided to attack. Issei: balance breaker. Bassara: vanishing shift. Shido: come to me Sandofan. Ichika: activate Byakushiki. Arata: connecting to the Superbia file, execute theme, control. They all showed their powers, leaving each other even more surprised. Issei: then the questions for now, let's just attack. Arata: he's right. In a combined attack by everyone the monster was destroyed, and everyone deactivated their powers. Issei: well, this surprises me more and more. Everyone has powers, each one will have to explain it, but let's go back to school. Bassara: but you will go first. Issei: well, I will do it first. The protests went to their room and sat down to explain and introduce themselves properly. Issei: well, I am Hayate Issei. I am a dragon bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon Drake and the Dragon of the Eternal Night Bahamut. Bassara: I am Bassara Tojou. I am part of the clan of heroes. I possess the sword Brynhilde. Shido: I am Shido Itsuka. I possess the ability to seal the power of the spirits and use them. Ichika: I am Ichika Orimura. I am the only man capable of handling an infinite Stratos. Arata: I am Arata Kasuga. I am a magician candidate for Demon King and I possess the grimoires, Codex of Astil and Fragment of Ilias. Issei: well, we have a lot to talk about. They stayed talking until we got to the scene of the conversation about their harems, and they stayed like that all night. Hell. Rias: I felt the power of Dragon Bahamut. I know where it is. I will tell the others. Tujimio House: I felt Bassara's power and I know where to find him. Girls. Franxious. Coterie: here you show me a place in Tokyo where there are residues of spiritual power. There must be Shido. Toka: what happened? I felt like someone used Sandofan somewhere else. Coterie: I think it's Shido. Toka: that's good. IS Academy. Hookie: well, Hazashi, did you finish finding where Byakushiki was last activated? Hanzashi: yes, here it is. He pointed to a point on the monitor, and the girls smiled. Bible Academy. Mira: I felt the power of the Superbia archive in a part of Tokyo. Lilith: do you think it's there? Mira: I felt the power of the Astil Codex and the Ilias fragment, so I can be sure. Lise: we'll go look for it. All: yes, with the boys. All: why do I feel a chill down my spine? Issei: I hope they don't find me and that they don't do anything to Renji or Kuro, or even Addison. She's not to blame for anything. Helping the newcomer. First confrontation. While our protagonists were walking through the campus, an orange-haired boy came running in a hurry. When he tripped and ended up falling between a girl's breasts, the girl got up and said to him, "Feminazi, oppressive male, it's my body, it's my decision. You harass me because you think I can't defend myself. Okay, I'll stop now." And it wasn't that. I just tripped and fell. "Feminazi, aren't you an oppressive male who?" "Issei, I think you should relax a little." The boy tripped. It wasn't his fault. "Feminazi, I know he wanted to touch my breasts." "Bassara, but he just tripped, and he already apologized. What more do you want from him?" The girl got fed up and just left. "Thanks for the help." "Issei, you're welcome, but be more careful next time." "I know, it just always happens to me." "Ichika, always? I have very bad luck. Whenever I trip I fall on a girl, and it always ends in misunderstandings, because I end up looking under her skirt or touching her breasts." "Arata, I would call that good luck." "Shido, Arata, this is not the time." "Arata, well sorry." Shido, ignoring Arata, "Who are you?" This one, yes, I'm Yuuki Rito. I came to take the second entrance exam." "Issei, so you didn't make it to the first one?" Rito, yes, I had some problems. "Everyone, something tells me she's like us." "Bassara, what kind of problems?" Rito, well, it's not something I like to talk about." Shido, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? Rito, something worse. "Issei, you know what, let's leave it and out of your exam. I have faith that you will pass." Rito, thanks. Issei, hi to Issei. This green-eyed boy next to me is Bassara Tojou." "Bassara, hello." "Issei, the blue-haired boy is Shido." "Shido, I hope you do well." "Issei, I guess you've heard about the perverted Arata." "Arata, that's a bad way to introduce Issei." "Issei, and the other black-haired boy is Ichika." "Ichika, the best for last." "Rito, have you already passed?" "Everyone, yes." "Shido, besides we are in the same room." "Rito, I didn't know the school had such big rooms." "Bassara, well, as Issei said, go take your exam and come back." "Rito, that's what I will do." And just as they told him, Rito passed, surprising the examiners with his talent, and again by chance of fate, or convenience of phantom, he finished the dormitory of the boys he met in the morning. While they were trying to put order, Rito entered and saw them there. "Issei, what a coincidence." "Rito, this is the room that was assigned to me." "Shido, so, what a coincidence." "Arata, we are glad that you passed your exam after what happened to you in the morning." "Rito, I am glad, although it was not the worst that happened to me." "Bassara, let me guess, in some mysterious way you got a harem where each and every one of them said that they loved you, but you found them being unfaithful to you, and then they tried to make excuses but you left to get away from them." Rito could not say anything because Bassara was right. "Ichika, by his expression I would say that you were right." "Bassara." "Rito, how do you know?" "Issei, Yuuki." "Rito, welcome to the club of the betrayed." "Rito, what?" "Bassara, we've all been through the same thing as you, so tell us with confidence." "Shido, because there's no one who understands you better." "Ichika, than someone who went through the same thing." Rito's POV. "After everything that happened with Yami, I saved her and dared to confess my feelings, but inside I knew that I loved them all equally, so following Momo's plan I ended up with a harem where they were Lala, Haruna, Momo, Run, Nana, Yui, Maya, Yami, Kyoko, Rin, Risa and Nemesis. Wow, that was too much even for me. You could say I was lucky, or so I thought, until one day something happened that completely destroyed me. I had returned home early to be with them. Mikan was not there, so we would practically be alone, until I arrived, and heard noises from inside. They were laughter, but not only from my girls, but there was also a male voice. When I entered I saw a tall and muscular blonde boy kissing Lala. When the girls saw me they were surprised. Lala said, "Lala, well Rito, he is Adlet, another of my suitors." But that is not the worst thing that happened to me. Tsuruyama was also there, and took advantage of the fact that I wasn't there. I felt betrayed. The little pride I had been trampled, because everyone was claiming me for my lack of manliness. I got out of there. Mikan caught me at the moment, and asked me what had happened. I told her everything. She got angry. But the reality is we couldn't do anything. We were simple humans. They had powers, some at least. It was a danger to us, so we went in through the back of the house. I saw everything to my parents and the rest of the people I trusted. Zaston surprisingly didn't know anything about this. Like Mikado-sensei and Tirja-sensei, who comforted me while I cried, by decision of them and my parents they decided to send me away from them. And remembering that I have talent for music, they sent me to the academy, without them finding out. After hearing the story, our protagonists felt bad for their new friend, but the fact that Rito's best friend took advantage of the situation made them angrier. They also told them their stories, and decided to reveal themselves to Rito, who felt useless for not having any power. "Issei, do not feel that way. if you want I can teach you how to use the sword, you will be more powerful. Arata, I can teach you how to manipulate some mana. Of course it will not be much, but it will make a difference. Ichika, I will teach you a little programming. This helped my suit, although what I know is basic. Rito, thanks guys. Bassara, and we will kill your friend Tsuruyama. Rito, wait what? Issei, the trust of a friend is not taken advantage of, but only if he does something stupid more. Bassara, calm down. Shido, I already made him some tea. Issei, thanks Shido. After Bassara took the sedative, Rito talked to his friends, until Arata felt a presence. Minutes before at the Bible Academy. Lilith, I'll go first. Since I'm the first I think it's the fairest thing. To do Lee's, fine, but bring him back no matter what it costs. Mera, failure is not an option. In the underworld DxD, Rias, I'll bring him. After all he confessed to me first. Akeno, okay Rias don't fail. In the underworld of Shinmai Mao no Testament. Mio, even if no one wants me to do it, I'll go. Maria, as Mio-sama says. At the IS Academy. Hookie, I'll go, he's my childhood friend as well as my boyfriend. Charles, but how will you avoid Orimura-sensei? Hookie, you'll take care of that, because I'll bring back. All yes. In Tengu City. Toka, even if Rain-san doesn't want it I will go for Shido. Kotori, fine Toka you will go. Current moment. Our protagonists felt a chill down their backs. To calm down they went out to eat something in the academy cafeteria. When they finished Bassara offered to take out the trash. He walked away further than he thought, and someone he knew said, Mio, I finally found you. Bassara, Mio? Mio, the only one you know. Bassara, what are you doing here? Mio, isn't it obvious? I came for you. Bassara, don't think I'll go. Mio, you'll come with me by force if you don't want to. Before Bassara did anything 2 swords were placed near Mio's neck. Issei, I don't think you understood that Bassara wants to get away from you. Mio was immobilized because if she did something Issei would cut her neck. Bassara, Issei, how did you get here? Issei, I assumed the chill was from something. Rias, so here you are. Issei, Rias. Issei was surprised although he remained firm in containing Mio. Rias, well it was good for a while your joke of leaving is time to return. Issei, you are crazy if you think I will return with you and those hitches. Rias, you are thinking things wrong. Rias approached him with the power of destruction in her hands, but a gun was pointed at her head. Arata, really, don't you get tired? Issei, thanks Arata. If Rias moved, Arata would shoot with his magic, in addition to having Bassara who had already drawn his sword. Unfortunately for Arata, Lilith arrived. Lilith, how good it was to find you. Arata, if you came to ask me to come back, save your speech, cheap teacher. Lilith, realize I'm not asking you. You're coming with me. A very large sword was placed in front of him. Shido, wow, the trio of red-headed hitches who hurt my friends has arrived. Arata, it was about time. Shido, the 3, what did you call us? Shido, what's more, deaf hitches? The other 3 couldn't contain their laughter. But it didn't last long because Toka arrived at that moment. Toka, Shido finally. Shido, don't take another step or I'll tell Ratatosker. Toka, I don't care anymore. Even if I have to break the entire sky. Shido, shit, he's already gone crazy. Luckily for Shido, Ichika activated the glove of his suit and threatened Toka with his lightsaber. Ichika, this is as far as you go. And again Hookie arrived. Hookie, Ichika, I already found you. Ichika, takes me the Hookie. Well you will go with me. Ichika, no. Hookie, but you. Ichika, no. Bassara threatened her with his sword until Issei said, Issei, this is already ridiculous. Crimson Cardinal promotion. Issei's armor appeared, and with the speed of the night he protected his friends behind him, while aiming at his exes with the cannons. Issei, last warning, or all of you go and leave us alone or I shoot, and you will meet God. Bassara, why is that? Issei, because he is dead. Rias resignedly left in a magic circle. Hookie activated her suit and flew away angrily. Lilith used a portal and left. Toka got out of there, and Mio transported far away. Rito arrived at that moment. Rito, what happened here? Issei, nothing important. We better go back. I'm already sleepy. Everyone good. While the 6 went to their room, a friendship was strengthened, and elsewhere some alien girls regretted their mistakes. Of course it was too late. Natural talent. After facing their ex-girlfriends, our protagonists realized that in just 2 days their classes would start, so they had to be prepared. Mysteriously, the 6 of them were in the same class. But before that they had to agree. Issei, well, something tells me that fate wants us to be together in this. That's why I want to know, what do you know how to play? Bassara, well, I specialize more in string instruments and piano, although I can play everything. Shido, like Bassara, I can play anything or well the basics for a band, but I specialize in the guitar. Ichika, I think there really are many coincidences, because I know how to play many things, but what I do best is the drums, and the trumpets, or the saxophone. Arata, well, I'm better with the bass, but I can also play a little of everything. Rito, well, I also know how to play all kinds of instruments, but I'm better with the guitar. Issei, so we're the same? But does anyone know how to sing? Everyone raised their hands. Issei, well, I guess they will evaluate us first since they already evaluated the instruments. Everyone nodded. Meanwhile in Hell DxD, Issei's exes chased Rias furiously. Akeno, with lightning in her hand, didn't you say you were going to bring him back? Rias just ran while saying, Rias, I'm sorry. His new friends didn't let me bring him back. Meanwhile in the hell of Shinmai Mao No Testament, Maria slapped Mio while complaining to her. Maria, you doubt a lot. That's why Bassara didn't want to come back. Yuuki and Kurumi were holding back the urge to kill Mio for not fulfilling his mission. In Tengu City, all the spirit girls threatened Toka. Kurumi, and where is Shido? Toka, well, me, Kotori. We trusted that you would bring him and he is not there. What should we do now? Origami, sacrifice. Her Kotori, we do not have to be so radical, but if he needs a lesson. At IS Academy, Cecilia, Shinanono. You had to bring Ichika back. Damn it, Hookie. I know, sorry. His new friends didn't let me take him. Rin, then we'll bring him by force. At the Bible Academy. Celine, what do you mean you couldn't bring him? Lilith, there were other kids who wouldn't let me bring him. Mira approached and grabbed Lilith by the collar of her shirt, and said, Mira, listen to me carefully. Arata is the only thing that matters. Either you bring him, or I'll send you to meet your maker. Do you understand? Lilith swallowed and decided to think of a way to bring Arata. In Sinan City, the girls who were once in Rito's harem were crying. The reason? Lala's fiancé had only used them for fun. The shock of this made none of them able to do anything to him. They all regretted having left Rito, who truly loved them. Lala, crying, why did we let Rito go? Momo, crying, I miss him too. The others could barely speak, but they had one thing clear. They had to get Rito back. With our protagonists, Rito felt a chill while training with the sword that Issei gave him. He himself noticed Rito. Issei, are you okay? Rito, yes, it was just a chill. Issei, good, calm down. We will protect you. For something we are friends, right? Rito, why yes, thanks. Bassara arrived at that moment and said, Bassara, I should rest for today. Tomorrow we will start classes and I think the first thing they will do will be a singing test in choir class. Issei, then we have to take care of our throats. Ichika, I already made tea. Rito, that was fast. Ichika, I'm 2 steps ahead. The friends started to laugh and went in to have tea with the rest of the group. Just as Bassara said, his first class the next day was choir, where they tested each student's voice. The first to go was Issei. Everyone will sing well, but there are songs that will be sung by one of our protagonists in particular. Issei, okay sensei, how do I start? Sensei, just relax and sing a song that you like. Issei, okay. Issei took a breath and began. After Issei sang, the sensei was impressed. Sensei, that was impressive. Issei, thank you. The sensei called the next one, who was Bassara. He sat where Issei was before and received the same instructions. He breathed and let his chant flow. Bassara's singing talent surprised the sensei. The next to pass was Shido, who received the instructions and began. I couldn't find the version without music. The sensei realized that the principal's plan to gather the best was not stupid when he saw that 3 boys from the same room sang so well. He called the next one, which was Ichika. He sat down and began to sing. Again the surprise was for the sensei, and he called Arata, who arrived relaxed and let out his voice. The last to pass was Rito, who was considerably nervous, but he breathed deeply and sang. Sensei applauded him and sent him back to his friends, who began practicing their voices together on a single song. The sensei was satisfied by the talent the boys had, so after classes he let them rest and went to the principal's office and said, Sensei, Mr. Principal, you were right, these boys are the best we have ever had. Principal, I told you, I'm not wrong, give them the study, they will need it. Sensei, as you say, Principal. Sensei went with a key to where the boys were sleeping. These were not doing anything productive in life until Sensei knocked on the door. Shido went to open it, and was surprised to find Sensei. Shido, Sensei, what a surprise. Sensei, yes Itsuka, but I have something for you. Shido, what is it? Sensei showed him the key and said, Sensei, by orders of the principal I have to give you the key to this studio where you can take your instruments and practice. As soon as Sensei said this, the boys rushed to the studio. Once there they left all their instruments, and decided that they would play a song. Ichika went to the drums, Bassara and Arata took 2 basses, Shido, Rito and Issei took the guitars along with the microphones and began. House of Wolves, My Chemical Romance. Issei, well, I know a thing about contrition. Shido, because I got enough to spare. Rito, and I'll be granting your permission, 'cause you haven't got a prayer. Issei, well, I said hey hallelujah. I'm gonna come on sing the praise. Shido, and let the spirit come on through you. Rito, we got innocence for days. Issei/Shido, well, I think I'm gonna burn in hell. Rito/Shido, everybody burn the house right down. The three, and say, how what I wanna say, tell me I'm an angel, take this to my grave, tell me I'm a bad man, kick me like a stray, tell me I'm an angel, take this to my grave. Bassara/Arata, sad face, sin, I sin, I sin, I sin, I sin. Bassara, you play ring around the ambulance well, like you never gave a care. Arata, so get the choir boys around you. It's a compliment, I swear. Bassara, and I said ashes to ashes, we all fall down, I wanna hear you sing the praise. Arata, I said ashes to ashes, we all fall down, we got innocence for days. Arata/Bassara, well, I think I'm gonna burn in hell, everybody burn the house right down. The five, and say, how what I wanna say, tell me I'm an angel, take this to my grave, tell me I'm a bad man, kick me like a stray, tell me I'm an angel, take this to my grave. Ichika, you better run like the devil, 'cause they're never gonna leave you alone. Bassara, you better hide up in the alley, 'cause they're never going to find you a home. Issei, and as the blood runs down the walls. Shido, you see me creeping up these halls. Arata, I've been a bad motherbucker, tell your sister I'm another. Go! 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 All. And I said, say what I wanna say, tell me I'm an angel, take this to my grave, tell me I'm a bad man, kick me like a stray, tell me I'm an angel, take this to my grave. Issei, tell me I'm a bad man. Shido, tell me I'm a bad man. Rito, tell me I'm a bad man. Bassara, tell me I'm a bad man. Arata, so get up. Ichika, so get out. Issei, sin, I sin. The principal entered at that moment, applauding them, and said, Principal, you guys really have a natural talent for making music. I loved it. Bassara, thank you very much. Principal, in fact I would like to ask you something. Shido, what do you want? Principal, if you would like to be in the festival that will take place in a month, we always present the best we have. Issei, that is a great opportunity. Thank you very much. Principal, no, you guys keep trying. The boys felt happy because their efforts were beginning to bear fruit, and their friendship grew stronger and stronger. The luck of right. If someone thinks they have bad luck, it's obvious they don't know Yuuki Rito. You could say that life has him as its itch. People see him as a pervert, a drone, a bacteria, and as many derogatory insults as they can think of. He always trips and falls on top of a girl, touching inappropriate places. Not only that, his parents are almost never there. An alien ruined his confession. That same alien got him into a lot of danger for being in love with him and being his fiancée. Another blonde alien wanted to cut off his head for 2 years in a row. The father of his fiancée almost destroyed the earth because of him. He became a woman and was harassed by his best friend. He was turned into a dog, cat, mouse. A kind of King Kong almost killed him. The sister of his fiancée tried to grape him on multiple occasions. He was beaten by some girls he accidentally touched. And many things that go beyond the limits of the strange to the point to the truly bizarre, and all that until his most recent misfortune, when everything seemed to be going well with his harem. They betrayed him. Certainly Rito was already afraid. The better things seemed to go for him. The worse things happened to him. It was like a kind of curse that surrounded him. As if he hadn't learned enough from so many falls and strange things that happened to him, he thought about all this while he went to his dormitory at the Arts Academy, a place where curiously a peaceful feminist march was taking place. But fate is cruel, especially with Rito. Lord Jesus Christ knows where. But at the precise moment in which Rito passed near the march, he tripped on a banana peel and fell on top of several girls. Thanks for the idea at Gongzak 902. To make matters worse, most of them, if not all, were just like the girl he had tripped over on the day of his exam. In simple words, he was screwed. Too screwed. He was going to be lynched by such a stupid and painful cliché. Praying would be of no use. Michael was busy trying to control his ace, who was desperately trying to go for Issei. The girls looked at him with hatred. Today they would have Rito's meat for dinner. He was trying to apologize, saying it was an accident. As always, it was in vain. It was the end of Rito. Or so he thought, before he was publicly lynched in front of the entire music faculty. A girl with short, fluffy light brown hair stood in front of him to defend him. He just tripped. He didn't do it on purpose. Rito, She's right. I tripped on that banana peel. Girl 1. Shut up, you lunatic. He touched us thinking we couldn't defend ourselves. Girl 2. Yes, he's right. He's an oppressive macho. Girl 3. We'll give him what he deserves. Rito. Bucking life. But even there's the peel. There's more than enough evidence for them not to do anything to him. Girl 3. Move away, you lunatic. He's not going to get away from this. The feminists pushed the girl aside and went straight to Rito. He just closed his eyes and waited for the worst, until he heard Arata's voice. Arata, chrono calculation. When he opened his eyes again, Rito was far from the feminists, to be more exact about 10 meters from them, while his friends confronted them. Issei, for the 10th time, Rito just tripped. Girl 1, he did it on purpose. Bassara, here's the shell, Rito tripped over this. Girl 2, it's not true. Ichika, it was a bucking accident. Girl 3, they also want to grape us. Arata, this has to be a bucking joke in bad taste. I don't understand how they can be so stubborn. Shido, if anyone knows a way to squish them, it's now or never. Arata and Issei stared at each other, and stepped back a bit. Issei, well, your magic combined with mine, we can possibly erase the last hour from their heads. Arata, yes, at least I will apply what I learned. Issei, Le Fay may have deceived me, but I will use what Arata taught me. I summoned his grimoires and began to conjure something, while Issei formed a magic circle with an incantation. Both joined their spells, creating something more powerful, and pointed it at the feminists in sight. They were amazed to see lights coming out of Arata and Issei's hands. But before they say anything, they fired the spell. At the moment the group opened their eyes and saw how all the feminists left as if nothing had happened. Arata and Issei high-fived in victory, while Bassara went for Rito. Bassara, you're safe now, friends. Rito sighing, thanks friends. Issei/Arata, you're welcome. That was great. Everyone, who are you? Rito, she's the girl who tried to defend me. Issei, looking at Arata. Arata, what guard did we give to everyone? Arata, yes. Issei, then why does this girl remember everything? Arata, a life gives you surprises, surprises life gives you. Issei, hitting him, imbecile. Nobody was supposed to remember anything. Arata, sorry for the trouble. I swear I won't say anything. Rito, if I have to trust her, I'll try to save myself. Bassara, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt for helping Rito, so don't say anything. Hi. The boys started to leave, but Rito stayed with the girl. Rito, hey, thanks for trying to help me. No problem. What's your name? Rito, Yuuki. Rito, I'm Koga Tomo, nice to meet you. They both smiled, exchanged numbers, and Rito returned to his friends, but not before asking Koga out for the next day. Meanwhile in Cyan City, Lala, Momo and Nana were determined to go after Rito. These are not as idiots as the others. They go in groups of 3 to be sure. The Deviluk sisters were determined to go after Rito. The next day with Rito. Issei, well, there are 30 days left for the festival. We have to rehearse, but how lazy. Besides we have to do the tasks. Bassara, we can't trust each other, anyway in a festival. Shido, how lazy are you too? Bassara/Issei, Shido, well at least we could send emails to our guests. Arata, Shido is right, maybe we will do that all afternoon. Rito, in fact I am going out. Bassara, you have a date with that girl, right? Rito, how do you know? Bassara, I saw how you both looked at each other when we were in the courtyard. Besides I heard you unintentionally. Rito, Bassara, don't blame me. I dropped 5 pesos. Rito, pesos are useless in Japan, idiot. Bassara, Tanuma, yes that's right. Ichika, we won't stop you or anything, in fact, go with pleasure, we're glad you found someone. Rito, it's not serious yet, we're just going out on a date. Arata, stop complaining and go get ready already, don't make that girl wait. Rito, yes. Time passed very quickly, and according to Issei and Bassara, Rito's taste in choosing clothes was disgusting, so between the two they dressed him decently. Issei lent him a red t-shirt with a white collar, while Bassara lent him a black shirt that looked great on him, as well as the most decent pants he had along with some red Converse tennis shoes. Shido and Ichika fixed his hair as they could. Arata with some magic removed the dead smell he had and gave him the secret of every man's Spider-Man perfume from Avon magazines. And so his friends sent Rito to war. While his soldier was leaving they began to reflect. Arata, hey, shouldn't we have given him these? Arata showed them a box of condoms. Issei lowered it with his hand and said, Issei, he's not that lucky. For now I think the most he'll get is a kiss, I hope. Bassara, Arata, did you get rid of his bad breath with your magic? Arata, I don't do miracles either. Shido, calm down, I foresaw this. Ichika put some mints in his pocket. Ichika, the strongest ones. While Rito arrived early to the appointment, Toga arrived a little later. She was dressed in a yellow blouse and shorts. Or if readers, I'm going to use waifus from non-fantasy romance series. Almost. They both greeted each other somewhat nervous. Koga, do you like it? Rito, oh yes, you look very pretty. They both started their date. They were having fun while they went everywhere. Also, Rito took the mints that his friends had put in him. And while he was having fun with Koga, the time flew by. They ended up sitting on a park bench on Wednesday. They watched the sunset. Koga, I had a lot of fun, Rito-san. Rito, me too, Koga-san. Thanks again for helping me. Koga, I knew you didn't do it on purpose. You looked really scared and very innocent to do that. Rito, I'm glad you believed me. They both stared at each other until Koga spoke. Koga, you know? Before I was in high school. Rito gulped as Koga continued. Koga, well, I would say high school. You seemed like someone interesting to me from the first day. You also helped me a lot. But for 4 years I could not tell you what I felt. Rito was stunned. But he remembered. He had been so long aware of Haruna and Lala that he had forgotten. He had helped Koga when they bullied her in high school, and throughout the years, until he only saw her once in high school but forgot about her. Now she was close to him to confess what he felt. Rito also remembered that he liked her in high school, but he forgot about her because of Haruna. Now these feelings returned to his heart with more force, because having been betrayed by Haruna herself had given rise to that. They were about to kiss, until a pink-haired girl fell from the sky, a girl in a strange outfit, which Rito knew well. She hugged him and said, Lala, Rito, I found you. You're coming back to me, right? And her? It doesn't matter, you're mine. Rito felt disgusted by Lala's hug. After what he had done, she came out of nowhere to hug him and claim him as hers. Rito was furious with Lala and everyone else, but even more so with Lala. It was her fault that everything had turned out that way. Rito abruptly removed Lala's hands from his neck, which surprised Lala because Rito was stronger than before. Rito pushed her and said, Rito, take your hands off me, defective Doraemon. Lala didn't know how to react. Rito took Koga's hand and left. Koga didn't understand anything but followed Rito. Before they get any further, Momo and Nana landed to scold Rito. Momo, wow, Rito-kun, that's no way to treat your fiancés. Nana, you should feel ashamed, Rito-kun. Rito, what I was missing, Seymour Krelborn and Caesar Milan. Keep those references for me. To the surprise of the three princesses, Rito and Koga disappeared. Momo and Nana began to search for him, and Lala joined them. But they couldn't find him. He was somewhere else, appearing with Koga. Thanks to Issei and Arata, who began to teach him how to manipulate mana, Rito could now become invisible like the people he touched, eliminate his heat mark, fly, summon objects, shoot magic beams, and manipulate the 4 elements of a very basic signature. Not only that, with some contacts of Issei, had made him a sword, in addition to Issei, Shido, and Bassara training him. Pleased to that are the glove that enhanced his magic that he had made with Ichika. Therefore Rito was no longer that weakling who only knew how to flee. Now he could defend himself. Rito invoked his sword and prepared. Lala landed with her staff directly towards Koga, but Rito covered her with his sword and began to counterattack. Lala did not understand why Rito attacked her, and also as he surpassed her in skill. Rito gave her a push strong enough, making her retreat. At that moment Nana and Momo appeared. Momo made plants come out of the ground, but with her magic Rito burned them easily. Rito, it's ironic that the only thing they never used against you was fire. The aliens really are idiots. But well, it does not matter. Nana wanted to attack him with some of her pets, but Rito made the earth tremble with his magic, causing these retreated, then summoned a large wave of water next to the 3 sisters and made them spin in a whirlpool, so fast that they began to get dizzy, and with all the force of the water threw them far away from there. He saw Koga directly. Rito, I'm sorry you had to see that. Koga, are you kidding? That was great, you're great, Rito. Rito, I'm glad you liked it. Ito, well, taking advantage of this moment, I'd like to invite you to come to the faculty festival. I'll play with my friends. Koga, I'd love to. I'll bring my friends. Rairo, then we'll meet for then. Rito didn't get her kiss, but he gains a little more confidence. Life was shit, but a shit that Rito could handle, with his friends and now with Koga. Wasn't this a festival? Issei narrates. It had been a month since they had betrayed us and we had arrived at the school. We had helped Rito, but that constant worry was still there. What would happen if those things came back? We couldn't just relax. Being literally prodigies in music, we had a lot of free time, so I started to think I had to improve my skills. But not only that, those of my friends too. The festival was approaching and time was very little, so one night I sneaked out of our room and opened a magic circle to Grigori, because there was a person I could trust this to. When I arrived, that man greeted me quite surprised. Azazel, Issei. What are you doing here? Issei, Azazel, how good to find you. I explained the whole situation to him, as well as telling him a little secret that I hadn't even told Rias when we were a couple. He just held his chin and sighed. Azazel, it's interesting, but I can assure you this. When I'm done with them in the space-time gap that Ophis made for these cases, they will have nothing to fear. I thanked him and also told him about the festival where I would play with my friends. He got excited. Azazel, you know? I've always been a big rock fan. I will forward your message to your friends in the form Mouse. I feel like they will want to see you. Issei, thanks Azazel. Normal narration. Issei came back and threw himself onto his bed to sleep, trying to think about what Azazel would do to them. As soon as the first rays of sunlight began to come out, a magic circle opened in the boys' room. It was Azazel who woke them up. Of course, it would have been easier if they had wanted to wake up. Azazel, it's 5 in the morning, wake up at once. Bassara, half asleep, shut up at the damn alarm clock. Shido threw a pillow at him. Arata didn't flinch. Rito sleepily threw a shoe at him. While Ichika squeezed the real alarm clock, Issei opened his eyes first, and what he saw caused him between amusement and fear. Because before his eyes, the leader of the fallen angels had a pillow stamped on his face. Issei, good morning Azazel. Azazel, good morning Issei. I see that your friends do not want to wake up. Issei, give them a little time. Yesterday we stayed up late rehearsing. Azazel, well, after the rest of our protagonists woke up, Issei explained to them what they would do, so they prepared and Azazel took them to their destinations, where they would train them to be stronger. It should be noted that all of these were in the gap. With Issei, he woke up in the same mountains as always and saw Tannen. Issei, some things don't change, huh? Tannen, don't think everything is so easy. Haida Issei, if you want to increase your powers, you must release the power that you refuse to accept. That's why. Tannen taught him a squadron of dragons that were bringing a prisoner Crumquatch. Tannen, you'll have to kill him with your hunter power. Issei, nervous, I see. So the training was special. With Bassara, he came to a barren land where the earth was red. What he heard was the voice of Azazel. Azazel, Bassara Tojou, so your birth was not easy, but that gives you an advantage over the others. You have the power of a demon, a hero and a goddess. You have already awakened the power of the hero. Now you will concentrate on awakening your divine and demonic power. At that moment a few dragon-like monsters appeared. Bassara tried to cut them with his sword, but it was no use, therefore, he had to release his powers. With Shido, he was transported to something like a jungle, or so he thought, because he saw that there was a volcano as well as a snow mountain. Shido, how the hell can this be in the same place? Azazel, Shido Itsuka, although they betrayed you, you still use the powers of the spirit girls, but something in you does not let you release all your power. You have to turn those powers into yours. That is why you will survive here. With Arata, he was sent to an abandoned castle where monsters roamed. Azazel, as with Shido, most of your spells were obtained by the Trinity 7. Get that out of your head and make your magic flow. That was the main thing. But the real problem was Ichika and Rito. Ichika only had her suit, while Rito was barely adapting to his new powers. Azazel sent Ichika to his workshop, while Rito was sent to a ninja he knew. He would teach him many things. They called him the copy ninja or something like that. There were details that were not important to Azazel, or if this is a reference. What seemed like 3 weeks of tireless training were ending. The boys were worried about missing classes for so long. Until Azazel transported them back to their room, the group was upset, except for Issei. Bassara, we lost 3 weeks of classes for training. Shido, how will we justify this? Issei, look at the date and time on your phones. Everyone, it's still the same day. Azazel, that's right, it's only been about 14 hours. It's the power of the space-time gap. Time passes faster there. Everyone's sorry. And so a month passed, training every day until exhaustion. Of course, having space to do their classes and practice for the festival. Everyone had managed to improve in something. Issei had increased his powers in addition to having accepted his hunter power, so his eyes were now red. Bassara had undergone a radical change as he could now channel his demonic and divine powers, although not completely. But now he could synchronize with his sword better, and it had mutated. Now half was silver with green, while the other half was black and red. Just as when he activated it, his hair and eyes changed color to green and red. Shido had achieved better control of the spirit's powers, being able to summon any angel he wanted, and his eyes became permanently golden. Arata gained more magical power, being able to use the Trinity Seven's abilities at will, as well as being able to enter his paladin mode with less effort than before. Ichika obtained a power thanks to Azazel. His power was technokinesis. He had the ability to manipulate any type of technology just by thinking about it, and the same abilities of a psychic. Only his limitation was that he could only do it with technology. Even so, it was quite dangerous. Meanwhile, Rito had incredibly increased all his abilities. He went from being a normal human to a fearsome ninja. He had masterful control of the 5 elements: fire, air, water, earth, and light. In addition to changing the sword that Issei gave him for 2 black-handled katana and a kunai which could contain scrolls inside, these would give Rito varied abilities. 2 of these, in addition to the fact that thanks to his teacher Rito was more stealthy, in addition to learning to use shadow clones, transform into other people, only in appearance, and another ability that increased all his physical strength, taking it beyond its limits. This was Itashura, in addition to giving a little power of a 9-tailed kitsune to Rito. With this increase in power, everyone felt ready for anything. Which brings us to the present. Rito was on a date with Koga. After the attack last time, he hadn't dared to ask her to be his girlfriend, and he also felt somewhat insecure still. While the boys ate in the faculty cafeteria, Shido went to get something outside the school. While Bassara went to talk to the rector, the band didn't have a name yet, but even so, everyone had already sent their invitations. Bassara had invited his friends, his father and Chisato. Issei had invited his parents, the leaders, his friends, and his aunt, who would go with Kunu. Ichika had only sent an invitation to her sisters, while Shido sent one to all of Ratatoskra in addition to his sister. Arata had only sent one to the directors, and Rito had sent it to his parents and sister, Tirju and Mikado, as well as Zastin, who was still disappointed with Lala's actions with Rito. Koga: so, will they finally play tomorrow night? Rito: that's right. Koga: my friends already told me they would go with me. I'm very excited. Rito: me too, Koga-san. With Shido: well, I just have to buy a few sachets of coffee for Issei and Arata's strange addiction. While Shido was checking the list of coffees that had been given to him, he didn't realize that he had collided with a blue-haired girl. Ouch. Shido: I'm very sorry, I didn't see you. Excuse me, are you okay? Yes, don't worry, I didn't see either. Shido gave her his hand to help her and saw her well. She had blue hair with a white headband. In addition to having light brown eyes, she was very beautiful in Shido's sight. Just as for her, Shido seemed very handsome, and his golden eyes captivated her. We could say it was love at first sight. Shido: Ito, I'm sorry again, I was going to the supermarket. I came from there, although I haven't seen you before. Are you new? Shido: in fact, I am a student at the School of Fine Arts, a student at the Faculty of Music. Shido Itsuka: well, I am a 3rd-year student at the high school here. Fumino Furuhashi: a pleasure, Itsuka-kun. To clarify, none of the protagonists finished the 3rd year. The School of Fine Arts is like a 3rd year, but of course, only oriented to teaching arts. Shido: the pleasure is mine, Furuhashi-san. But well, I have to continue with my mission. Fumino: wait, I would like to accompany you. From what I saw, you are going to buy coffee, but you don't know which one, right? Shido: I can't deny it. Fumino: I know some good brands. Shido: thanks for your help, Furuhashi-san. Fumino: tell me. Fumino: no problem. Shido: then you tell me. Shido. They both smiled and went to the supermarket. While with Bassara, this before arriving at the office of the rector, I hear him talking with the sensei. Rector: then my plan is fine. We have 16 bands with a lot of talent. Therefore the battle of bands is something spectacular. Sensei: you are never wrong, Mr. Rector. Bassara, whispering: shit, I have to tell the kids. Bassara ran at full speed towards the table where his friends were, and warned them. Issei: shit, then we have to compete with other boys. Ichika: I heard that it was going to be open for the high school that is near here. High school where Fumino and Koga are, and all their friends. In simple words, in high school are all the waifus. Arata: then the least we can do is trust. There are kids who have been here for a while. Rito, who had arrived at that moment, heard everything and panicked. Rito: what will we do now? Bassara: before you throw a Chidori at the table in your desperation, remember that we came here to be the best. Rito calmed down and decided to sit down to see the possibilities. Bassara: but where the hell is Shido? Issei: it's true. I know we gave him a very long list, but he only had to choose one from there. Arata: I've never seen someone take so long to buy coffee. Bassara: I'll go for the. Bassara left school to look for Shido, while he continued having fun with Fumino. We could call it the strangest date in the world, since not many people have fun looking at coffees that could cost you an arm and a leg in a supermarket. Cough cough. Take advantage, Shido. You won't lack anything again. Cough cough. In the end he decided on one of the ones on the list. Shido. I just hope Issei and Arata like them. Fumino. You care a lot about your friends. Shido. Yes, we have been through so few things, but I feel that we are very united. Fumino. That's good to know, but on another topic, what do you play in your band? Shido. Well, we all sing, but I'm a guitarist along with Issei and Rito. Fumino. I would like to see you play. Shido. Well, tomorrow night will be the school music festival. Could you come? Fumino. Yes, they told us that the festival would be open to the general public, and since it is from the nearby high school we could get in without a problem. If so, I will go with my friends. Shido. That's good. Fumino accompanied Shido until they were close to the school, while both were blushing, until someone was heard calling Shido from afar. Bassara, Shido. Shido spotted him from a distance, but he knew the speed of his friend. But Bassara stopped when he saw him with a girl. Bassara, hey, sorry Shido. I didn't know you were with a girl. Shido, no problem. Fumino, yes, and I was only accompanying Shido-kun to school. Bassara, yes, I understand, just I had to tell you something important. I'm Bassara, by the way. Fumino Furuhashi, nice to meet you. Shido, well, maybe I already got the coffee you wanted. Fumino, then I say goodbye Shido-kun. Bassara-san, I'll see you at the festival. Fumino walked away and Bassara spoke to Shido. Bassara, you invited her, right? Shido, yes. Bassara, I don't blame you for anything, in fact I'm glad, but there's a problem. Shido, what? Bassara, the festival is really going to be a battle of the bands. Shido, what? Bassara, we're against 15 other bands. Shido, I'm freaking out. Battle of the bands elimination round. Shido, it drives me crazy. Bassara, yes, I reacted the same as you when I found out. Shido, what will we do now? Bassara, well, the first thing we need is to go back and name the band. Shido, good plan. Both returned to the faculty where their friends were waiting for them. Issei, it was about time. Arata, it's true, how long can you take to buy a coffee? Shido, it's that I met a girl. Now all their friends looked at them more closely. Shido, and she helped me. Issei/Arata/Ichika. He has a girlfriend. And it's his slipper. Shido, how can they sing something so stupid so well? Issei, we already left it, and by your expression I could tell that you invited her to the festival, and that Bassara already told you that it is a battle of bands. Shido, well yes. Issei, we also know that many of the boys from the academy nearby will come. Arata, the only thing we have to think of is a name. Bassara, saying the betrayed is not so great, let's say. Ichika, I see us more as justice. Rito, what do you think of justice in Japanese? Shido, Masayoshi, I feel like it's missing something. How about divine justice? Issei, then it would be Kami no Seiji. I like it. Everyone nodded. Issei, then that will be the name. I'm going to take it to the principal. And so it was. While Issei walked, I see how they prepared everything for the battle. I left him the name. While he returned, he admired the detail and did not notice a girl with red hair and blue eyes with whom he collided. Both fell to the ground. When Issei saw her, the first thing he said was, Issei, Rias? Oh, it hurt. But when he heard her, he reacted and went to help her. Issei, excuse me, are you okay? Yes, don't worry, I was distracted. Issei, me too, so it was my fault. Me too, I was seeing if I should come with my sisters. Issei, I see. Are you from the high school that is around here? Yes, although coming to an art exhibition is something I never thought about. Issei, well, I recommend you come, there is a lot of talent here. Also, I will play with my band today. That sounds very interesting, but I did not introduce myself. I am Itsuki Nakano, a pleasure. Issei, I'm Hayata Issei, a student here. Itsuki, well, Issei-san, I'll come with my sisters to support you. Issei, how many sisters do you have? Itsuki, 5 sisters, we are quintuplets. Issei, I didn't expect that. Itsuki, I'll see you later, Issei-san. Issei, yes, Itsuki-san. While in the underworld DxD, everyone who had an invitation from Issei was preparing to leave and go see Issei, but they accidentally left the mail open, which Issei's exes took advantage of and left there to go see Issei. While in the underworld of Shinmai Mao no Testament, Zest, I found the invitation on Bassara's father's computer. Maria, then we'll all go to claim Bassara. In Tengu City, Kodori was programming the coordinates after seeing the invitation, while the rest of the spirits were impatient. At his Kanzashi Academy, they had finished hacking Shifuyu's computer and saw the invitation, so the girls secretly flew out in their outfits. At the Bible Academy, Lilith and Mira finished preparing the portal after secretly seeing the invitation that Arata had sent to the directors. In Sinan City, after Yami rescued the princesses, all the girls left in a ship that Lala had prepared to try to go after Rito again. Or definitely these are the ones that are going to be worth the most whistle, with the protagonists. The sun was setting and the stage was beginning to light up, while our protagonists were getting ready, tuning their guitars, basses, and warming up their voices. Rito spotted Koga with her friends and went to greet her. Rito, Koga-san, I'm glad you came. Koga, are you kidding? I wouldn't miss it for anything. The rest of the boys approached and greeted Koga. Koga, how are you guys? I'll introduce you to my friends. The girl with black hair and violet eyes who is next to me is Mai Sakurajima. Mai, hello everyone. Koga, the girl who looks like a scientist is Rio Futaba. Rio, nice to meet you. Koga, the blonde girl who looks like an idol, is Mai's sister, Nodoka Toyohama. Nodoka, yes, I am an idol. Hello everyone. Koga, the brunette girl is Kida Zasugawa. Keep in mind that they will be the same age. I don't want any problems with the UN. Kid Ohio, Koga. And last but not least, is Shoko Makinohara. Shoko, hello everyone, bow. The boys introduced themselves as well and talked for a while about trivial things. The attraction that Koga and Rito had for each other was not denied, but in their friends the boys awoke a certain attraction, causing them to become more interested in them, until Shido's phone began to ring. He saw the identifier and said, Shido, Fumino-san has arrived, and brought her friends. She wants to introduce them to me. Issei, we'll accompany you Shido. Rito, Koga, I will go with my friends. Go find where to sit. Koga, yes Rito. The boys left, but one girl in particular felt jealous, Nodoka. She knew who Fumino was, but what bothered her the most was that the boy she was interested in had her number. While arriving in a loving manner, Fumino rushed to hug Shido, while her friends looked at her. Fumino, Shido-kun, I came to see you as I promised. Shido, I see Fumino-san. Fumino, hello guys. Everyone, hello. Fumino, I will introduce you to my friends. My orange-haired friend here is Rizu Ogata. Rizu, hello everyone. Fumino, my friend here is Yuruka Takamoto. Yuruka, how are you guys? Fumino, this is our senpai Asumi Kaminami. Asumi, wow, Fumino found a good friend. I like you better with that hairstyle. Fumino, this girl here is Sawako Sekiju. Sawako, hell. Fumino, and here is our teacher Mafuyu Kurisu. All teacher? Mafuyu, don't be surprised, I'm still young, technically. I only slightly surpass you, and I'm only strict at school, but I really like these girls. Fumino, Mafuyu-sensei is a great teacher. Before continuing they were called to go up on stage, and they had to say goodbye for that moment, and they went up on stage with the members of the other 15 bands. While the principal was in the center, he took the microphone and said, Rector, well, as you know, the bands were supposed to play in a friendly festival like every year, but this year we wanted to show something different. That's why I would like to present our first battle of bands. The other bands seemed impressed while our protagonists were trying to look calm, because although they saw their families and those who had been invited, they also saw something that bothered them a lot. They all saw their exes at school, trying to ignore that they followed the principal's orders and took a ball out of an urn where it showed them a number, and then on a large board they showed who would face each other. I had a lot of trouble making the name of the main band, so I will identify the others with numbers. They were with band number 7, but they were at the end of the elimination round so they could be calm for a while, if calm could be called. They left the stage and went to greet their guests. Rito went to his parents and sister and congratulated them properly for entering the school. But they came with another person, a girl who wanted to see him was Saki. She greeted him nervously. Saki, hello Yuki. Rito, Rito, I'm out senpai. Saki, I came to apologize for Rin's behavior. I'm sorry for what he did to you. Rito, that was left in the past. Anyway, I'm glad you came. I left. He had blushed while Rito went to talk to the rest of his guests. Mikado, I hope to see a great show. Rito-kun. Tearju, I hope the same. Good luck. Zaston, I trust you. Rito-kun. Issei greeted his parents and friends, while telling them about everything. Vala, I'm glad you're doing well. Issei, I hope you're doing well too. Kiba, we hope to see you. Issei-kun. Issei, I won't let you down. Serafal, Issei-chan, I hope I like your show. Issei, I hope the same. Serafal-sama. Serafal, I would like you to treat me with more confidence. Ai-chan. Bassara, he went to see his dad and his friends who were waiting for him. They talked about what had happened to him, and Chisato gave him a hug to comfort him. Chisato, calm down. Bassara, I will never leave you. Bassara, thank you. Chisato. Shido, he went to see his sister and Rain, who congratulated them for having entered. Rain, my little son, you are already going so far. I am very proud of you. Mana, you can win Oniai-chan. Shido, thank you for trusting me. Arata went to talk to the directors while he told them everything that happened to him. Director, you are incredible. Arata-kun, Director, we did well to trust you. Arata, I promise I will not disappoint you. Ichika, he went with his sisters who gave him the due congratulations. Shifuyu, well done Ichika, I knew that all the mornings that you didn't let us sleep would be worth something. Madoka, I want to see you play Ichika. Ichika, thank you sisters. And so time passed, until it was their turn. First band number 7 played their rival. Band 7 gave their best, while the audience applauded, and it was the protagonist's turn. When they went up on stage they saw everything, the girls who supported them, their families and to their displeasure their exes. But in everyone's mind there was only one thing. Everyone, let's impress you all. Issei took his microphone, there's one for each one, yes even on the drums, and said, Issei, good night everyone we are Kami no Seiji, Bassara, and we hope you enjoyed the show. Ichika, hitting his drumsticks, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rock you like a hurricane scorpions. Rito started playing the first chords while Arata gave the bass lines. Ichika came in with the Betrayal and all his strength. Shido came in as the second guitar, and then Issei while Bassara started playing his bass, making his families, his friends, the girls and his exes stay silent. He was surprised. Rito, it's early morning, the sun comes out. Shido, last night was shaking and pretty loud. Bassara, my cat is purring, it scratches my skin. Arata, so what is wrong with another sin? Issei, the hitch is hungry, she needs to tell. Ichika, so give her inches and feed her well. Shido/Rito, more days to come, new places to go. Bassara/Arata, I've got to leave, it's time for a show. Todos, here I am, rock you like a hurricane, here I am, rock you like a hurricane. Shido/Rito, my body is burning, it starts to shout. Issei/Bassara, desire is coming, it breaks out loud. Arata/Ichika, lust is in cages till storm breaks loose. Shido/Rito Issei, just have to make it with someone I choose. Bassara/Arata/Ichika, the night is calling, I have to go, the wolf is hungry, he runs the show. Shido, he's licking his lips, he's ready to win. Rito on the hunt tonight for love at first sting. All here I am, rock you like a hurricane, are you ready baby? Here I am, rock you like a hurricane, here I am, rock you like a hurricane, come on baby, here I am, rock you like a hurricane, rock you like a hurricane. The attention was focused on the guitarists who were now masterfully playing the song solo. Bassara, it's early morning, the sun comes out. Arata, last night was shaking and pretty loud. Ichika, my cat is purring, it scratches my skin. Shido/Rito/ so what is wrong with another sin? Issei, the night is calling, I have to go. Bassara, the wolf is hungry, he runs the show. Arata, he's licking his lips, he's ready to win. Ichika, on the hunt tonight for love at first sting. All here I am, rock you like a hurricane, are you ready baby? Here I am, rock you like a hurricane, here I am, rock you like a hurricane, come on, here I am, rock you like a hurricane, here I am. A lot of applause rang out as the boys left the stage and went to wipe their sweat. Yes, you sweat when you play live. While the judges were going to give their verdict for who would move on to the quarterfinals, everyone congratulated our protagonists. But they couldn't talk to anyone, since they made all the bands go up while they gave the results. Judge 1, first match band 4 versus band 10, winner band 10. Judge 2, second match band 9 versus band 1, winner band 1. Judge 3, third match band 12 versus band 3, winner band 12. Judge 1, fourth match band 15 versus band 2, winner band 2. Judge 2, fifth match band 5 versus band 14, winner band 14. Judge 3, sixth match band 8 versus band 13, winner band 8. Judge 1, seventh match band 6 versus band 11, winner band 11. Judge 2, last match band 7 versus Kimi no Seiji, winner Kimi no Seiji. Our protagonists celebrated while they saw their next opponents on the board, the band 10. Battle of the bands quarterfinals. The boys continued celebrating their success while their relatives congratulated them. Each one went their own way to rest for a while. Rito went with Koga, to the jealousy of Rizu who wanted to talk to him, while Shido went with Fumino, to the jealousy of Nodoka. Issei went to talk to Itsuki who would introduce him to his sisters as well as another friend. Issei, Itsuki-san, did you like the show? Itsuki, yes, it was great. Let me lend you my sisters. Issei, seriously, they were quintuplets. Itsuki, well, they are my sisters, Ichika, Nino, Mika and Yatsuba. The 4, they liked it very much. Item, Suki, and our friend Takebayashi. Takebayashi, a pleasure. This girl is beautiful. Issei, well, When they can, I'll bring the boys so they can say hello. Itsuki, they did spectacular. Issei, thanks. Nino, your green-eyed friend on the bass did amazing. Miku, I liked how the orange-haired boy played. Ichika, the blue-haired boy played better. Itsuki, no, the best was Issei. Yotsuba, I liked the boy on the other bass, he left it all on him. Takebayashi, the best was the drummer. Issei, we all gave our best. While this conversation continued, Issei's exes looked at him with murderous jealousy, especially the redhead, who seemed to be the only one who was interested in Issei. Meanwhile, Bassara had finally found where to spend his 5 pesos. A candy stand had sold him 5 candies for 5 pesos. While he was eating them, he saw a girl with purple hair being bothered by other kids. Something in him made him go help her. Boy 1, come on girl, let's have fun. Boy 2, we're going to have a great time. I already told you I'm waiting for my friends. Boy 1, that way we'll have more fun. Bassara, leave her alone. Boy 2, who do you think you are? Bassara, your worst nightmare. Without time for them to do anything, Bassara kicked the boy in the ribs while pushing him to the ground. The other approached running, but Bassara grabbed him by the arm and forcefully threw him to the floor, leaving them outside. Thanks. Bassara, don't worry, I couldn't leave you alone. Wait, I recognize you. You are the bassist of Kami no Seiji. Bassara Tojou at your service. I am Sakura Akeno, but my friends call me Cosmo. Bassara, well, consider me your friends Cosmos. Cosmos, thank you Bassara-san. While Bassara's exes looked at her annoyed, Cosmos's friends were not long in arriving. A brown-haired girl arrived and said, Sorry Cosmos, we were late, but it seems you found company. Cosmos, I was being harassed by some boys and Bassara-san helped me. That's good, let me introduce myself. I'm Hinata Aoi, but they call me Himawari. The rest of the girls arrived. A black-haired girl introduced herself and said, You are the one who played with the last band. I am Sumariko Sanshiken, but they call me Panji. Bassara, that's right, we are Kami no Seiji. Panji, your red-eyed friend looked interesting. Himawari, the most interesting was the orange-haired one. Another blue-haired girl came and said, The other guitarist was better and more handsome. Let me introduce myself. I am Hina Hinatachi, but they call me Asanaro. Bassara, hello. Another girl with black hair and a headband arrived and said, The best was the other bassist. Sorry for my manners, I am Asaka Mayama, but my nickname is Sasenkwa. Bassara, I'm glad you recognize my friend's hard work. One last girl came and said, I like the drummer. I'm Chihara Yoki, but I'm Tsubaki. Bassara, nice to meet you all. I'll bring my friends later so you can talk to them, but it seems like the principal is talking. Just as Bassara said, the rector spoke. Rector, first of all, congratulations to those who passed to this phase. As a special challenge, I would like that the songs you play now have a meaning. It can be dedicated to someone or even to release your emotions. So we will wait for you in 2 more minutes. The band met to make their plans, and waited their turn, while their exes watched them, and sent the one they thought would move them. Asia, Kurumi, from Bassara, Yui, Yashinan, Kenzashi and Haruna went to try to persuade them. Asia, Issei-san. Issei, great the blonde hitch. But from what I saw they are all like a pack. I bet they sent this chick thinking she would persuade me. Issei, without emotion. Asia, what are you doing here? Asia, I came to see you. Issei, I think I asked my question wrong. Who invited you? Asia, don't be like that Issei-san, I came for you, will you despise me? Doggy face. Issei, cold yes. Asia, but you saved me, you must love me very much. Issei, yaar, they wanted to come back because of the feeling, but they are too stupid. What's next? Are they going to send Irina because she is my childhood friend? Let me make one thing clear to you, you and all of them are bucking hitches, never. I'm going back to you, so you can go back the way you came. She left crying while her friends had their problems. Bassara, what do you want? Kurumi, I just came to take you with me. You know I love you very much. Bassara, blah blah blah, is everything you say bullshit? You should stop trying to take me, you're wasting your time, stupid girl. Kurumi, but Bassara, out with the shit. Kurumi left without saying anything while Issei admired and said, Issei, hitch destroyed in seconds, while Arata was having his problems. Yui, Arata, you're going to come back with me, right? Arata, first of all, let go of my neck, you disgust me. Second, I don't want to go back with you, so leave me alone. Yui, why are you talking to me like that? Arata, why do I want to? Why can I and why do I bucking feel like it? Yui left without being able to do anything. While with Shido it was easier. Yashinan, Shido-san, I know you still love us. Shido crouches down. Look girl, I'm not going to listen to your excuses. So turn around, go with your friends, and then you can go to hell. Ichika made something easier. Ichika takes out a spray and starts spraying it. Kanzashi, what's that for? Ichika, it's a hitch repellent, so you don't get close to me. Ichika knew how insecure Kanzashi was, so it was easy for her to cry. With Rito, Haruna, Yukiko and I. Rito, if you're going to say something, do it quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. Haruna, but I know you like me since we started high school. Rito, you like me, past tense. I never thought you'd be easier than Lala. Haruna, Yuki-kun would never talk to me like that. Rito, yes, you're right, but what can you expect? Now I'm Rito the bucking master, sticks out her middle fingers, so go back where you came from, Hitch. Haruna, but Yuki-kun. Rito, do it before I do the 1,000-year death jutsu, secret technique of my teacher Kakashi. Haruna, but what is that? Rito, you'll find out. One jutsu later, Haruna returned with the others limping in pain. After that little altercation, our protagonists were more than sure of what they would play. As usual, it was Band 10's turn first. They went up on stage and the singer said, "Singer, this song is for my parents who like this band." After playing, our protagonists came up. Issei spoke for everyone. Issei, this song is dedicated to our ex-girlfriends, who we didn't treat as we should have, and they say that destiny brought us together. Before you curse me, read the lyrics of the song. In my world, rookies is punked. Issei, the dark side in my heart is an unerasable sadness from the past. Rito, it's alright. My heart is reaching out to the blaster Shido. My life has broken free, as if gazing from the edge of a cliff. Bassara/Arata, proving my existence. No need to prove anymore. Protecting myself. Ichika/Arata. The road that doesn't break is Bassara/Issei. When did it become like this? Rito/Shido. And then, no one was left. All fate is just worthless trash. Unable to give it my all. Cry for pride. Alone in my world. The song of love echoes. The distorted world. My wish. Crumbling ideals and tomorrow. So boring that I want to throw it away. Goodbye precious life. Bassara. The dark cloud in my heart has let the light shine on the path. Arata. Let's fight. There's no fear. I raise the sword of Moroha. Ichika. My life is not alone. I'm guided by the voices of my friends. Shido/Rito. Existence proves to be everywhere. Breaking free from myself. Arata/Ichika. The path that cannot be taken does not sway us. Bassara/Issei. It has always been like this. Rito/Shido. The confusion has disappeared. All destiny is just a load of crap. Becoming reckless. Try for pride. Alone in my world, I can hear the song of love. Reaching this world that I have created, I crushed the worries that once held me back. I treasured it to the point of throwing it away. It's my precious life. As the boys played their solo, Bassara shouted, "We don't want to see you again!" Arata, "We're done with you!" All, with more feeling. Fate is nothing but a load of crap, unable to fully commit. Cry for pride. Alone in my world, the song of love resounds. A distorted world with a twisted wish. The ideals and tomorrow are crumbling. It was so boring that I felt like throwing it all away. Goodbye precious life. All fate can be repainted, becoming full of scars. Try for pride. Alone in my world. Even so, I sing of love. Wounded world, let my wish reach you. I realize the bond with tomorrow. Even if I throw it all away, it was ultimately precious. It's my precious life. Why in this mysterious world everyone understands Spanish, English, and Japanese? Everyone applauded them while their exes were stunned. They had literally been told to buck off at a concert. They still couldn't believe it. While the current girls were happy that the guys they liked had literally screwed their exes, therefore they were available. The judges announced the results, and the rector the one of the last battle. Judge 1. First battle Band 2 vs Band 11, winner Band 2. Judge 2. Second battle Band 1 vs Band 14. Winner Band 14. Judge 3. Third battle Band 8 vs Band 12. Winner Band 12. Rector. Fourth battle Band 10 vs Kami no Seiji. Winner Kami no Seiji. The principal stood on the stage and made another announcement, while the kids celebrated. Principal. Okay, now as another surprise for the semi-finals, I'm going to take a piece of paper out of this urn where there's a musical genre that everyone will play. Puts his hand in and takes out the paper. The genre is metal. Harems and Skills Part 1. Issei Hyoudou. Species: Dragon/Dragon Hunter/Demon King. Age: 17 years. Abilities: Owner of 2 Sacred Gear, Boosted Gear, Drag, and Dark Blade Bahamut. He masters them quite well. Possesses the power of the Hunter, which is divided into 4 parts: Gear 1 Fire, Gear 2 Reiku, Gear 3, Volcano, and Gear 4, Demon, great swordsman, as well as exceptional fighter and a genius in all subjects. Issei's harem. Ryo Futaba. Species: human/dragon demon. Age 17 years old. Mafuyu Kurisu. Species: human/dragon demon. Age 25 years old. Itsuki Nakano. Species: human/dragon demon. Age 17 years old. Samariko Sanchiken Panji. Species: human/dragon demon. Age 17 years old. Sarah Falls Citri/Leviathan. Species: demon king. Age plus 2000. Abilities: control over ice and all the powers of the Citri family in addition to great magical potential. Ophis Ouroboros. Species: dragon goddess. Age: she is actually the dragon of infinity. Abilities: maximum control of destructive power, dragon powers superior to any other, immortality, ability to change her body. Bassara Tojou. Species: hero demon god. Age 17 years. Abilities: owner of the sword Brynhildr, in addition to possessing great demonic and divine power, capable of taking him beyond the limits. Bassara's harem. Mai Sakurajima. Species: human/semi-divinity. That's what I'll call the pairings of heroes/demons and gods. Age 17 years. Asumi Kaminami. Species: human/semi-divinity. Age 18 years old. Nino Nakano. Species: human/semi-divinity. Age 17 years old. Sakura Akeno. Cosmos. Species: human/semi-divinity. Age 18 years old. Chisato Hasegawa. Species: goddess. Age: no bucking idea. Abilities: all the abilities of a higher level goddess. Shido Itsuka. Species: spirit sealer/primal spirit. Age 17 years. Abilities: ability to use all the powers of the spirits to the maximum in addition to stealing them completely. Shido's harem. Nodoka Toyohama. Species: human/spirit princess, primal spirit's partner. Age 17 years old. Fumino Furuhashi. Species: human/spirit princess. Age 17 years old. Ichika Nakano. Species: human/spirit princess. Age 17 years old. Hina Hinatachi Asanaro. Species: human/spiritual princess. Age 17 years old. Nia Hanju. Species: spirit. Age 17 years. Abilities: those of a spirit. Mukuro Hashimiya. Species: spirit. Age 17 years. Abilities: those of a spirit. Harems and skills part 2. Arata Kasuga. Species: wizard/demon king candidate. Age 17 years old. Abilities: wizard with great, almost invincible power, capable of copying any type of magic. Arata's harem. Shoko Makinohara. Species: human/queen of darkness, demon king candidate's partner. Age 17 years old. Sawako Sekiju. Species: human/queen of darkness. Age 17 years old. Yatsuba Nakano. Species: human/queen of darkness. Age 17 years old. Asaka Mayama Sasenkwa. Species: human/queen of darkness. Age 17 years. Anastasia. Species: mage/queen of darkness. Age 17 years. Abilities: magical power close to Arata's. Ichika Orimura. Species: technopath. Age 17 years. Abilities: in addition to being an exceptional IS pilot, he is able to control technology to his advantage. Ichika's hair. Kida Zusagawa. Species: human/technopath. Age 17 years old. Yuruka Takamoto. Species: human/technopath. Age 17 years old. Take Bayashi. I didn't find his last name. Species: human/technopath. Age 17 years old. Chiharu Yoki Tsubaki. Species: human/technopath. Age 17 years old. Ran Enda. Species: human/technopath. Age 17 years old. Yuki Rito. Species: Jinchuriki. Age 17 years. Abilities: in addition to handling the elements perfectly, this is a great swordsman in addition to having Ito Shura for all his skills, and being able to use the power of the nine-tailed fox. Rito harem. Tomo Koga. Species: human/kitsune, for being the Jinchuriki's partner. Age 17 years. Rizu Ogata. Species: human/kitsune. Age 17 year. Mika Nakano. Species: human/kitsune. Age 17 years old. Hinata Aoi Himawari. Species: human/kitsune. Age 17 years. Saki Tenjuin. Species: human/kitsune. Age 18 years. Battle of the Band semifinal. The boys said in a noticeably surprised way. All metal? They calmed down a while later while analyzing the situation. Issei, Yar, they gave us a difficult genre. Of all those that came out on paper, metal songs are notorious for being complicated for musicians. Arata, I guess director did this part to test our versatility with other genres. Ichika, the only problem here is agreeing on which of all the metal songs we know how to play. Bassara, I have an idea, come closer. Everyone forms a circle and approaches so that Bassara begins to whisper to them. Rito, I think it's great. Shido, now it's coming. Shido, while the first band was playing, the protagonists walked until they met the members of their next rival, Band 14. But they didn't see our protagonists. Singer, well, we'll beat those idiots. They're just some bucking rookies who think they're great. Guitarist 1, it'll be easy, we're going to humiliate them. That was enough for our protagonist's desire to humiliate them to increase. They left them and went with Rito, who went to Koga, and in the process the boys began to interact with Koga's friends, while the other girls they met watched them angrily from a distance. With Rito, Koga, you've done wonderfully, Rito-kun, I trust that you can win. Rito, thanks Koga-chan, we have a lot of confidence. Both of them stared at each other, but since Rito is kind of gay, nothing else happened. With Issei, remember that since this is the Issei that I created, unlike the pervert, this one is a genius. Issei, yar, I see that you are very smart, Ryo-san. Ryo, I am pleased to appreciate that about you too, Issei-san. And so both of them began to talk about scientific things and such, seeing who was the smartest. With Shido, he had spoken with Nodoka. Unintentionally, Shido had developed an attraction towards idols. Shido, I didn't think I'd meet an idol here. Nodoka, I'm not that well known either, Shido-san. Shido, I know you will be soon, you are very pretty, and I'm sure you are very talented. Nodoka, blushing, he called me pretty. With Bassara, this and Mai ended up talking about Mai's career. Bassara, I feel bad for not recognizing you at first. Mai, no problem, I'm just getting back into the business. Bassara, no, seriously, I love your movies. The movie The Flower of the Field, yes, I'm crazy, is one of my favorite movies. Mai, I'm glad you like it. Although this time I came to see them. With Arata, Shoko, you play incredibly. Arata-san, I felt all your emotions come out through the bass. Arata, I'm glad you liked it. I always say that I have to give my best on stage. Shoko, do you know listening to you reminded me of a worry? Arata, I'm sorry. Shoko, no, it's not your fault. It always happens to me. I always worry about what I will do in the future. Arata, worries about the future are something that happens to all of us. But if we start thinking about that forever, we won't be able to enjoy the now and the moments we are living. Shoko, this boy is perfect. While Ichika, Kid, you played very well, Ichika-san. Ichika, thanks Kid-san. The chemistry between them was so much that a single question ended up sealing that love. Kid, and do you like pandas? Ichika, I love them. After having a pretty good talk and the boys paying more attention to Koga's friends, Surzex called Issei, and he went by himself. Issei, Surzex-sama, were you calling me? Surzex, yes, Issei, do you remember when I asked you to give me some of your energy? Issei, yes, what's up with that? Surzex, well, we didn't know that you also had dragon hunter genes, and that you had become so strong, so Ajuka had some problems. Issei, Ajuka-sama? Surzex, yes, we wanted to surprise you at your engagement party, but since all this happened I couldn't. Issei, I understand. Surzex, well, we had used your energy to make your own evil pieces game. Issei, really? Surzex, yes, you have the power and enough experience to have them. Issei, wow, this is a quite pleasant surprise. Surzex, yes, but your evil pieces mutated more than we thought and are at the level of a demon king, similar to mine. Issei, that surprises me even more, but what will I do? Surzex, accompany me. Surzex took Issei to a place where no one would see them, and Surzex summoned a magic circle from which a king piece came out, while Surzex said, Surzex, ancestral power of the demons, make this new king live, whose power gave him the honor of calling himself a demon king. The piece entered Issei's chest while he felt his powers increase. Surzex handed him a box containing his pieces, which were red with black accents. Surzex, I hope you find good people for your entourage. From what I heard, Kiba-kun and Gasper-kun wanted to leave my sister's entourage. It would be good if they joined you, plus the two of them appreciate you a lot. Issei, it would be good. Surzex, and to hear a certain Issei, two more things. First, Ophis will come in a while. Issei, Ophis. Surzex, yes, she received your invitation. Plus we know that she's your childhood friend and all that. Issei, doesn't my little dragon understand what a secret is? Hells, I can't get mad at her. Surzex, and the other thing is that as someone who appreciates you very much, I want you to know that I am proud of you. Issei, thank you, Surzex-sama. Surzex, now we are on the same level, Tell me, Sirs. Issei, hi. Issei returned to his friends. He had already told them everything about the evil pieces. Bassara, what trouble did you get into now? Shido, for the Demon King to call you that. Issei, yar, do I look that bad? Arata, let's say yes and no. Ichika, interpreting the language. Arata, you're a genius, but normally you get into trouble. Issei, yar, I can't deny it. Rito, but what happened? Issei showed them the box with his pieces. Issei, now I am a Demon King. Everyone, congratulations Lord Issei Hyoudou. Issei was happy that his friends congratulated him, and also told them about Office. Bassara, laughing, are you telling me that your childhood friend will come to see you? Issei, and possibly to mark me as her property. Arata, laughing, you're worth it. Issei. Everyone laughing, it was worth it. Just as Sirs said, Office arrived. It was clear that she was not dressed as a gothic Lolita. Office had developed her body a little more for Issei, and she also wore new clothes that made her look beautiful. But Office was furious. She had found out about everything that Issei Office's exes had done. They dared to hurt Issei's little heart. When I see them I will kill them, but now I will calm down and watch my little dragon play with his new friends. The first battle was over and it was now Band 14's turn, so they went up to play their song, quite arrogantly. But there was a mistake due to divine karma. One of the guitarist's strings broke and they finished the song as best they could. As our protagonists took the stage, only now there was a difference. Bassara was on a keyboard with different effects. All the weight of the bass was on Arata and Ichika's drums were bigger. Phantom, now show them how it's done, guys. Through the fire and the flames, Dragon Force. Bassara, on a cold winter morning, in the time before the light. Rito, in flames of death's eternal rain, we ride towards the fight. Shido, when the darkness has fallen down, and the times are tough, alright. Arata, the sound of evil laughter fall around the world tonight. Ichika, fighting hard, fighting on for the steel, through the wastelands evermore. Issei, the scattered souls will feel the hell, bodies wasted on the shores. Shido/Bassara, on the blackest plains in hell's domain, we watch them as they go. Arata/Rito, through the fire and pain, and once again we know. Issei, so now we fly ever free, we're free before the thunderstorm. Shido/Rito, on towards the wilderness, our quest carries on. Bassara, far beyond the sundown. Arata, far beyond the moonlight. Ichika, deep inside our hearts and all our souls. Todos, so far away we wait for the day, for the lives also wasted and gone. We feel the pain of a lifetime lost in 1,000 days. Through the fire and the flames we carry on. The boys began to show off by playing the song solo. Bassara, as the red day is dawning, and the lightning cracks the sky. Rito, they'll raise their hands to the heavens above, with resentment in their eyes. Shido, running back through the mid-morning light, there's a burning in my heart. Arata, we're banished from a time in a fallen land, to a life beyond the stars. Ichika, in your darkest dreams see to believe, our destiny is time. Issei, and endlessly we'll all be free tonight. Bassara/Rito, and on the wings of a dream. Shido/Ichika, so far beyond reality. Arata/Issei, all alone in desperation, now the time has gone. Bassara/Arata, lost inside you'll never find. Shido/Rito, lost within my own mind. Ichika/Issei, day after day this misery must go on. Todos, so far away we wait for the day, for the lives also wasted and gone. We feel the pain of a lifetime lost in 1,000 days. Through the fire and the flames we carry on. Here again they played the solo with more passion than before. Bassara, whoa. Arata, whoa. It goes without saying that Shido, Rito, and Issei put all their feeling into the solo, so much so that it seemed like fire was coming out of their fingers, while the audience watched them open-mouthed at the ability of the three guitarists. The bassist to keep up despite being alone and the drummer to keep the rhythm. Bassara, now here we stand with their blood on our hands. Arata, we fought so hard, now can we understand? Ichika, I'll break the seal of this curse if I possibly can. Issei/Shido Rito, for freedom of every man. Todos, so far away we wait for the day, for the lives also wasted and gone. We feel the pain of a lifetime lost in 1,000 days. Through the fire and the flames we carry on. As they played the final notes, fireworks burst from the stage, leaving a spectacular show. Phantom, I told them they would be taught, not humiliated, although it helps. The rector went back on stage to give the results. Rector, we've had many surprises this year, but only the best make it far, so I'll give the winners of both matches, who will face each other in the final of this first battle of bands. Judge 1, the winning band of the match, Band 2 versus Band 12, is Band 2. Judge 2, The winning band of the match, Band 14 and Kami no Seiji, is Kami no Seiji. Rector. So after this 20-minute break we'll see which band is the best. The protagonists were happy while saying, "Everyone, let's give it our all." The battle of the band's finale. Our protagonists were quite nervous, because there was nothing left for the last battle. They would have to present something incredible, until Ichika spoke. "Ichika, I have a plan." "Rito, what is it?" "Ichika, do you remember the first song we played together?" Everyone, "Oh great, Ichika. But first I need to ask someone a favor." Ichika made a call and after a while she returned with her friends. "Ichika, ready, it will be here in 5 minutes or more. But we need one of us to have white hair." "Arata, how do you expect us to do that with the time we have left?" "Shido, I have an idea. If we use hair cream and a white crayon we can do it." Issei, "Well, but do you have that?" "Shido, my mother has it. Let her say it." "Rain-san has it." While everyone was going to ask Rain to give them what Shido wanted, someone hung from Issei's neck. It was Ophis. "Ophis, I found you, my Issei." Issei, nervous. "Ophis, everyone, it's already worth it, shit." In front of all her friends Ophis kissed Issei and looked at him smiling. "Ophis, I miss you a lot, my Issei. They hurt you, but I would never do it." Issei, "I know, little dragon." She pressed herself closer to Issei's neck, but he explained that they would have to touch her one last time. Bassara, "Okay, what happened?" Issei, "For some strange reason it excites him that I call him Little Dragon." Ichika, "That's strange. But changing the subject now, we have to go for things because my friend will arrive in a while." Arata, "Yes, friend." Ichika, "Really?" While our protagonists were with Shido they saw something they didn't believe. Fumino and her friends were talking with Rain and Mana. Fumino and Rain saw Shido in the distance. Rain/Fumino, son/Shido-kun, both stared at each other when they realized they knew the boy. The most surprised was Fumino, because she didn't think she would meet her future mother-in-law so soon. Shido arrived and asked her what she needed, while the boys talked with Fumino's friends. With Issei, he had gained confidence with Sensei Mafuyu. "Mafuyu, from what you're telling me you're a genius." Issei, "If we say it in some way, yes." Mafuyu, "But you have perfect grades in all subjects?" Issei, "Well, yes, I was the first place in my class." Mafuyu, "Tell me more." With Bassara, "This one stayed with the girls, senpai." Bassara, "I think it's a nice gesture that you stayed with them." Asumi, "I like them a lot." Bassara, "That's good too." Asumi, in a flirtatious tone, "Do you know what's good too?" With Arata, "He stayed talking with Sawako." Arata, "And yes, I almost never passed the exams and much less in science." Sawako, "How is that possible?" Arata, "It was never one of my favorite courses." Sawako, "I understand, but I still find it strange that you know so much about science anyway." Arata, "Surprises of life." With Ichika, he was talking to Yuruka. Ichika, "I heard that you competed in a big swimming race." Yuruka, "Yes, I could say that it is one of my strengths." Ichika, "That's amazing." Yuruka, "Not true, you are more amazing playing the drums." Ichika, "Hee, not that much." With Rito, he had gotten along very well with Rizu. Rito, "And that kind of thing always happened to me." Rizu, "No problem, accidents always happen." Rito, "Thanks for understanding." Rizu, "I know, it happens to me too, it's very easy to trip." At that moment Ichika's phone vibrated. Ichika, "Here she is, guys." A red-haired girl was with many bags. It was Ran Gotenda, the sister of Ichika's only friend. "Ran, you're going to owe me one, Ichika-kun." Ichika, "Stay, Ran-chan, and while I'm at it I'll think about how to return it to you." Ichika went with more bags while Shido got what he wanted. Ichika, "Well, watch." Issei, "Great, how did your friend get them?" Ichika, "Let's say her brother has some contacts." Bassara, "They are exactly the same as those from Welcome to the Black Parade, they are great." Shido, "Fine, but who will dye their hair?" Arata, "I vote for Bassara." Ichika, X2, Issei, X3, Rito, X4, Shido, X5, Bassara, sons of Arata, "You have no choice but to accept, you're the only one who has a piano." Bassara, "Damn, fine, go ahead." A change of look later. Our protagonists were changing so they could play in their last battle. It was when Issei was finishing getting dressed when Serafal approached him to wish him luck. Serafal, "I came to give you all the luck in the world, Ichan." Issei, "Thank you, Serafal-sama." Serafal, "Wait, you have to put this on well." As if they were a newly married couple, Serafal lovingly fixed Issei. He just blushed. She finished and said, "Serafal, luck." After Issei left, he stared where he went like an idiot. Bassara, "Earth calling high to Issei, Earth calling high to Issei." Issei, "I'm fine now, well, let's go at once." Rito, "I was waiting for you to say that." Arata, "Let's blow up that stage." Ichika, "And we'll show what we know." Shido, as well as what our friendship can do. Everyone, let's go! The first band played their song. Band 14 thanked the audience, and it was time for our protagonists. Suddenly all the lights went out, leaving everything in complete darkness. Footsteps were heard on stage, and before the people said anything, piano notes began to be heard and a small light illuminated only Bassara, and the song began. Welcome to the Black Parade, my chemical romance. Bassara, when I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band, he said. Son, when you grow up, would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned? He said. Will you defeat them, your demons and all the non-believers, the plans that they have made? Because one day I'll leave you, a phantom to lead you in the summer, to join the Black Parade. The lights came back on, and to everyone's surprise the band was uniformed in the same outfit as Bassara. All, when I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band, he said. Son, when you grow up, you will be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned? Arata, sometimes I get the feelin'. Rito, she's watchin' over me. Shido, and other times I feel like I should go. Shido/Issei, and through it all, the rise and fall, the bodies in the streets. Rito/Arata, and when you're gone, we want you all to know. All will carry on, will carry on. And though you're dead and gone, believe me, your memory will carry on. Will carry on, and in my heart, I can't contain it. The anthem won't explain it. Issei, a world that sends you reeling. Ichika, from decimated dreams. Bassara, your misery and hate will kill us all. Bassara/Ichika, so paint it black and take it back. Let's shout it loud and clear. Shido/Arata, defiant to the end, we hear the call. Todos, to carry on, will carry on. And though you're dead and gone, believe me, your memory will carry on, will carry on. And though you're broken and defeated, your weary widow marches. Issei/Bassara, on and on. We carry through the fears, oh. Rito/Ichika, disappointed faces of your peers, oh. Shido/Arata, take a look at me, 'cause I couldn't care at all. All, do or die, you'll never make me, because the world will never take my heart. Go and try, you'll never break me. We want it all, we wanna play this part. I won't explain or say I'm sorry, I'm unashamed. I'm gonna show my scars. Give a cheer for all the broken. Listen here, because it's who we are. I'm just a man, I'm not a hero, just a boy who had to sing this song. I'm just a man, I'm not a hero, I don't care. All will carry on, will carry on. And though you're dead and gone, believe me, your memory will carry on. You'll carry on. And though you're broken and defeated, your weary widow marches on. All, do or die, you'll never make me, because the world will never take my heart. Go and try, you'll never break me. We want it all, we wanna play this part. We'll carry on. Do or die, you'll never make me. We'll carry on, because the world will never take my heart. We'll carry on. Go and try, you'll never break me. We'll carry. We want it all, we wanna play this part. We'll carry on. The people applauded the band with enthusiasm. They had given their all on stage. The boys were very excited and came down from the stage. The principal would give the results later. They went to their guests. They congratulated each one, and returned with their friends. At that precise moment Itsuki approached from behind and hugged Issei. Itsuki, you did very well, Issei-kun. Issei, thank you, Itsuki-chan. Itsuki, my sisters and Takebayashi want to talk to your friends. And just like that, his sisters and his friend were there. After a while of talking, things ended like this. With Bassara, this one had ended up talking to Nino. Nino, you played that piano introduction very well. Bassara, what can I say? The entrance fell to me. Nino, you did spectacularly. With Shido, he spoke with Ichika about the happiest. Ichika, I was surprised to see how you play the guitar and how you sang. Shido, thank you very much, although from what I know you want to be an actress. Ichika, between us, she worked in small productions. Shido, I still have an internal conflict for thinking about Ichika, my friend. With Arata, he was talking very happily with Yotsuba. Yotsuba, you are incredible, Arata-san. Arata, it is not that much, although it was very frenetic. Yotsuba, anyway it was amazing. Arata, thank you, Yotsuba-san. With Ichika, he was talking to Takebayashi. Takebayashi, I would love to be able to play the drums like you. Ichika, well, I've been practicing for quite some time. Takebayashi, you're very cool. Ichika, thanks, Takebayashi-san. With Rito, this term with the shyest sister Miku. Miku, I like the music that Rito-san plays. Rito, that makes me happy. Miku, they are incredible, although you play like no one else. Rito, thanks, Miku-chan. The principal came up on stage and said, Principal, this year, we've had many surprises, but now we have to choose a winner according to the judges' scores. I'd like to ask the winning band to come up when I mention it. Takes a piece of paper out of an envelope, and the winner is Kami no Seiji. The protagonists were very happy they had won. The prize was not much. It was barely 5,898.76 yen, the equivalent of $56, but the fact of having won was enough. And everything looked perfect. If it weren't for the fact that the idiots never noticed if their exes had left or not, they only thought one thing. Exes. We will knock them out and kidnap them. A confrontation was approaching. Decisive confrontation. Our protagonists celebrated. They were talking with their new friends. After so much detours they ended up talking with the Cosmos group. With Issei. Panji. You've read quite a few books, Issei-kun. Issei. I can say the same about you, Panji-san. Panji. It's a pleasant surprise. Issei. I think it's great too. With Shido. Asunaro. In interview mode. How do you feel about having won, Shido-kun? Shido. Very good, Asunaro-chan. Asunaro. You have a lot of talent, Shido-kun. Asunaro. Thank you, Asunaro-chan. With Arata. Sasankwa. You are incredible, Arata-san. Arata. I'm glad you think so. Sasankwa. I would like you to play a song for me. Arata. Whenever you want. With Ichika. Tsubaki. You played amazing. Ichika. Thanks, although I'm surprised that you have a pork skewer shop. Tsubaki. Well, it's not that big a deal. Ichika. I love pork skewers. With Rito. Himawari. You are incredible, Rito-kun, especially when you played the hymn part. Rito. Well, I wouldn't call it an anthem, but oh well. Himawari. Anyway, it was amazing. Rito. I'm very glad. While with the exes. Rias. He has to come back with us, so let's go at once. Akeno. You're right, Rias. He won't be able to beat all of them. Irina. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go for him. Mio. Bassara is so cool. We're going to get him back. Maria. You're right, Mio-sama. Yuki. Then let's go. Toka. It was too long to wait. Let's go for Shido. Kodori. Yes, at once. Kurumi. What are we waiting for? Hooky. Ichika will come back with us. Cecilia. Yes, there are 7 of us. He won't be able to defeat us. Laura. Let's go at once. Lilith. We will take Arata no matter what it costs. Mira. If not, we will hesitate. Please go ahead. Lala. Rito, this time you will not get rid of us. Yami. Unfortunately, I will have to hurt Rito. Momo. It doesn't matter, he will come back to us. You could notice how the girls were exuding a dark aura. With the protagonists, they felt a malevolent energy, and looked directly at their exes and saw that they gave off a dark aura. Bassara, you saw it right? Issei, yes, everyone is in danger here. Rito, we have to get out of here. Shido, if they attack everyone present we won't be able to do anything. Arata, then we have no choice. Ichika, this is for everyone's safety. Everyone, let's go. Our protagonists ran out of school. The exes noticed this and began to chase them. Issei, let's split up. Each one will have to solve their problems. Rito, yes, let's do it. Shido, let's show them what we can do. Arata, they are not underestimating. As the protagonists went their separate ways, the Zosari, the exes followed their guy. Issei's POV. The hitches were following me. My speed had improved so it wasn't easy for them to catch up with me. But they did something I didn't believe. They took out their wings and flying they stalked me. Without realizing it they trapped me in a barrier, and they all got off. Rias, we caught you, Issei. Zenobia, you can't escape, Issei. Irina, you won't separate from us anymore, darling. I started laughing like crazy while my red eyes shone. Rosweiss, what are you laughing at, Issei? Issei, I'm not trapped, you are the ones who are trapped. My body began to burn with hunter fire, in addition to activating my 2 sacred gear, and I said, Issei, did you even notice if I still have my pawn pieces? Rias, scared, what? Issei, I have some news for you, your brother promoted me. The girls didn't know what to do and out of desperation they attacked. Rias threw her power of destruction at me and Akeno her most powerful lightning. They combined and went straight to me. I simply stretched out my dark blade and absorbed all its power, and threw it back at them with double the force, and I said, Issei, total counterattack. The attack hit them directly. Asia went to heal them, while Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, Kuroka, Ravel, and Rosweiss aimed at me. I increased my hunter power to the maximum and disappeared in front of their eyes, while Asia wanted to heal them. But I appeared behind her in gear 2, and I kicked her with all my strength in the face, while I said, Issei, don't think I'll forgive you. Ravel threw a fireball at me, but with just a blow to the air it vanished, while like a lightning bolt I appeared in front of her while I hit her in the stomach. Issei, stupid Yakitori. She fell defeated while the rest looked at me somewhat scared, and I said, Issei, 2 out, I have 9 left. Kuroka, you're not thinking things right, Naya. Rias, we'll give you a corrective for hitting Asia and Ravel later and you'll apologize to them. They mark. Before he could continue saying stupid things I hit him in the face and I said, Issei, Consider this a somewhat late reward for letting me die in the park. Rias was thrown towards the nearest wall and crashed hard, being knocked out. Akeno, Issei, what did you do? Issei, isn't it obvious? Put the trash in its place. She tried to attack me with her sacred lightning, but I dodged it, and with my powers I threw one at full power, causing her to fall defeated. Issei, come on! Weren't you going to take me with you? Kaneko and Kuroka jumped to the attack, but at full speed I went too. Before they did something to me, I put my hands on their abdomens, and with all my strength I pushed them to the ground, causing a giant crater. Issei, the cats with the fox complex could not either. Zenovia and Irina came with their swords to the attack. I took out Ascalon and Dark Blade, blocking their attacks. Both wanted to attack at full speed, but I was superior. I jumped and kicked Durandal. Using that momentum, I elbowed Irina, leaving her out of combat. Zenovia wanted to attack from behind, but with a kick, I left her out. Only Rosweiss, Elemenhild, and Lefay remained. The vampire tried to suck my blood from behind, but without turning around I hit her in the face, sending her crashing. Rosweiss tried to attack with all her magic circles, but it was easier than I thought. I went through them all with Ascalon, and I kicked her in the ribs. Lefay tried to defend herself, but I defeated her by just hitting her with the side of my hand on the neck. Issei, and I didn't even get into Balance Breaker. Wow, it was easy. Rias, barely. Cici, when did you get so strong? Issei, it was a matter of accepting me, and thinking about shutting all of you up. But a dark energy began to cover them. As they got up again, I said, Issei, enough of Gear 4 games. My power increased to the maximum, and dark matter covered my body. Something like this is Gear 4. With the power of dark matter, I put my hand on the ground and said, Issei, nightmare. The dark matter covered the ground and tentacles came out of there. All of these gave a strong blow to all of them, leaving them completely out. I returned to normal, but I heard a voice that was not from any of them. Revenge, revenge, resentment, resentment. Shortly after, it disappeared, and I called the leaders to take them away. Bassara's POV. I kept running, and the 5 fell straight into my trap. I took them to a nearby forest where they wouldn't hurt anyone, and raised a barrier like the ones Issei had taught me to make. Mio, what is this? Bassara, the hunter's game. I activated my sword, but also my demonic powers. A gauntlet similar to my sword appeared in my other hand, but this one was black with red, in addition to giving me a shield. And to finish them, I activated my divine powers. My hair turned blue while my chest gave off blue energy. Mio, what's wrong with you, Bassara? Bassara, this is my new power. Yuki and Kurumi quickly wanted to attack me, but with my new shield I blocked their attacks. It was my new ability, Demon Counter. I accumulated the damage they did to me and released them as pure demonic energy. The first to suffer this were Yuki and Kurumi, since all my energy hit them directly. In addition to a couple of kicks from me, they both fell defeated. My strength was gigantic due to the power of the deity. Mio, how could you do that to Yuki and Kurumi? Do you deserve to die 100 times? Bassara, shut the buck up. I charged my divine power and kicked Mio in the face. Maria wanted to defend her. Maria, Mio-sama. Before she transformed or did anything, I hit her with my shield. She angrily wanted to hit me, but I only accumulated the damage in the shield to then release it and leave the shitty succubus out of combat. Zest wanted to attack with all of her, while I only accumulated the damage, and I used an attack combining the power of hero and demon. Bassara, take this. Vanishing Counter. A slash from BRYNHLDR was necessary combined with my new abilities, because I cancelled all her attacks and the cut came with triple the force, leaving her out. Mio, how are you so powerful? Bassara, it's all thanks to the effort, dedication, and my bucking vegetable. But they began to emit dark energy that only said, revenge, revenge, resentment, resentment. I applied my gravity powers and made them stay on the ground. The energy disappeared and I called my father. Shido's POV. The spirits followed me, but I was faster, and my powers had increased. Yashinan wanted to block my way with a wall of ice, but I used fire that destroyed it in seconds. The Yamai wanted to prevent me from fleeing by manipulating the wind around me. What they didn't count on was that I could also do it. That was until we reached a remote place, and I decided to start our battle. Shido, Sandalphon. The sword appeared as the spirits surrounded me. Kotori was the first to attack, along with Toka. Both tried to cut her with their angels, while Kurumi and Origami shot from behind. But to their surprise, I used the power of the wind and increased my speed. In addition to that, I summoned Kamael and Metatron, being armed with 3 angels. More spirits did not come out of their amazement as I returned the attack with double the force. I went straight to Kotori and gave her a double blow with Sandalphon and Kamael. in addition to a charged shot from Metatron, and with a kick I left her out. Toka came again but received the same. The Yamai wanted to attack but with their own power I left them out, because all the force of the wind was concentrated on hitting them. Miku wanted to hypnotize me with her song, but I also manifested Gabriel, only that it manifested itself to me as a guitar. Using this same one I countered her attack, and hit her with Raphael combined. Natsumi wanted to attack but with her own angel I returned her to her original form and without much effort I defeated her. Yashinon using Tsadkiel wanted to freeze me, but I also summoned him and with Sandalphon in hand I attacked her, without giving her time to respond, because I froze everything around her trapping her, then hit her with a block of ice. Using Metatron I attacked Kurumi and Origami. Without them noticing with Raphael I attacked both leaving out only Origami, so to be equal I summoned Zafkiel. Kurumi shot like crazy, but I knew I couldn't do anything because her clones would appear, so I used my last card. I pointed to the 11th hour on the clock. Shido, Yod Aleph. Not having Kurumi's full power was enough to finish off her clones but not end her life. She could not do anything against the bullet and fell defeated. I deactivated all the powers but suddenly the spirits emanated a dark aura. I decided to stop playing games and said, Shido, astral armor. Only a golden glove manifested in my right hand, but from it a shock wave was released that defeated them again, while the dark aura was fading and said, Revenge, revenge, resentment, resentment. Arata's POV. While the reincarnation of infidelity was chasing me, I decided not to give them a chance to attack. I entered a mode prior to the Demon King, where half of the hair was white as well as the rest of my face and only a glove appeared, this while wielding Judeka, and activated the power of my two grimoires. Sora and Ilya had not awakened in a long time. Sora, Master finally needs us, but we feel stronger than before. Ilya, that's right. Arata, let's go. The first to fall was Lilith, because I went directly to where the Trinity 7 and attacked her. Using her own magic with a not so strong attack I knocked her out. Arata, it will be more fun if she defeated them with her own spells. The next to come to attack was Akio, but I also activated Mantra Enchant and being more powerful than her in one hit I defeated her. Being more powerful, using the power of the Demon King by 20% and having access to all his spells, the Trinity 7 were lost. Levi wanted to attack me from behind but using Shamanic spell I countered his speed and in 2 hits I left her out. I did not want to use Arc Siphony against Yui because using it would leave me without much power, so I only used Judika's power to knock her out. Mira wanted to attack next. She wanted to use her White Universe, but with Gehenna Scope I returned it, defeating her easily. Eren attacked directly towards me, but with Judika and her own magic, Chaotic Rune, I sent her far away where she crashed and fainted. The only one left was Lise. She tried to seduce me. Lise, come on dear. It was just a mistake. I sent her back with a blow. Hijiri and Luff arrived at that moment. Both attacked me at the same time, but I responded by releasing the power of Judika, finishing them both off. That's when a dark energy began to lift them up. They looked like zombies that wanted to attack me, but I decided to release a shock wave of my magic in its purest state, finishing them off. A voice only said, Revenge, revenge, resentment, resentment. Ichika's POV. To their surprise I ran like a normal person. They did not hesitate to activate their IS and attack me. I avoided it as I could, but being 7 against 1 it was difficult, so I activated my suit, a suit that had improved with my new powers. Now it looked like a combat robot. Something like that. I attacked without mercy with my sword and my improved cannon. They did not give up, so I decided to humiliate them a little. Hookie attacked me with her sword, but without problems I avoided it, and hit her in the back. In addition to shooting at her, Cecilia began to shoot at me, but my cannon also served as a shield, so I was advancing to defend myself and give her a critical hit. Rin wanted to attack me with her axe, but at full speed I neutralized her, giving her a hit. Charlotte was shooting desperately, but I did not give her more chance, because with my sword I hit directly at her arms. Laura wanted to attack, but again it was in vain. The Kanzashi and Tadanashi sisters attacked together, but again they failed and I hit them both. Hookie, you can't beat us, you're only one. I deactivated my suit and started walking away from them. Rin, don't ignore us. Laura, you belong to us. Ichika. Tadanashi, if you don't want it the good way. Cecilia, it will be the bad way. I turned to look at them with a look as cold as winter and said, Ichika, you've had enough of me. My eyes turned purple. I stretched out my hand and suddenly their suits were divided into several parts. To be more precise, I disassembled them component by component. They fell to the ground while they saw their disassembled suits floating. Charlotte, impossible. Ichika, this is my technokinesis power. I left the suits as they were and said, Ichika, now you see that they are no threat to me. I left, but I heard a voice saying, revenge, revenge, resentment, resentment. Rito's POV, what everyone expected. They all followed me, but of course there was very little they were going to be able to do. They were all human, except for the three princesses, Kyoko, Shizu and the trans. Using my ability I got us away from there, and they cornered me. I pretended to be scared while the others surrounded me. Haruna, you're not so brave without your friends. Lala had a robotic suit bigger than I thought. Momo pulled a giant plant out of the ground, while Nana was on a giant gorilla. It seemed that both controlled them. Kyoko threatened me with her fire while Shizu pointed her powers at me. Yami, Maya and Nemesis pointed their trans at me. Yami, you can't escape anymore. Yuuki, Rito. Maya, you're lost. Nemesis, and your friends are gone. Rito, scared, I give up. Lala, it was your only option. Rito. Momo, don't worry. Kotegawa, we won't hurt you. It was when I smiled maliciously. Rito, I give up. That was what they expected me to say. Lala, you have no choice. Either you come with us, or you come with us. There are only those two options. Rito, I choose the third option. Come to the call of your master, katanas of punishment, kunai of the lightning god. To everyone's surprise, some circles opened at my side and from them came out my swords and my kunai. I put the kunai in my belt. I forgot to mention that Rito has special clothes, but it seems normal. I unsheathed my two swords and said, Rito, I guess you don't want a one-on-one, so I have to balance it a bit. Hand movement, shadow clone jutsu. The stupid ones were astonished to see how several of me were in front of them with the same swords. Rito, and that's not all, it's time for you to pay, Itoshura. I felt my strength increase, and I said, Rito, now it is a fair fight. Between all my clones they went to attack. The aliens did not know what to do. I went first against Lala, who tried to stop my clones with her robot. But time a roll. I opened a compartment in my kunai, put it between my teeth and did another jutsu that caused my katanas to be covered in lightning. Rito, control roll, lightning element. Before Lala could do anything I cut off both arms of her robot. I threw the katanas into the sky. I removed the kunai from my mouth and put it in its place. Using the momentum of the air I did another jutsu. Rito, Chidori. My fist was covered in lightning and I hit the center of the robot, causing it to be destroyed and Lala to get badly hurt. Nana, sister. Nana made her gorilla attack me, but I just went to the ground while doing another jutsu. Rito, earth wave jutsu. The ground shook and the gorilla began to stagger, then I took advantage. Rito, Rasengan. With the wind ball I hit him in the face and Nana, who was on his shoulder, was sent flying by the force of the wind. Momo saved her at the last moment, but I went straight in front of her. Rito, have you not learned yet? Fireball jutsu. Fire came out of my mouth and caused the plant to burn quickly. Momo was affected by the fire. But then, Kyoko, wow, Rito-kun, you also use fire, something I like. Rito, water dragon bullet jutsu. A water dragon came out of the ground directly towards Kyoko and left her outside. Shizu wanted to use her powers to bring me back to the ground, but my ninja ability was greater. Sometimes I make up jutsus. I don't remember them all. Rito, aerial walk jutsu. I began to run through the air while Shizu's powers did not affect me. I approached her and, Rito, you know the air is my favorite element. Air Fang Jutsu. A blast of charged air I owe with Shizu, in addition to using the Earth Wave Jutsu again to leave out the useless humans and aliens. Only the trans remained and I looked at them smiling. Yami, tired? How come you don't get tired? Rito, Kakashi-sensei told me that I was special. My amount of chakra is huge, therefore it is very difficult for it to run out. But if you want something that hurts you, I put my hands together while my chakra increased and my aura turned red. This added to the Itoshura gave me more power. Rito, power of the Kyuubi, for tails. My arms were completely covered in red energy. My legs as well. Fangs had grown out and my irises were now dark orange, while in the rest of my aura 4 foxtails could be seen. Maya, what is that? Rito, a long time ago a 10-tailed beast attacked humanity. As they could not defeat it, they divided it into 9 beasts, which they sealed in different children. The more tails a beast had, the more powerful it was. I am the current Jinchuriki of Kurama, the 9-tailed fox, the most powerful Biju. For the first time I saw the trans tremble, but the first to attack was Yami. I dodged her attack with ease. Yami, you're not the only one with tricks. Maya, Nemesis. Both, yes. They put a collar on her and released her darkness mode. And now the 3 of them were against me. Rito, Ito Shura Phase 2. My strength increased more, and I launched myself into the attack. With my katanas I blocked all their cuts, while they were desperate, until I appeared behind Nemesis and kicked her in the back, making her crash to the ground. Then Maya suffered a series of blows from me. Yami did not give up and continued attacking with everything until with all his energy he wanted to point his energy blade at me. But what he did not count on is that I was prepared for that. Rito, the technique that my sensei taught me, lightning blade. I was able to counteract his blade with this and destroy it. I approached Yami at full speed. Rito, Rasengan. I hit him full on with my attack, deactivating his darkness mode. Yami had won. Why are you so strong, Wayuki Rito? Rito, I am a ninja trained to protect what matters to him. As I was leaving I heard a voice saying, revenge, revenge, resentment, resentment. Appointment with the quintessential quintuplets. After what had happened with their exes, the protagonists could breathe in peace. They had taken their ex-girlfriends and were going to punish them. While they rested, it seemed that the previous battle had only been a bad dream, of course for our protagonists, because their exes were suffering the consequences of having faced them. By Issei's, Asia had ice on her cheek and a fractured jaw. Kuroka and Kaneko were in a cast on their entire abdomen. Rias had bandages all over her face. Ravel was in a bed recovering from the blows. Akeno was putting on an ointment for her burns, but one that was too strong. Not even with it the wounds healed. Irina had a fractured arm due to the force she did in addition to having her nose bandaged. Zenobia, like Asia, had a fractured jaw and both arms in casts. Elmenhild was recovering like Ravel, while LeFay had a neck brace, and Rossweiss had fractured ribs. But believe it or not, this was not going to stop them. With Bassara's, Maria had both pulps fractured, while Yuki and Kurumi still had open wounds, and Mio had her entire face bandaged from Bassara's charged blow. Zest was the one who received everything the worst, since her entire body was in a cast. With Shido's, the spirits were in a deplorable state. Kotori had to use crutches for her legs in addition to her burns. Toka was the same. The Yamai had their limbs in casts due to the force with which the wind pushed them. Mika had almost her entire body in a cast. Natsumi had minor injuries but her whole body hurt. Yashinan had cuts from the ice in addition to a broken arm. Origami had burns and broken legs, while Kurumi was severely damaged everywhere in addition to being with an eye patch. With Arata's, Lilith had her entire front part in a cast, while Akio had broken bones everywhere. Levi had deep cuts everywhere. Yui had bruises and broken bones from receiving Judika's blow. Mira had third-degree burns and some broken bones. Eren was the same as Mira, while Lise had her face bandaged. Love had cuts and a broken arm, and Hijiri had cuts and burns. With Ichika's, since they were not hit directly, the damage was more psychological, only reduced to a few strong blows, broken fingers and burns. They were all the same. With Rito's, the humans had broken legs and arms, but the aliens were another story. Lala had burns in addition to her broken arms from having received the Chidori. Nana's back was in pain in addition to her broken legs. Momo had burns and a broken arm. Kyoko still had broken ribs and was having trouble breathing. Shiza's body had broken arms, while the trans could barely move. They had received the beating of their lives. Maya could not move because of the pain. Nemesis could barely get up, while Yami was connected to a respirator, all because of the turbocharger she had received. But with the protagonists, Issei Hyoudou told me if we wanted to go out on a date, the six of us, with her 5 sisters and her friend. Bassara, sounds good to me. Rito, I think the same. Arata, I also like the idea. Ichika, I want to go too. Shido, then let's go. This is how our protagonists put on their best clothes, bought with the prize money, and their Spider-Man perfume, to go with the quintuplets and their friend. They were waiting for them in a nearby park, wearing their best clothes. According to the quintuplets and Take Bayashi, the plan was to go eat, go to the movies, and then propose. Of course, none of that was going to work out. After meeting, they decided to go eat. An expensive-looking restaurant stood before our protagonists. Each one entered accompanied by their date. They sat down and their wallets hurt when they saw the prices. But they had a reservation, for some reason, and also the quintuplets said they would pay. The protagonists out of respect asked for the cheapest things. Issei eating, how delicious. Itsuki, are you sure you don't want something else, Issei-kun? Issei, not at all, I'm fine. Nino, I'm asking the same thing. Are you okay with that, Bassara-san? Bassara, yes, no problem. Miku, are you satisfied, Rito-san? Rito, I wouldn't ask for more. It was good. Yatsuba, was it enough, Arata-kun? Arata, yes it was. Ichika, Are you sure it was enough, Shido-san? Shido, enough for me. Take Bayashi. Are you sure, Ichika-san? Ichika, yes, I'm fine. After that somewhat uncomfortable meal, they went to the cinema, where the girls and Arata wanted to see a romantic movie, Ichika and Bassara wanted to see one about Mexican drug dealers, Issei, Shido and Rito wanted to see Fast and Furious 50, and they couldn't agree, and they spent time thinking about what to see but they didn't get to see any screenings, so they resigned themselves. The quintuplets and Take Bayashi only had the confession left, but of course, that wouldn't go well either. With the B-cheese, Rias Week only sent a low-ranking demon, but a dark essence spoke, the same one that had manifested in her, and said, I know you want him back. Rias, yes, I will give you the power to bring him back. That was how the little low-ranking demon that did not even rival a familiar ended up becoming a very powerful chimera. Same with Mio. The dark essence spoke to her. Can I help you bring it? Mio, please, leave it to me. A small black bat came out of Mio's chest, and began to absorb the same essence as the other 5, becoming a larger and more aggressive devil. This one went for Bassara. Same as Toka. The essence told her, I will help you recover her love. Toka, yes, that's the only thing I want. Then it's okay. A crystal came out of Toka and absorbed the essence of all the spirits, and a crystal spider was formed with all their powers. The Trinity 7 suffered the same. I'll bring him back. Lilith, please. Fine, let's do it. Likewise, all of Arata's exes had this inside them, and a black dragon came out. These pilots suffered for the same thing. Will Hookie return? Yes, he loves us. Yes, he will return. A robotic scorpion came out of the essence of the pilots. Lala just listened attentively. Lala, bring it, please. There's nothing to worry about. The essence came out of all the girls and a kind of land octopus was formed. All these aberrations went straight to find our protagonists. They walked through the city quietly, only thinking about the girl they were with at that moment. The night was falling and everything looked beautiful. Itsuki, don't you think the night is beautiful? Issei, it's beautiful. Nino, flirtatious. Nighttime is the time for lovers, you know? Bassara, nope, not at all. Miku, seeing stars is very nice. Rito, but you shine more than all those. Miku, blushing, Rito-san. Arata, I'm glad to see you tonight, Yotsuba-chan. Yotsuba, I'm happy too, Arata-kun. Shido, it's very beautiful to see how everything shines. Ichika hugs him. Yes, it's true. Take Bayashi. I'm hypnotized by the stars. Ichika, I know, they're very pretty. It was then that the stars stopped shining and everything turned dark. The girls looked confused, but the protagonists knew what it was. It was the same energy they had felt when they faced their ex-girlfriends, and the aberrations were present. The chimera, the devil, the spider, the dragon, the scorpion, and the octopus. The girls could not articulate a word because of the fear they had. The protagonists took each one and divided. Issei's POV. I took Itsuki's hand as we ran and a chimera was chasing us. I could feel the aura of the hitches on it, and I also didn't want Itsuki to know my secret. It was already giving us problems that Kuga knew, but I couldn't do more. I took us far away, but it seemed that we had been transported to another dimension, since there was no one in the city, so I decided not to measure myself. I took Itsuki to hide. Issei, stay here, Itsuki-chan. Itsuki, don't leave me, Issei-kun, I'm scared. Issei, calm down, that's why I'll get rid of that thing and everything will be fine, okay? Itsuki, but what will you do, Issei-kun? Issei, Itsuki-chan, do you believe in the supernatural? Itsuki, what? Issei, observe. I approached the chimera and said, Issei, boosted gear. Dark blade. Itsuki was surprised, but my mission was to protect her, so I jumped to the attack. The chimera attacked clumsily and I stuck my sword in one of its legs. The chimera wanted to attack me, but I quickly cut off its other leg and finished exterminating it with my hunter's fire. Instead of blood, purple smoke came out of the chimera, which disappeared completely. I helped Itsuki. Itsuki, what was that, Issei-kun? Issei, I'll explain later. Let's go with your sisters and take Bayashi-san. Itsuki, why yes. Bassara's POV. The devil was chasing me, while I tried to protect Nino, so I put her to safety. Bassara, stay here. Nino, Bassara-san, don't go. Bassara, leave this to me. The devil approached ready to attack, but without thinking I used my powers. Bassara, vanishing shift. I began to cut him while storing all his attacks with my shield, then I returned it with all my power while the devil disappeared in purple smoke. I went to see Nino. Nino, what was that? Bassara, I'll explain later. Let's go with your sisters. Shido's POV. A spider made of crystal was chasing me while I was holding Ichika's hand. I said, Shido, please hide nearby. Ichika, but Shido-san, wait. Shido, calm down. I promise I'll come back. The spider attacked with the powers of Kotori and Yashinan, it became a Todoroki. Without thinking much I said, Shido, me, Sandalphon, Kamael, and with 2 cuts I finished off the spider. It only gave up leaving purple smoke. Ichika, surprised, Shido-san, that. Shido, let's go with your sisters there, I'll explain it to you. Arata's POV. The dragon was stalking us, so the first thing I did was get Yotsuba to safety. She looked worried about me. Yotsuba, Arata-kun, let's run away. Arata, I'll save you, smiling, wait for me a bit. I approached the dragon and said, Arata, accessing the Superbia file, run topic. I entered my Magus mode. Sora and Ilya stood by my side. Sora, it seems this will be easy, master. Ilya, yes you can. Arata, give me a lot of the available magical power. Both high. Arata, good. Now Jidika. The sword appeared and attacked. Arata, chrono calculation. The dragon couldn't find me, but I saw behind him. Arata, mantra enchant. I sliced it before it could do anything. It disappeared in purple smoke, and I went with Yotsuba. Yotsuba, what are you, Arata-kun? Arata, let's go with your sisters, you'll understand everything there. Ichika's POV. I took Takebayashi near a junkyard to have some advantage, and indeed the scorpion followed us. She was scared. Ichika, stay here. Takebayashi, what's going on here? Ichika, I'll save you. I activate my suit and attack the scorpion. With technokinesis I began to change it to my advantage and also trap it among more scrap until I finished it off with a shot. Instead of exploding it only left a lot of purple smoke. Takebayashi went where I was. Takebayashi, what just happened? Ichika, I'll explain when we are with your friends. Rito's POV. I was holding hands with Miku running from the octopus. If my life was exceeded bizarre. But I had no choice, I told her. Rito, split yourself, Miku. Miku, what will you do? Rito, trust me. I summoned my swords and my kunai while I did my clone jutsu and I said, Rito, Ito Shura. With the clobes we began to make cuts everywhere until we finished it definitively. Between all of us we did the same jutsu. Rito, and clones Chidori. It was completely destroyed, and only purple smoke remained. Miku, what did you do, Rito-san? Rito, I'll explain when we return. Our protagonists met again while the girls waited for an answer. Issei, well, since you saw us we can only tell you the truth. Itsuki, yes please. Issei, well, I am Haida Issei, a dragon hunter, bearer of the 2 legendary dragons Drake and Bahamut, besides being a supreme class demon. Bassara, I am Bassara Tojou, hybrid of the clan of heroes, goddesses and demons. I possess the demonic sword Brynhilde, in addition to my shield, and I can use powers of the 3 clans. Shido, I am Shido Itsuka, the only human being capable of sealing spirits, so use their abilities and use them to my advantage. Arata, I am Arata Kasuga, a high-level magician as well as a candidate for Demon King. Ichika, I am Ichika Orimura, the only man capable of piloting an IS, in addition to possessing the power of technokinesis, which allows me to control technology at my Rito. I am Rito Yuuki, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails as well as a ninja. The girls would not have believed it before, but after seeing them in action what they said was more believable. Before they said anything, smoke like the one left by the beasts gathered in the sky and a humanoid-shaped creature but only half of its body was visible. It was purple and said, I took it from one of my favorite games. They turned out to be as interesting as I thought. The protagonists became defensive. Shido, who are you? I am Vengeance, the spirit of revenge. I am the one who possessed her enemies the other day. Issei, why would they want revenge? Vengeance, I only amplify those feelings and give more power. But that's because the vengeful energy they generate gives me more power. Well, not only that, the resentment, the regret, they had all that. So it was easy to use them, but for now I leave them, I'll have fun later. The protagonists saw how Vengeance disappeared. They only knew that their true enemy had appeared. I'm stuck here in a bar. Shido's POV. How the hell did we end up here? We were having a date with Koga and her friends. Now we're in a dive bar about to play a song. There are drunks everywhere, and you can hear bottles breaking. Rito looks at me somewhat worried. I knew it too. This wasn't a place we should be. But how did it happen? Moments ago. Just as Shido said, they had gone out on a date with Koga's friends, of course without knowing that they were being spied on by Pansy and her friends, who were burning with jealousy upon seeing them. After what had happened with the quintuplets, they had done a perimeter check before something happened and they had to reveal themselves to the other girls. Well, except for Koga who already knew everything. Koga, how good that we could all go out together, Rito-kun. Rito, I am also very happy. Koga, whispering, also we have to be careful that they discover their powers. Rito, I know. While Bassara, so if my dad works as a photographer since I can remember. I wish I had known before. so we would have met sooner. While Issei, then well, if we analyze the amount of oxytocin that a person releases when they are with another Rio, we will know if they are in love. Do you want to measure my amount of oxytocin? While Arata, then I had to live alone for a long time. Shoko, you have been very brave, Arata-kun. Arata, it's not that bad. While Shido, Nodoka, and finally I could be the main of the group. Shido, I like girls who strive to get what they want. Nodoka, then he liked it. While Ichika, Kid, it was when my brother gave me a voucher to go to the zoo every day. Ichika, now I will take you. Pansy and her friends saw everything jealous. Pansy, this is not how it should be. Issei-kun should be with me. Cosmos, but we have to wait for them to come. Sasankwa, yes, as soon as we start it we can have them. Tsubaki, isn't it very cruel? Asunaro, not when it's for love. Himawari, good, now let's start it. Presses a button. All. Himawari, no. The girl's original plan was that some trash cans would fall where the girls were going to stand and take them far away. When had they prepared that? Only God. Oh no, wait, he's dead. Only Michael knows. But when Himawari went ahead, what caused was the buckets to fall before. Rito tripped and took all his friends with him to fall near a beach, and now they were in a seedy bar about to play a song, because if not our guards would receive a bottle from some drunk, and it's not that they couldn't face them, they didn't want to involve innocent people who were just there to hang around. After thinking about it for a while, Rito decided, okay, we're just Kami no Seiji and we'll play something for you. Shido, Issei and Rito began to play the first notes of the guitar, while Bassara supported them with the mixer. Arata on the bass and Ichika on the drums. Guilty all the same. Linkin Park. Rito, tell us all again what you think we should be. Shido, what the answers are, what it is we can't see. Bassara, tell us all again how to do what you say. Issei, how to fall in line, how there's no other way. Arata, but oh, we all know. Ichika, you're guilty all the same, too sick to be ashamed, you want to point your finger, but there's no one else to blame. Rito, you're guilty all the same, too sick to be ashamed, you want to point your finger, but there's no one else to blame. Todos, you're guilty all the same. Arata/Bassara, show us all again that our hands are unclean. Rito/Ichika, that we're unprepared, that you have what we need. Issei/Shido, show us all again, cause we cannot be saved. Bassara/Ichika, cause the end is near, now there's no other way. Issei/Shido Rito, and oh, you will know. All, you're guilty all the same, too sick to be ashamed, you want to point your finger, but there's no one else to blame. You're guilty all the same, too sick to be ashamed, you want to point your finger, but there's no one else to blame. There's no one else to blame. Guilty all the same, guilty all the same, you're guilty all the same. Bassara, yeah, you already know what it is. Issei, can y'all explain, what kind of man is destined? When a man has plans of being rich, if he falls off his plans, he's wealthy? Dirty money scheme, a clean split. Rito, nonsense the same, he didn't call for this, he's filthy. Talk team, they take the paper route. All they think about is bank accounts, assets and realty. Anybody's expense, no shame with a clear conscience. Shido, no regrets and guilt-free. You claim that ain't the way that he built me. Smoke scream, we're going in flames. No, as soon as they're done, what the deal be. Bassara, say it's time for things to change. We arrange that dope product we build cheap. Anything if it's more to gain, dream, manipulated like artists, it's real deep. Arata, until no more remains. But I'm still me, like authentic hip-hop and rock, to pop and radio. You record, companies kill me, tried to force me to strain it. No way. Ichika, they got the gall to say. Yo, how real can real be? You feel me? You will see, the greed will be to blame, greedy for the fame, TV or a name, media, the game, to me you're all the same, you're guilty. Todos, you're guilty all the same, too sick to be ashamed, you want to point your finger, but there's no one else to blame, you're guilty all the same, too sick to be ashamed, you want to point your finger, but there's no one else to blame, guilty all the same, guilty all the same, guilty all the same. The public applauded our protagonists, and while they were distracted, they came out of their Issei. Well, where the hell are we? Bassara, not the slightest bucking idea. Shido, well, who could be the culprit? Everyone turned to see Rito. Rito, in my defense, those boats came out of nowhere. Issei, I thought Kakashi-sensei had helped you control your balance. Rito, there are customs that are not lost. While our gatekeepers didn't know they were being watched by a girl with heterochromia who was essentially licking a gun, we all know who she is. Kurumi, Shido-san, you're finally close to me, and your friends won't get in my way. Shido felt a chill as he walked through the seedy streets. Bassara, And now what do we do? Arata, I'm hungry. Ichika, Arata is right, we should eat something. Issei, fine, but which place? Doesn't seem like it will give us a deadly stomach infection. Shido, we better keep walking. They continued walking until they reached a dead-end alley, where several red puddles appeared on the ground, and out of them came a dog that Shido knew perfectly. Kurumi, Era Shido-kun, what a pleasure to find you here. Before Shido could do anything, Kurumi's clones stopped her friends. Issei, damn, there are too many. Rito, I can't move. Bassara, I can't activate my weapons either. Arata, Shido, Kurumi, let them go. Kurumi, I won't, not until you come back with me. Ichika, don't worry about us, don't fall. Shido, I wasn't going to do it. I'll have to attack fire against fire. Zafkiel. Shido's left eye took the shape of a clock, and 2 guns appeared in his hands, and he began to shoot at Kurumi's clones. She just laughed like crazy. Kurumi, it's useless, Shido-kun. You can't beat me that easily, I have one of the strongest Sapphires. Shido, you're right, but that's not something you decide. Metatron. Shido activated the cannons and began to shoot at Kurumi, who only avoided him and tried to attack him. Don't you realize, Shido-kun, you and I will be together forever? He shot at Shido and he vanished. To Kurumi's surprise, Shido was behind her. Shido, I already know all your tricks, but I have something that you've never seen and that you will never forget. Spiritual armor. In Shido's hand a golden glove manifested, which had a diamond-shaped opening. Kurumi began to feel pressure on her chest. Shido, Sapphira's outburst. Kurumi's crystal began to come out of her chest little by little and embedded itself in Shido's glove. Kurumi fell in normal clothes and with both red eyes while all her clones disappeared. Kurumi, what did you do? Shido, easy, I took your Sapphira, therefore you no longer have powers, now they are mine. Issei, well done, Shido. Bassara, you did it. Rito, I thought we didn't count on her. Arata, that's it, show who's in charge. Ichika, you won in a spectacular way. Issei, pointing to Kurumi, what do we do with her? Shido, let's leave her here, she doesn't deserve more attention, she's not even a spirit anymore. I don't think the other Hitches want to see her again. And so our protagonists left the crazy girl abandoned to her fate, while Shido had gotten a power-up. When they returned they found Koga and her friends talking with Pansy and her friends, and there they put 2 and 2 together, and decided that it was best to escape. They didn't want to answer, first of all, where they had been the last 2 hours, and second, because they all smelled like the same woman. It was enough that the Quipuplets and Koga knew, so they ran away from there, while Kurumi was barely returning to the house where the rest of the spirits were. Kurumi, girls, me. Kotori, what happened to you? Kurumi, I faced Shido-kun. Toka, you're I. Kurumi, oh yes, it's Shido-kun's new power. He took off my Sapphire and now I no longer have powers. Origami, then you are useless. You are no longer good for anything. Kurumi, oh sure. But when they face you the same thing will happen to you, so do not be so hostile. While from another side, 2 girls watched the city attentively. Don't you think Mukuro is an interesting boy? Mukuro. Yes, Nia, he is very interesting. Joto's sobrehielo. Or we get paid to sing while skating. After the failed dates of our protagonists, and their confrontations with their exes, now they were resting and studying. Arata, I hate this music theory book, but I don't want to fail. Ichika, I know, just playing well won't keep us here. Rito, the elite is the one who is here. Issei, keep studying instead of complaining. Shido, how did you memorize everything so quickly? Issei, I already have experience in this field. Bassara, well, we must continue. And so, our protagonists study to avoid being kicked out of the fine arts school. While, Rector, so you want to hire one of my best bands? That's right, we saw that they performed very well in their battle. I would like to hire the winner. Rector, well, and what would it be for? An important event, with the protagonists. Bassara, hey guys, have you noticed that girls like us? Issei, since the first concert. Rito, I thought I was the only one who realized it. Shido, yes, it's been a while. Arata, I thought you didn't know. Ichika, it was easy to understand. Phantom, that's right, these kids already recognize when someone likes them. Bassara, so what do we do? Issei, well, here comes a problem. Possibly Seraph-sama liked him in addition to the obvious feelings for Ophis. Bassara has Chisato-sensei, Ichika has her friend Ran, and Rito has her senpai. Arata and Shido do not have anyone. Morally it is wrong since they are human. Personally I do not give a damn what morality says. I feel that their feelings are sincere towards me. Besides, I am a dragon. It is my destiny. Shido, I agree with Issei. I do not plan to let any of them be left out. They are very nice to all of us. Bassara, As a hybrid of 3 clans, I feel that it is the best we can do. Arata, as a candidate for Demon King, I like that idea. Ichika, I guess it's okay. Anyway, after what we went through, we can no longer be normal. Rito, then we are all agreed. But the phone in the room rang. Sensei, guys, the principal wants to see you. Issei, okay sensei, we'll go there. They hung up and went to the principal's office. When they arrived, they saw a man with white hair along with the principal. Are these the guys? Rector, that's right, my best guys. Rito, sensei told us to come. Rector, that's right guys, let me introduce you to Viktor Nikiforov, a professional skater. This story will not have anything yaoi, just that I like this guy. Viktor, hi guys, the principal has told me a lot about you. Issei, are you the Russian skater who has won the most awards in history? Viktor, that's right. Shido, how do you know that? Issei, Carissa-san told me that she admired you. Arata, that's our Issei aspiring to the top. Issei hit him on the head. Issei, idiot. Viktor, well, I wanted to hire you for something. Everyone hire us? Viktor, yes, it would be $300 each if all goes well. Everyone $300? Viktor, you see, there's a skating event coming up that's going to be held here in Japan, and I wanted you to sing an entrance song, but of course you'd have to learn to skate, to give the show more magic. That's why I wanted to ask you if you'd accept. Everyone, we accept. Viktor, that was fast. Rector, nothing's impossible for these kids. Viktor-san, Viktor, well, the concert is in 2 weeks. I suppose you can learn to skate in that time and learn a choreography. The boys nodded as they went to their room. While, Fumino, how come Carissa-sensei was called to skate? Rizu, that's right, that's what Yuruka and I heard. Yuruka, we can only wish her the best. Asumi, Mafuyu-chan will give her best for Issei-kun. Sawako, why do you say that senpai? Asumi, with some contacts I found out that the person organizing the event went to the Academy of Fine Arts next door to look for someone to sing at the opening of the event. The organizer is very strict, so he will only choose the best of the best, the winners of the Battle of Bands. Now the geniuses were more nervous than before. They would go to see their sensei, but the boys would also be there. What they didn't know is that a black-haired girl was listening to them. Take Bayashi, whispering, the boys will be there. I have to tell the Nakano sisters. And that was where they were. While with the boys, the first day of preparation arrived and Viktor gave them a test to see how they were. Bassara crashed into the barriers of the ice field. Shido and Ichika were face down on the ice, and Arata somehow ended up in the audience seats for doing a somersault. The only stable ones were Issei and, to his surprise, Rito. Shido, how did you stay standing? Issei, I have practice at this. When we were kids, Ophis froze the forest, and we skated together. Rito, one of the tests that Kakashi-sensei gave me was to stay steady on ice skates. It was the longest and coldest 3 hours of my life. Viktor, well guys, you did your best. Although only 2 of you did well, I think we will focus on your skating. Let's go back from the beginning unless you can't anymore. Our protast got up as if nothing and started again. 1 week later, the protagonists already mastered skating better. At least they weren't worth as much shit as in the beginning. Rito, how will we play our instruments? Viktor, they won't do it. Everyone, what? Viktor, I know you're very good, but what I need are your voices. Shido, they just turned us into a 90s boy band. Issei on ice. Viktor, it will only be this once. Everything is full of figure skaters. We want something magical. Bassara, in fact, we have no problem with that. Viktor, I'm glad to hear that. Meanwhile, Nino, it's good that we got the tickets. Miku, although they weren't that expensive. Ichika, at least we'll be able to see the boys. Itsuki, that way we'll be able to get ahead of everyone. Yatsuba, and no one will be able to beat us. Take Bayashi, you sound like a movie villain. But at that moment Koga and her friends passed by. My, we got the tickets to see the ice show that will take place in the city. Nodoka, it looks like it will be very fun. Ryo, but did you hear what they say? Kid, that one of the bands from the Academy of Fine Arts is going to play. Shoko, I think we know who they could be. Koga, another reason to go. The quintessential quintuplets and Take Bayashi were burning with jealousy. Not only the geniuses, but now Mai Sakurajima and her friends. But where had they heard the rumor? Easy, Asunaro had heard Take Bayashi's whispers. On Pansy's recommendation he just left it as a rumor, and the band remained anonymous. The quintessential quintuplets realized this after reading the school newspaper. In the library, Pansy, well done Asunaro. Asunaro, everything went perfectly. Sasankwa, now we just need to get the tickets. Himawari, Cosmos said he would take care of that. Cosmos, and I did. Cosmos gave them their tickets. Sabaki, with this everything is ready. While the protagonists, with only days left for the event, our protagonists were already skating. doing the choreography perfectly, along with the song. For this they used headband microphones so that nothing would get in their way. Issei, well, there are 2 days left, and we have everything mastered. Rito, this will turn out well. Arata, with Victor-san as our skating coach we learn very quickly. Bassara, we just need to put on our costumes and give the finishing touches. Shido, I keep saying that we look like a boy band. Ichika, it will only be this once. Rito, well, I'm getting ahead of myself, watch out. Phantom, Rito will never stop falling. Rito fell on top of his friends, leaving them in an awkward and quite compromising position, and Victor entered at that moment. Victor, oh gosh guys, I didn't know you were having fun. You didn't know you were going that way either. Well, I'd better let you flirt quietly. Issei, Bassara, Ichika, Arata, Shido. Rito, a beating later. Rito, I'm really sorry guys. Bassara, it's in the past, now we'll just focus on the day of the event. The day of the event. The track had many spectators, including all the suitors of our protagonists and of course, Mafuyu, who was nervous, but she didn't know who she would meet. Everything went out from one moment to the next and Victor appeared, being illuminated by the spotlights. Victor, it is an honor for me, Victor Nikiforov, to present this exhibition of artistic skating in addition to a small competition. But to open this evening, we have with us the band Kami no Seiji from the Academy of Fine Arts in Tokyo. This time they will not show us their talent with the instruments, but we will concentrate on their voices in addition to their art of skating. With this, Victor left while the lights came on and our protagonists dressed in skater suits. But in the dressing room, Mafuyu, is Issei-kun here? What do I do now? I'm more nervous than usual. With the protagonists, they began to skate while looking at the public. Issei, it is an honor for us, Bassara, to be able to sing at this event. Shido, we hope you enjoy it. Arata, in addition to having fun. Ichika, and appreciate the world of skating. Rito, for you we will play History Maker. History Maker Dean Fujioka. I couldn't find any skating choreography for 6 and I'm too lazy. The boys are in duos. Issei/Bassara, Arata/Ichika, Shido/Rito. The boys began to figure skate around the rink as they prepared to sing. Issei/Bassara, can you hear my heartbeat? Tired of feeling never enough. Shido/Rito, I close my eyes and tell myself that my dreams will come true. Arata/Ichika, there'll be no more darkness when you believe in yourself, you are unstoppable. Issei/Bassara, where your destiny lies, dancing on the blades you set my heart on fire. Shido/Rito, don't stop us now, the moment of truth. Arata/Ichika, we were born to make history. Issei/Bassara, we'll make it happen, we'll turn it around. Shido/Rito, yes, we were born to make history. Arata/Ichika, born to make history. Bobo, born to make history. Issei/Bassara, don't stop us now, the moment of truth. Shido/Rito, we were born to make history. Arata/Ichika, we'll make it happen, we'll turn it around. Issei/Bassara, yes, we were born to make history. All the attendees watched attentively as the boys skated while they gave their all to their song. Issei/Bassara, can you hear my heartbeat? Shido/Rito, I've got a feeling it's never too late. Arata/Ichika, I close my eyes and see myself how my dreams will come true. Issei/Bassara, there'll be no more darkness. When you believe in yourself, you are unstoppable. Shido/Rito, where your destiny lies, dancing on the blades. Arata/Ichika, you set my heart on fire. Issei/Bassara, don't stop us now, the moment of truth. Shido/Rito, we were born to make history. Arata/Ichika, we'll make it happen, we'll turn it around. Issei/Bassara, yes, we were born to make history. Shido/Rito, born to make history. Bobo, born to make history. Arata/Ichika, don't stop us now, the moment of truth. Issei/Bassara, we were born to make history. Shido/Rito, we'll make it happen, we'll turn it around. Arata/Ichika, yes, we were born to make history. Issei/Bassara, don't stop us now, the moment of truth. Shido/Rito, we were born to make history. Arata/Ichika, we'll make it happen, we'll turn it around. Issei/Bassara, yes, we were born to make history. Todos, we were born to make history. We were born to make history. Yes, we were born to make history. When they finished, the public applauded them completely while they went to rest in their dressing rooms. Issei, that was very tiring. Rito, but we did well. Arata, and we didn't fall. Ichika, nor did we make mistakes. Bassara, we have to celebrate. Shido, and you can say it. But someone from the staff came in at that moment. Staff, we need your help. Bassara, what's wrong? Staff, one of the skaters got hurt and won't be able to accompany his partner. Rito, who is the partner? Staff, Mafuyu Kurisu. Everyone turned to see Issei and pushed him out. Everyone except Issei. It's your business, Issei sons of B. The staff member took Issei to where Mafuyu was. Staff, Miss Mafuyu, I got you a partner. Mafuyu blushed when she saw Issei. Issei, hello Kurisu-san, I came to help you. Mafuyu, thank you Issei-kun. Issei began to prepare to go out skating again. While in Franxious, Mana, how bad is the situation? Rain, this is the first time it's this serious. Call your brother. Mana, right away. With the protagonists. Shido received a call and put it on speakerphone. Shido, hello, what's wrong Rain-san? Rain, son, it's worse than before. 2 new spirits appeared. The Nun and the Zodiac. Rain, son, it's worse than before. 2 new spirits appeared. Shido, what? I don't know. I'm supposed to have already sealed everyone. Rain, no, these 2 don't fit into the system. Shido, I'm going there, but Bassara, obviously we'll go with you. Besides, Issei is already about to skate. Just as Bassara said, Issei went out skating with Mafuyu. Both did well. Of course they never stopped blushing. After that Issei returned to his friends. Issei, that was very difficult. What do we do now? Ichika, we have to accompany Shido to Tengu City. There are 2 new spirits. Issei, what are we waiting for? Arata, the means of transportation. Shido, I already covered it. A taxi arrived and parked outside the stadium. Victor, guys, it went incredible. It was amazing. I will pay you what I owe you. Victor gave them each the money and then came back. Bassara, that was fast. The 6 got into the taxi and ended up in a remote area where a giant ship picked them up. Rain hugged her. Son, Rain, we saw your presentation on TV. Mana, now you must teach me how to skate, little brother. Shido, where are the spirits? Rain showed them where they were and they saw 2 girls talking calmly that while they were going to be attacked by DM robots. After Shido and the spirits killed Westcott for having reversed Toka again, Ellen was left alone with DM, and the suits turned them into robots to hunt spirits. Those were the biggest problems. The robots approached the spirits. Wow, this is boring Nia. I thought it would be more entertaining. Nia, I don't know where the boy Mukuro is either, nor do I know his name enough to look for him in Raziel. Mukuro. Muku is getting bored of waiting. It was when the girls were attacked by DM robots. From another side. Ellen, perfect. Now that brat is gone, I'll be able to make Isaac's dreams come true. With the spirits. Nia, I already knew this would happen. Raziel told me. Mukuro, Mika wants to know why you didn't tell her anything, but we'll take care of that later. The girls began to move to avoid the attacks, but the robots surrounded them and pointed their weapons at them. But Itsuka Hitch's Shido arrived on the scene. Shido, leave them alone, Sandofan. Shido sliced the robots surrounding Nia and Mukuro, making an epic entrance. More robots appeared attacking Shido, but with the force of the wind he pushed them back. Shido, Metatron. The angel appeared behind Shido and this shot the robots, leaving nothing. Metatron and Sabdofan disappeared and approached them. Shido, smiling, are you okay? The 2 girls were surprised by Shido's power, and they also thought he was cute. Mukuro, now it got interesting. Nia, and you say it, in the Franxious. Mukuro and Nia had blankets covering them, and Shido was giving them a cup of tea. Shido, how good that I could arrive. What were you doing there? But at that moment the repeat of their concert on skates happened. Nia and Mukuro saw it, being astonished at how Shido sang, becoming more interested in him. While Shido the cool. Shido, how many times are they going to repeat it? Mana, be grateful that you have a job even though you continue studying. Besides, you look good in Lycra Oni-chan. Shido settled down there. Shido, don't remind me. Mana, and your friends? Shido, you know, doing adult things, you have to be more mature. You have to be like me and my friends, you have to. Ichika, Shido. Bassara got stuck in the door, and they set your bed on fire by accident. Issei, wait, we can control. Boom. Arata, better bring a fire extinguisher. Rito, and a pair of pliers. Shido put his hand on his face while Mana watched him. Mana, yes, very mature. Shido, I'm going to help them. An hour later, Shido was in a maid cafe with Nia. Why? After talking to them, Nia decided she would go on a date first, and now they were there. Rain, well, Sun Kodari's methods were pure bullshit, so just be yourself. Shido, well, Rain-san. Nia, I love this place. Shido, this is my first time here. Nia, so many years living in Tengu City and you didn't know this place? Shido, I was busy with other things, which are not important now. Nia, you know, Shido, you cannot hide anything? My angel will tell me everything. Also, I saw that you also have spiritual powers. Shido, and I have them. I am the only human who can seal their powers and prevent them from harming them. Nia, Wow, what a noble mission. Shido, yes, whispering. Even so, they did not appreciate it. After eating at the cafe, Shido accompanied Nia to an otaku exhibition nearby. Being almost 2 months with those 5 mentally retarded had made something change, mainly because Rito, Issei, Arata and Ichika had anime discs in addition to watching it on the television in the room, so there was always anime there, and Shido began to like it. Look at a Totoro plush. Nia made her eyes like stars, but when she touched her wallet that emotion disappeared. Nia, they still don't pay me. This being a mangaka is difficult, they do not appreciate my work. While Nia monologued, Shido had already bought it. Shido, thank you very much. Seller, thanks to you, boy. While Nia continued monologuing, Nia, and more when you think you have a good idea, they. Shido, here it's for you. Shido gave her the stuffed animal and Nia was happy but felt some guilt. Nia, you shouldn't have bothered. Shido, right now I already received my pay. Nia, for skating? Shido, yes, they gave me $300. Nia, now that I remember, you sing very beautifully. Shido, that's why I study at the Academy of Fine Arts in Tokyo. Nia, and why did you come back? Shido, to save you, and save Mukuro. Ellen would use them for experiments and evil things in addition to harming them. I must avoid it. Nia, looks like the protagonist of a shonen anime. With this, Shido's date with Nia ended, who was already beginning to feel something for Shido. The next was Mukuro. Mukuro, there is a festival. Miku wants to go. Shido, well, we will go there. From Franxious. His friends watched him talking to the girls like a champion. Issei, they grow so fast. Arata, he was barely taking his first steps and now he's a conqueror. Bassara, Smee, I'm proud of my little one. Ichika, he doesn't need us anymore, he can do it alone. Rito, you've become a great champion. Mana, please tell me my brother isn't like that when the situation is with one of you. Issei, no. Mana, what a relief. Issei, it's worse. Rito, I'm sorry to kill such a nice moment, but Fumino, Asanaro, Nodoka and Ichika Nakano are going to kill him when they find out about this. Bassara, well, they don't have to do it. While Nia, I know that you are hiding something from me. Shido Itsuka, and I will discover it. Raziel. A book appeared in his hands. Nia, may everything you have of Shido Itsuka. With Shido. Shido was walking while talking quietly with Mukuro. Mukuro, Muku has a lot of fun with you. Some kind soul who reminds me why Mukuro calls him Nushi-sama. Shido, I'm glad about that. They sat on a bench to talk more calmly. Mukuro, you know, Nia made Muku stop having his feelings sealed, and now Muku is scared. Shido, afraid of what? Muku, of being alone. Nia has been Muku's only friend, and now there's you. Muku doesn't want to be left alone again. To her surprise, Shido hugged her. The warmth of that boy was something that Mukuro had never felt. She didn't want to separate from him. Shido, I promise I won't leave you alone, and you won't have to fear anymore. Shido continued walking with her, but Mukuro no longer wanted to separate from Shido's arm. When they walked down an alley, several robots came out of nowhere to attack them, and a familiar voice spoke. Ellen, but it's the damn brat who ruined our plans. Shido, Mukuro, get out of here, I'll take care of it. Mukuro didn't want to separate from him, but he knew it was for the best. Shido turned to look at Ellen and smiled. Shido, but it's the idiot witch, do you want another one of your legs out? Yes, when Shido killed Wetscott, he cut off one of Ellen's legs. Ellen saw him angry, but when she commanded the robot attack, the rest of her friends appeared. Rito, you weren't going to leave us out, were you? Shido, go ahead. While in Franxious, Mukuro arrived there, where Nia called her. Nia, Mukuro, come a moment. Mukuro, what's wrong? Nia, do you love Shido as much as I do now? Mukuro, Muku loves Shido-kun. Phantom, one day, this boy became a god. Nia, then there are people we must put in their place. Mukuro, why do you say that? Nia, let Raziel tell you. On the battlefield, Shido easily got rid of the robots as well as his friends, more Ichika than anyone. Just by stretching out his hand he disarmed them. Ellen only looked more angry as everything she planned was going to hell. Shido took an opportunity to approach her. Ellen, who had put on her combat suit with a prosthesis, prepared to attack, but to her surprise a clone of Shido appeared behind her, and when she saw him again his left eye was shaped like a clock and Shido had a golden gauntlet covering his hand up to his shoulder. Shido, do you want to see true power? Zafkiel. Ellen stepped back in surprise. Ellen, you can't have that much power. Shido, it turns out I have another ability. Do you see this red stone in my glove? It's Kurumi's Sapphira. She is now human, and I have all her power, bet. He shot Ellen, which began to fly slower, and then beat her up. A while later, Issei, that was easy. Shido, Wow, the power of a Sapphira is too much. Well, Rain, son, do you hear me? Nia and Mukuro escaped. Shido, what? But before continuing to speak, an explosion occurred nearby. Shido, it's my old house, where the… Shido ran quickly to get there. It wasn't that he was worried about the hitches, he was worried about Nia and Mukuro. When he arrived, he found the house in rubble, Nia and Mukuro floating ready to screw the other spirits, and Kurumi hiding. Dogs, Shido, Nia, Mukuro, what are you doing here? Nia, what must be done? Mukuro, they betrayed you, they deserve to die. Shido, how do they know all that? Nia, my angel told me, that's why I won't allow them to continue bothering you, because I love you. Mukuro, Muku won't let them hurt you again, Muku loves you. Shido, then stop wasting time with those useless people and come with me, they don't matter to me. Besides, I have the power to leave us alone. Let's get out of here. Nia and Mukuro stopped their attack, and went to Shido, who greeted them with a hug. The other spirits couldn't stand this. But the most annoying was Origami, who attacked. Of course, her power was easily evaded by Shido and the girls. Origami, why do you only defend them? Shido punched her in the stomach and stretched out his hand as golden markings covered it, and made Origami scream. Shido, Sapphira's outburst. A white crystal came out of Origami's chest, and embedded itself into the shoulder of Shido's armor. In turn, another glove appeared that covered his other hand. Origami fell powerless while Shido left with Nia and Mukuro. 2 days later. Shido, are you sure it's okay like this? Nia, are you kidding? Schoolwork is for kids. Besides, when I come to see you, there's also a space where I can work. Mukuro, Shido, Muku doesn't understand this problem. Shido, I'm going. Shido had sealed them, and now they both studied at the academy that was next to the School of Fine Arts. I don't care that Nia is like 40 years old. Here she is the same age as Shido. They would always go to see their beloved to stay with him for a while, of course being followed by Shido's fan club, because those chicks had appeared out of nowhere and were close to Shido now. With this, one problem was solved, but another began. Elsewhere. Kakashi, let's see if I understood you, Crow. Did he train the others? Azazel, that's right. Rito Yuuki is the most powerful of the 6. They need to be equal. Kakashi, I'll see what I can do. Don't challenge the devil hose. In some hidden valley. Kakashi, well, Rito has a lot of power because of my training, but also because I gave him Kurama. It was the most suitable vessel for him. But after the training they received, I am ready to give them their new powers. That's right. Our protagonists had been training for the last month with Kakashi-sensei, so that they could be suitable for their new powers. And I don't care about genetics here. They gain powers due to lack of budget for a more serious story or no. Kakashi, Ichika Orimura, your technokinesis is very good and you master it very well. You are not very good in hand-to-hand combat, and you seek to find the weak point of your enemy as quickly as possible. I gave you the eyes of the Hyuga clan so you can get that. Kakashi took 2 things that appeared to be contact lenses and, with great care, put them on Ichika. He opened his eyes and began to see where the energy of his friends was gathered in addition to Kakashi. He closed them again, and they returned to normal. Kakashi, next, Arata Kasuga, the wear of your magical power is damaging your body. If you didn't suffer from that, you would be unstoppable. That's why I gave you the training I saw from the 5th Hokage. Do it. Arata, yes sensei. Byakugo no Jutsu. Arata's body began to cover with black lines. Then Kakashi attacked him with a kunai, making a cut, which healed instantly. Kakashi, next, Issei Hyoudou. As the bearer of 2 sacred gears, Dragon and Demon Slayer, you are an exceptional genius. But you cannot predict where your opponent will attack, and fire is very manageable for you. He gave you the eyes of Itachi Uchiha, and you can also use Amaterasu. Issei, hi sensei. Again he implanted them. In a subtle way. Issei opened his eyes. With the Majikyo already awakened, this needs no explanation. Itachi had already awakened him, and is not going to blind him by being transported. Let's leave it there. Kakashi, next, Shido Itsuka. You know how to handle your powers very well, but a little help to prevent more things from getting through you wouldn't hurt. As I know you have an eye that controls time, Kurumi's, I'll give you one of the eyes of my old friend Obito Uchiha. With it you'll be able to use Kamui. With it you'll be able to prevent them from continuing to skewer you. Again Kakashi implanted it, gently. Kakashi, finally Bassara Tojou, your powers of your 3 races are also very well managed. Unfortunately, the heroes are not as strong as one would think, but that is why I give you the Rinnegan of my old pupil Sasuke Uchiha. Your reserves of power will be greater, also being able to transport yourself wherever you want. Of course, as long as it is within your sight. I am playing with the space-time thing. P.S. Since the only one who has a chakra is Rito, we will take his power as what increases. PD2. It should be noted that the eyes of our protagonists can return to normal without any problem. Kakashi. With this you are ready guys, you can go back. In the present, the protagonists were in their study. Ichika from above 1, 2, 3, 4. Rito. Yura boku no kokoro. Kaze and I fukurite. Issei. Yura kimi no kokoro. Hanar banar. Shido. Yura futari no koi watcha and I mat ikya. Bassara. Yura wattage mitai and I yuredaru. If you don't know what song it is, Nai Mono Nedari by Kanabun. But at that moment Pansy and her group arrived desperately. Pansy looked hyperventilated. Issei left his guitar and went to help her. Issei, what happened? She sank into Issei's warm arms. Pansy, he came back. Issei hugged her tighter. Issei, no matter who it is, I will protect you from whoever it is. Issei took her to calm her down. The boys stayed with Pansy's group. Rito, what happened to make it possible like this? Himawari, well, it's that. Cosmos, we needed help to save the library that Pansy loves so much. We thought about looking for you, but our friend Joro arrived. With an idea and a boy and 2 girls, Pansy saw him and became like this. Issei, then you did well to come here. Everyone, Issei, Sasankwa, and Pansy? Issei, I bought her a sedative and stayed with her. She is resting in our room. For now I want to meet that boy. So our poets went to the academy. Although discreet is not the word to describe their arrival, since they were with the president of the student council, they didn't cause them any problems when they passed by. But, Girl 1, those aren't the ones from the School of Fine Arts, from the school next door. Girl 2, they look very handsome, but from the lab. Rio, our suspicions were right, they're really here. My, what do we do? What do we do? Koga, don't worry, it can't go wrong. From a class. Yuruka, they really came. Fumino, I don't know whether to get excited or nervous. Rizu, they are with the student council president. From the hallway. Nino, they came with president. Take Bayashi, they want to get ahead. Upon arriving at the library, our poets met a black-haired man, a pink-haired girl, and a blue-haired girl. Hello, my name is Yasuo Hazuki, but you can call me Hose. This is for changing the characters. Issei, I don't give a damn. Hey, don't talk to him like that. Issei, and who are you? I'm Momo Sakurabara, but they call me Cherry. That language is wrong, Issei. And you? Runa Kasami, but they call me Tsukimi. Issei, well, that's not the important thing here. What did you do to Pansy? What's going on here? Issei, it bucking bothers me. Cosmos, Joro, did you stay here? Joro, I didn't know what to do, President. I really appreciate some ire. Issei, you're lying. It shows in your voice. You wanted to get rid of Pansy. That's why you didn't mind bringing him. Joro, Hose looks like a character from a romantic comedy. But this guy looks like a shonen action protagonist. Joro, but, Issei, don't try to convince me otherwise. I can smell your fear even here. Joro was scared. Issei used his suppression to give them some fear without them noticing. If you don't know what suppression is, watch the chapter. The Academy's tournament. In my DXDFIC, Cherry. But that's not the point. Tsukimi. If the important thing is that Jose is in love with Pansy and we came to bring them together. Issei put his hand on his face. Issei, really want this by bad means. Cosmos, will it be okay? Bassara, if I leave it, this won't be a problem for him. Sasankwa, seems to be upset. Arata, he is. That Hose boy got into the lion's den. Himawari, are you confident that everything will turn out well? Rito, Issei can do it. Tsubaki, we just want Pansy to be okay. Ichika, after what Issei will do to that boy, I can bet you that he won't want to get close again. Asanaro, everything will be okay, right? Shido, yes, calm down, for now we have to wait. Hose, I fell in love with Pansy a long time ago, and I know we have to. Issei, listen to me well, perfect boy. Takes off his jacket, causing Cherry and Tsukumi to get hot down there. She doesn't want to be with you, so the best thing you can do is leave her. Hose, I didn't think he was marked, not muscular, just marked. Hose, well then I challenge you to a duel. You're a stranger who can't just come out of nowhere and tell me what to do. Issei, do you have any pride? Hose, huh? Issei, choose what you want. We can fight bare knuckle. I don't care, sports. Choose whichever you want. Intelligence games? Go ahead, I'll show you who's worse here. Hose, then, let's play chess. Issei, bad idea. Everyone present went to watch Hose and Issei play chess. Issei quickly won, leaving Hose humiliated. Hose, then a 1-versus-1 basketball game. Issei, whatever. Issei humiliated Hose with a 40-0. Cherry, what happened there, Hose? Hose, he doesn't look human. While the genies, the quietplets, and Koga's group watched everything from the windows, Issei took off his sweaty shirt to change. Cherry/Tsukumi. I should go change. Hose, wait. Rito, do you really want to be humiliated more? Stop. Issei, bucking mother. A brown-haired girl approached. What happened here? Cosmos. Tampopo, what are you doing here? Tampopo. I heard that host senpai would have a do. Tampopo turned to see Issei without a shirt. Why does fan service have to be even? Tampopo, drooling. Who is he? Asanaro. Do you remember we told you about the battle of bands at the Fine Arts Academy? Tampopo, yes. Sasanqua. The boys here are the winners, we are friends. Arata, for now. Hose, I haven't given up yet, there must be something I can do to win you over. Hose abandoned his calm boy persona and was starting to get upset. Hose, I know. Pansy uses hair clips shaped like. Issei took one of the clips out of his pocket and showed it to her. Hose, why do you have it? From school. Itsuki, why does he have it? Ryo, why does he have it? To Sensei, who was looking at Issei. Mafuyu's marked body. Why does he have it? Issei. Pansy was like never before while we were playing a song. She cried in my chest, already screaming for help. Right now she must still be asleep in my room at the academy. Hose, is she asleep in your room? From school. Itsuki, what's she? Ryo, that girl. And yep, Sensei. Mafuyu too. Arg, she's in her bed. Issei, then understand one thing. I don't want to see you near here ever again. Hose couldn't find any more options and lost his scruples, launching himself towards Issei, while Asanaro recorded everything. Hose, she's mine. Hose's attacks were really a game for Issei, who dodged everything very easily, which made Hose even more mad, since despite retreating, Issei didn't take any false steps nor was he distracted. He simply looked at Hose with disgust. Issei, you are repulsive. Cherry and Tsukumi saw an unrecognizable Hose attacking like a savage. Hose, you don't deserve her, she's my. Issei had landed a knee in Hose's abdomen, causing him to bleed. Issei, you are a disgusting being. Hose could barely hold on to me, only to receive a kick in the legs from Issei. Issei, you pretend to be friendly with everyone so that they can do what you want. Issei hooked him in the jaw. Issei, you know that Cherry and Tsukumi are in love with you and yet you make them do this, you're horrible. Issei took Hose by the shirt. Issei, besides, Pansy does not belong to you, nor is she an object that you can use at your convenience, if you get close to her again. Issei picked him up and slammed him on the ground. Issei, you'll be worse off than now. Cherry and Tsukumi took the wounded Hose, saying that they would never return, while our protagonists returned to the academy, with Pansy's friends. Issei, wow, that guy did not give up. Shido, but you showed him who was in charge. With Pansy, she had already woken up 1 hour ago, and now there was Pansy, anything of his works. Besides, his bed smells. Pansy, it smells like him. This bed is impregnated with his smell. The boy I love, this is his smell. With scissors she took the least visible part of the sheet and made a small cut. That small piece she put in her pocket, thinking of sewing it later in her sleeve, to always have Issei close. At that moment the door opened, revealing Issei. Issei, Pansy, how good that you woke up. Pansy, Issei-san. To her surprise, Issei hugged her, which couldn't have made Pansy happier. Issei, I already got rid of the problem and it won't bother you again. Besides, if it does, I'll protect you. Pansy, do you swear? Issei, I will not leave you alone again. Pansy hugged him tighter and whispered in his ear. Pansy, can I consider this a victory? Issei, there are things we have to clarify. Let's give him an advantage. Without knowing it, they were being watched by Itsuki, Ryo, and Sensei Mafuyu herself, who had sneaked in to spy on what they were doing. The three of them were burning with jealousy to see Issei's treatment of Pansy. While, Ophis, then you challenge me, Leviathan. Seraphal, of course you can. You can't keep Issei for yourself. Ophis, what if we share it? With Chisato. Chisato, enough of hiding what I feel for Bassara. I'll tell him. Near Rias Academy. Ran. I promise to be honest with Ichika about what I feel. In Seinen City. Saki, I really realize that the one I want is him. There is no one like Yuki Rito. Somewhere. Oh sweet Arata, you will soon be mine, my candidate for Demon King. Your queen awaits you. Paradoxes are for Schrödinger, not for Arata. Arata's day started with a horrible migraine and extreme tiredness, so now he was healing himself with Byakugo, while Rito gave him some chakra so he would recover faster, while he heard a voice in his head. Arata, Arata, where are you? Your queen is looking for you. Arata, who are you? You'll know soon, dear. Arata's migraine passed, and he went to meet his friends. Issei, someone woke up in a bad way today. Arata, my head hurt. Shido, surely you thought something complicated. Arata, idiot. Bassara, well, stop bullshitting. I'm hungry and they opened a waffle restaurant 2 blocks from here. Ichika, I thought Mike told you to take her there. Bassara, she has work. Nobody controls me anymore. Just my two little mothers, Sapphire and Raphaeline. If you're wondering, they're still alive. Only when they betrayed their son they were busy with work, but their husband already warned them and they'll give the brats a corrective as soon as they have time. Issei, I still wonder, how the hell were you born? Bassara, questions for another day. Never mind, let's eat. Shido, Bassara, you can live on sweets, honestly. Bassara, I know, but if my mother and father find out, they'll kill me. Besides, I'm paying. And so they went to the waffle shop. Issei ordered some filled with chocolate chunks and berries. Ichika ordered some with cookies on top and chocolate sauce. Rito chose to have breakfast with only fruit and honey. Shido ordered the same option as Issei, only with white chocolate, and instead of berries, he opted for apple chunks. Arata decided to order one with a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top, and Bassara, well, he ordered some filled with white Hershey's, with a scoop of chocolate ice cream, gummy bears, chocolate sauce, and Nutella. Bassara, well, now it's time to eat. Rito, if you don't die in battle you will die of diabetes. Bassara did, and care he just kept eating. After finishing their meal they decided to talk seriously. Issei, well, how are we going to tell the girls that we are not human? Rito, well, I have the problem that Saki-senpai doesn't know about my powers. Ichika, I can say the same about Ran. Issei, it's harder than I thought. While in a hospital, Khaos was recovering from the beating that Issei had given him, when something appeared in front of him. Vengeance. I know you hate those guys, they appeared out of nowhere to take what was yours. Khaos, yes, they don't know anything. Vengeance. Do you want revenge? Khaos, of course. Vengeance. I will give you the power to do it. The room was covered in purple light, while Khaos was filling up with energy. With the protagonists, they were now talking about future plans they would have. In addition to that, they were with Nia and Mikuro, who went to see Shido. Bassara, well, now we have 3 options to play in the next month. Well, show the options, Ichika. Ichika, well, we have an automotive exhibition, a presentation as opening act for a famous band, and an anime festival. Nia opened her eyes like stars when she heard the last one. Nia, Shido, Shido, Shido. I know what you're going to say, Nia, and I'm going to consider it, of course, if it's for you. Bassara, in fact, it is the best option. Being opening act is not up for discussion, since in this area we have some recognition. The automotive exhibition does not pay very well, also the time is very limited, and for going to play at the anime festival they will give us discounts for samples purchased there. Rito, then we will take the best option. Issei, but there is a problem, more than anything for you, Rito. Rito, what is it? Arata, the idols Kyoko and Run will perform a show. Rito just sighed. Rito, I already made it clear how I feel about this. I don't think you want any more problems. And the boys were ready to prepare for that festival. But while they went to their room, Arata, wait, I forgot something. When I returned, a black-haired girl passed near him and Arata felt a little weak. But nothing serious really, instead the girl looked surprised. Was he supposed to faint? Arata, did it help you with something? The girl was a little startled, but turned to look at him with a smile. I was looking for the principal to find out where I could enroll. Arata, registrations are until next year and you have to be on time for the exam, or consequently the second exam. All applicants to this academy know that. No wonder I didn't see more applicants. I'm Anastasia, by the way. Arata Kasuga, if you'll excuse me, I'm going. Arata, I'll ask Nia why she's targeting me. The effect of her magic disappeared thanks to the Byakugo no Jutsu. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Anastasia, wait. Arata, what's going on? Anastasia, I would like to know if you are part of the group that won the last battle of the bands. Arata, yes, it's me with my friends. If you excuse me, I'm leaving. Anastasia, wait. Arata, now what? Anastasia, what can you tell me about the Trinity 7? Arata, you finally show your true face. What do you want from me? Anastasia, the question is, what don't I want from you? Anastasia approached to touch Arata, but at that moment 5 swords blocked her way. They were Arata's friends. Bassara, if you want trouble, you already have it. Rito, don't try to hurt him, you'll get more. Issei, I put up a barrier. No one is going to help you. Anastasia, wow, you have very good friends, Arata-kun. Arata, my best friends, but that's not the point. What are you doing here? Anastasia, the most obvious, I came for you. Before Anastasia touched Arata, a wormhole opened preventing this. Nia, that he doesn't touch you, he's in a limbo between alive and dead. If he touches you he'll take you to a place called the World of Death. Arata, wait, what? Issei, what is between alive and dead? Like Schrodinger's cat. And I could say that the world of death is the box. Arata, whose cat? Issei, I forgot you're an idiot. a paradox proposed by the scientist Schrödinger. He said that if you lock a cat in a box and put a poison that acts in 10 minutes, and you open the box in 5, is the cat alive or dead? Arata turned his head while smoke came out of his ear. Shido, you finished off the 3 functional neurons he had left. Issei, you do understand Shido, is the cat alive or dead? Shido was the same as Arata, while Issei put his hand on his face. Issei, you Ichika, Bassara, Rito? You were the same as Arata. Issei, sometimes I feel like I'm the only one with a brain in this group. 2 minutes later, Anastasia was enclosed in magic circles made by Issei and Arata, reinforced by the energy of Shido, Ichika, Bassara and Rito's chakra. Issei, well, what do you want from Arata? Anastasia, like I said, I want all of him. In fact, I was surprised that he didn't faint with my spell, if I induced the migraine early on. Arata, yes, it hurt. It was because of the Byakugo no Jutsu that didn't go any further. Anastasia, what? Arata, one of my new techniques. Issei, I still don't understand what you mean by wanting all of him. Anastasia, it's simple. I was the original Trinity 7 of Luxuria, only when I performed the final crest of my Eshima file I ended up disappearing. And I'm in this limbo of life and death. My goal is to control the Demon King. Issei, me? Anastasia, are you also a candidate for the Demon King? Issei, so it's Arata. Arata, it's not like it'll be of much use to him. Astral Trinity. Arata's hair turned white, as did his eyes. Arata, after 2 months of so much training with these idiots, the Demon King is under my power, that and also, Byakugo no Jutsu. The black lines covered Arata, while Anastasia looked incredulously. That boy could no longer be controlled. Arata had complete control over Astral Trinity, in addition to being able to use Judica better, and not to mention his grimoires. Sora and Ilya no longer came out why Arata's power increase would be too much. Anastasia, like you? But if you keep the Trinity 7 they will destroy the Arata. Don't worry, if I saw them I would kill them, and now, Issei uses that. Issei, well, it's experimental, but I think I can. Issei stared at Anastasia. Issei, Majikyo Sharingan. Anastasia stared into Issei's eyes. Issei, Tsukuyumi. Anastasia woke up in her room at the academy, not knowing what was happening. When she left she found her friend. Anastasia, Arsha, how much? As soon as she turned around she only saw the empty sockets of her eyes. Arsha, Anastasia, what do you want with Arata? Anastasia, huh? She could barely articulate the question because of how terrified she was, and her friend crumbled to dust. While the surroundings of the academy too, Anastasia ended up in a cemetery, and from the graves skeletons came out that began to stick to Anastasia. Skeletons, what do you want with Arata? Anastasia screamed in fear, and the skeletons turned to dust. The floor shook and from it came out a cross that also had chains that tied Anastasia. Outside, Issei, is it really a good idea? The Tsukuyumi is still unstable, and this girl has a lot of trauma. Arata, no one will see my idiot face again. Issei, it's already too much for us to see it every day. Arata threw a shoe at Issei. With Anastasia, many Liliths appeared around her. Lilith, you were never the Trinity 7 of Luxuria, and he will never be with you. Anastasia, take off your damn usurper. The Liliths disappeared, leaving her alone on the cross, while Anastasia became more and more desperate, until the cross sank along with Anastasia, and a mysterious voice asked her, what do you want from Arata Kasuga? Anastasia, I want to love him. All the illusions fell apart, and Anastasia was only left in a black space. Anastasia, since before Arata was born I knew that he would be the candidate for Demon King. My love for the world prompted me to want to stop him, but I felt that he was destined to be with me. When I disappeared, I couldn't think of anything else but him. I really love him, and I don't want him to continue suffering like that. All the illusion fell apart, and Anastasia left the Tsukuyumi. Arata, Anastasia, is all that serious? Anastasia, it's the truth of how I feel. Arata. Anastasia's physical form was beginning to destabilize. Time had run out. Arata, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? His other friends arrived to help him. Shido, if we give him some of our energy to keep him going, Arata can prepare a combined spell with the medical jutsu. Arata, it's true, and I could bring her back. It would be like healing her body. I can do it well. Issei, Bassara, Shido, Ichika and Rito joined their energy to make Anastasia stay stable for a few moments, while Arata prepared the spell. Arata, Sora, Ilya. The two Lolas entered the scene. Sora, it's been a while since he summoned us, Master. Ilya, although now he is more powerful than before. Arata, I know you know the situation, so I need your help. Both good. Arata, Astral Trinity, Byakugo no Jutsu. Arata transformed, and began to join the medical jutsu with his magical power. Helped by Sora and Ilya, Anastasia moved in pain while her friends tried to hold her. Arata, I can do it, I can do it. A green sphere appeared in Arata's hands, and it began to release energy towards Anastasia, which stopped disappearing and began to regain its form little by little. 2 days later, Anastasia hugged Arata. Arata, well Anna, a promise is a promise. I brought you ice cream. Anna, thanks honey, I'm so happy now that I can be with you. Arata, I know Anna, but you should also understand my feelings for other girls. Anna, I understand them honey, and they don't bother me in the least. As long as they know how to respect you, everything will be fine. Arata, thanks Anna. When we tell them the truth, I promise I'll ask you to be our girlfriends. Anna, I'm really looking forward to that moment honey. Arata, well let's continue with what we were doing, talking to the seller. 2 vanilla ice creams please. Elsewhere, Hose, I will get revenge on everyone. He said this while walking down an alley, and the sound of chains dragging accompanied him. Buck your mother Hose. Our protagonists were now in their studio ready to play something, although they had Anna, Nia and Mikuro. Ichika accompanying them. Good. Hitting their drumsticks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Old Yellow Bricks Arctic Monkeys. Arata, Old Yellow Bricks. Loves a risk. Shido, quite the little escapologist. Bassara, looked so miffed when you wished. Rito, for 1,000 places better than this. Issei, you are the fugitive, but you don't know what you're running from. Ichika, you can't kid us, and you couldn't trick anyone. Shido, Houdini, love you don't know what you're running away from. Shido / Arata, who wants to sleep in the city that never wakes up, blinded by nostalgia. Who wants to sleep in the city that never wakes up? Rito, she was enraged but the way. Issei, that the emperor put traps in the cage. Bassara, and the days she been dull, lead to nights read in beer bottles. Ichika, you're such a fugitive, but you don't know what you're running from. Arata, you can't kid us, and you couldn't trick anyone. Bassara, Houdini, love you don't know what you're running away from. Issei / Rito, who wants to sleep in the city that never wakes up, blinded by nostalgia. Who wants to sleep in a city that never wakes up? Shido, you're at a loss, just because. Arata, it wasn't all that you thought it was. Rito, you are a fugitive, but you don't know what you're running away from. Bassara / Ichika, she said. I want to sleep in the city that never wakes up, and revel in nostalgia. Shido / Arata, I know I said he wants to sleep in the city that never wakes up, but Dorothy was right though. When the presents finished they applauded them. Anna hung on Arata while she covered him with kisses, while Nia and Mikuro argued over who deserved Shido's attention. The rest of our protagonists decided to start leaving the studio. It was when Rito received a call, made from the cell phone of one of his exes. It was Rin. Rito answered. Rito, listen to me one thing Rin, if you want to come do it, believe me it will go very well for you. Saki, I'm Saki. Rito, Saki Tenjuin. Rito, oh I'm sorry for my attitude Saji-senpai, it's just that. Saki, I understand you, but I wanted to tell you something else. Rito, what thing? Saki, well I'm going to Tokyo to stay there for a while and I want you to pick me up. Rito panicked, but I handled it like a champion. Rito, well I'll come pick you up Saki. This last fool made Saki blush on the other end of the call. While Issei received a communication from Office. Issei, what's wrong Office? Office, I'll go to Tokyo with Serafal to settle a matter that we both have with you. Issei, they're going to accuse me. Bassara received a message from Chisato. Chisato, Bassara, I'm heading to Tokyo. There's something important I need to tell you. While Ichika, Dan, hey friend, I have news for you. Ichika, oh yeah, what news? Dan, we're moving to Tokyo. Ran is eager to see you. Ichika, wow, it seems I have problems. Then everyone was playing Street Fighter in their room. Right now Ichika was beating Rito, and Rito lost. Rito, damn, you're very good. Ichika, well, what can I say? Issei, are you going to stop playing so we can talk about the serious issue at hand? Rito, okay. Ichika, anyway, no one can beat me in Street Fighter. Issei, well, each one has his own harem of girls who are now following him. Only 7 of them know that we are not human, while the rest are either supernatural or they don't know either. But besides that, there's the fact that they reject us or we end up in a bad way. Shido, yes, but we can no longer continue living like this. It is wrong to lie to them like this. Bassara, I agree with Shido. At this rate we are not going to achieve anything. Issei, then we have to call everyone at once to clear things up. Rito went to pick up his senpai, who couldn't help but get excited when she saw him. Rito had grown since he left Sainan City, and was more handsome in Saki's eyes. She got out of her limousine and was greeted by Rito. Saki, hello Rito-kun. Rito, Saki, as pretty as ever. The aforementioned blushed at her boyfriend's words. Rito, will you accompany me to a special place? Saki, whatever you want. Rito-kun, while Ichika, and that would be all, Mr. Gaenda. Mr. Gaenda, thank you for helping us unpack, Ichika. You have always been so helpful. Ichika, can I take Ran to a place? Mr. Gaenda, since you helped us, I don't see the problem. Ichika stretched out his hand towards Ran. Ichika, are you coming with me? She nervously took Ichika's hands and followed him, while Bassara was waiting at a gas station and Chisato arrived. Chisato, Bassara, I know you want to tell me something important, but first we need to go somewhere. With Shido and Arata, these two were taking Nia, Makuro and Anna to the place where everything would be resolved once and for all. Shido, it seems that this is the last lie that we will tell. Arata, and you say it. With Issei, he looked attentively at an alley, and in it appeared Ophis and Seraphal. Ophis, I see. Issei, I know you want to talk, but first we need to go somewhere. Come with me. Seraphal, okay, I see. Took both of their hands and led them away. The protagonists had already taken precautions for this, and had sent messages to the girls at the academy. With the geniuses, Fumino, I got a message from Shido saying he wants to see me somewhere, and he sent me the location. Rizu, I got the same from Rito. Yuruka, I got the same from Ichika. Sawako, Arata sent it to me. Asami, Bassara sent it to me. Mafuyu left her office. Mafuyu, then we'll all go because Issei sent me the same message. With the Itsuki quintuplets, I received a message from Issei-kun, he wants to meet. Nino, I have the same message but from Bassara, and with a location. Miku, I received it from Rito. Yatsuba, I received it from Arata. Ichika, I received it from Shido. Take Bayashi, and I received it from Ichika. With Koga's group. Koga, Rito sent me a message and a location. I also received one from Bassara. Ryo, me from Issei. Nodoka, I received one from Shido. Shoko, me from Arata. Keed, me too, from Ichika. With Pansy's group. Cosmos, Bassara wants to meet up, he sent me a message and an address. Pansy, Issei wants the same. Himawari, Rito too. Asanaro and Shido. Tsubaki, Ichika too. Sasankwa and Arata. The protas as a precaution sent different routes to the 4 groups of girls, while they went for another extra, and it took longer than they thought. When they arrived, what they saw was the 4 groups of girls looking at each other in a somewhat hostile way. Although not much, they were friends, yes, but in love there are no friends, and our protas arrived. Fumino, Shido Itsuka explain what is happening here. Koga, I asked the same for you. Rito Yuki. Itsuki, you too explain yourself. Issei Hyoudou. Cosmos, that's right. Bassara Tojou, explain yourself. Issei, in fact that's why we came, to explain ourselves. Bassara, enough of avoiding difficult questions. Ichika, all your doubts will be resolved now. Arata, without exception. Shido, we promise to tell the truth. Rito, it is up to you whether you believe us or not. The girls looked at the boys in surprise. Issei, we are. Issei stopped talking abruptly as the others did the same. The girls looked at them confused. Issei, she's here. Ichika, it's not a fraction of it. Rito, that doesn't matter now, we have to put them safe. Bassara, tracked us here. Arata, apparently. Shido, all back. The girls didn't seem to understand, but some chains quickly approached Pansy, who could barely react. Issei appeared in front of her, removing her from the path. Issei, Bassara, yes, behind me, girls. Bassara began to release his demonic power, leaving everyone present stunned, including Chisato. Chisato is controlling her demonic powers. Bassara's shield manifested, while more chains were directed towards him and the girls. Bassara, perfect shield. The shield released energy that protected the girls from the chains. Arata, Issei, I'm going. They both put their hands together and magic circles appeared. Issei/Arata, perfect protection. The chains were stopped again, and before them appeared Hose. Only his eyes were completely white. Purple rays covered his entire body, and he had chains around his arms. Hose, I will take revenge on you. Pansy, scared, is that Hose? Issei, yes, he was corrupted by the energy of revenge. We will explain everything when we finish. Issei ran directly to him. Issei, Ichika, where does more energy accumulate? Ichika, give me a second. Byakugan, right rib. Rito, I'm going. Rasengan. Rito released all his power into Hose's chest, causing him to be thrown backwards. Shido, let's test our new powers. Bassara, Mangekyo Sharingan. Bassara, I was waiting for you to say that. Rinnegan. Bassara appeared next to Shido and manifested his sword, while Shido manifested Metatron. Shido, I've got you covered, attack him head on. Bassara, okay. Bassara appeared in front of Hose and began to attack him, While Shido fired from behind at full power, Ichika joined in to help him by creating 2 cannons with her technokinesis. Hose could not land any blows on Bassara, the Rinnegan hacker, that he could not know where Bassara would teleport to. So he decided to attack Shido, and a chain at full speed attacked him, but Shido just smiled. Shido, Kamui! The chain got stuck before touching Shido and was trapped in a vortex, a moment that Arata took advantage of to cut it. Hose was getting fed up, but Issei and Rito appeared in front of him following Ichika's instructions. Ichika. He concentrated everything on the stomach guys, finish off the cheap copy of Shun from Andromeda. Rito entered Itoshura Phase 2 added to 4 Tails, while Issei entered Hunter Gear 3, added to the Crimson Cardinal promotion, and his Sharingan. Rito, Rasengan. Issei, Mode Change. Rook, Longinus Smasher. Both of them hit Hose with all their might, causing him to expel the energy of vengeance, which came out in the form of a being with chains, and Hose fainted behind them. Issei, okay guys, time to exterminate evil. All 6 swords strike. Issei stayed behind gathering energy slowly as Bassara appeared in front of the chain being and slashed him with all his might. Ichika then jumped in with his IS sword, attacking him. Arata appeared unleashing another slash, which was followed by Shido, who slashed him with Sandalphon, who was followed by Rito, who slashed him with his katanas. The being was weak, while Issei finished accumulating energy. Issei, a little trick that Kakashi-sensei taught me, Susanoo. Issei could only manifest his arm and a sword, with which he finished slicing the dark entity, which only screamed in pain and disappeared completely. The Susanoo arm also disappeared while Issei fell weak, being held by Bassara. Well done, buddy. Issei, as always, buddy. Both collided fists, while, gently, Bassara put him on the ground. In simple words, he let him fall to the ground. After a while, Issei recovered, which could not be said of the girls. Although some already knew about their powers, they could not be more astonished with that demonstration. Issei, we must return this guy to the hospital bed. Arata made Hose levitate while Issei made a magic circle that left him in the hospital, and they turned to see the girls. Issei, well, that was what we wanted to explain. We are not normal. Bassara, we will understand if they want to get away from us. Shido, after all, we are always surrounded by dangers. Arata, but we must present ourselves properly. Issei, I am Hyoudou Issei, the most powerful dragon hunter in existence, as well as the first bearer of 2 sacred gears in history, and a demon king. Bassara, here I am, Tojou Bassara, hybrid of the clan of heroes, demons and gods, bearer of Bryhldr. Shido, I am Shido Itsuka, the only human capable of sealing the spirits in addition to being able to use their powers. Arata, I am Arata Kasuga, a candidate for demon king as well as a magician who has reached the state of Trinity. Ichika, I am Ichika Orimura, the first and only man capable of piloting an IS, in addition to possessing the power of technopathy that allows me to control any kind of technology. Rito, I am Rito Yuuki, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails as well as a ninja. Issei, the 6 of us have gone through the experience of having harems before. Bassara, but they betrayed us. Shido, we thought we could never believe in true love again. Ichika, until you all came to show us otherwise. Arata, we know that as humans it is difficult to process all this and everything it implies. Rito, but believe us that if you accept us we will love you all equally. Each one took their girls by the hands. Issei, Office, Sarah, Itsuki, Ryo, Mafuyu, Pansy, Bassara, Chisato, Nino, Mai Asumi, Cosmos, Shido, Nia, Mukuro, Ichika, Nodoka, Fumino, Asanaro, Arata, Anna, Yatsuba, Shoko, Sawako, Sasenkwa, Ichika, Ran, Takebayashi, Kid, Yuruka, Tsubaki, Rito, Saki, Miku, Koga, Rizu, Himawari. Everyone, do you want to be our partners? Before the festival. Right now our protagonists were tired after playing the same 4 songs for 2 hours. They were preparing as best as possible for the festival. Ryo approached Issei with a drink whose fingers hurt. Ryo, drink honey, you're getting dehydrated. Itsuki, wait, let me help you too. Itsuki put him on his lap, while Ryo gave him a drink. Pansy, Mafuyu, Office and Serafal only saw them. In the same way Nino took care of Bassara helped by Mai. Fumino took care of Shido with the help of Asanaro. Rito received attention from Koga and Saki. Ichika for his part was being attended to by Takebayashi and Tsubaki, and Arata by Sawako and Sasenkwa. That's right, after the confession, they had been accepted. The girls realized that it was best to share them, since that way they would avoid fighting. In addition, the boys promised that they would love them equally, therefore there would be no problems. After that, the girls got their respective kiss from their loves, and now we find ourselves in the present moment, in which Issei had a date with Ryo, Bassara was with Nino, Shido with the Swanro, Rito with Saki, Ichika with Yuruka, and Arata with Shoko, with Issei. Both walked through the plaza. Of course, Ryo nervously hugged Issei's arm. He just smiled. Issei, are you nervous? Ryo, it's my first date alone with the person I like. I don't know what to do. Issei took her hand and pulled it with him. Issei, just have fun, my beautiful scientist. With Bassara, Nino had taken him to an expensive restaurant again. Bassara, I really don't know what to order. Nino, everything looks really expensive here. Nino, no problem dear, order whatever you want. Bassara, I'm going to feel guilty after this, but I'll make it up to you, although my hands have lost some practice. With Shido, Asunaro, this way Shido. Asunaro pulled him near a bridge. Shido, good Asunaro, there you look cute. He took a picture of her. Then he gave her a kiss on the cheek while they took a picture together. Asunaro felt immensely happy next to blue hair. With Ichika, the best place they could think of to hang out was going to the pool, and now they swam hand in hand, while having fun. When they left, Ichika bought drinks for the two of them, and they sat down to talk for a while. With Arata, Shoko was fascinated by the planetarium that Arata had taken her to. Plus, he was alone that day, and Arata could do tricks to impress Shoko even more, who just smiled very happily. Shoko, you know, when I was a child I used to get sick a lot and I never saw a magic show, and now with you I can see true magic. Arata, every moment with you is magical. After their dates, our protagonists decided to continue practicing. But, in Sainan City, the aliens had already recovered, and Run and Kyoko were preparing for the show they were going to give. Of course they knew that Rito's band and his friends would show up, because they had warned the rest to get ready, although the one who most wanted to answer some questions was Rin, since Saki had mysteriously gone to Tokyo and hadn't come back. Rin, what is Saki-sama doing? The girls were preparing to look for Rito. With the protagonists, the boys spent their days with their partners to relax before their concert. Of course, Rito, without knowing that he would have to deal again with the Area 51 escapees. Elsewhere, one of those days Office hadn't been with Issei, and for a simple reason. Kakashi, so you want me to look for where that thing is hiding? Office, that's right. According to Issei, vengeance is what gives the most power to the Hitches, therefore I need you to take care of him. Kakashi, I can find him, but I don't think I have the necessary strength to defeat him. Besides, the boys need to release some potential. I will do a scan to be able to predict where Office will appear. I trust you. And so the former Hokage began his search, starting by visiting the injured Hose in the hospital, and looking for traces of energy in his body, of course without Hose noticing. Kakashi, unlike what Office said, in this boy there was a greater amount of revenge energy, in addition to dark matter, but it is different from Issei's. This is like a drug that gives him greater abilities, added to the energy of revenge. I have to take them to their maximum power. I can't let them hurt them. Kakashi decided to call his pupils, who were busy with their own thing, but quickly responded to the call of their teacher, who took them to the training dimension. Kakashi, okay boys, I will awaken your maximum powers in a forced way. Rito, why? Kakashi, I found the traces of vengeance. He is getting stronger with each negative feeling he absorbs. I do not know what he is looking for, but if you are not ready you will not be able to face him. What he gave to Hose was a tiny fraction of his power. It is nothing compared to what he is. I spent the last few days investigating and I found where vengeance comes from. History moment Mamelan. Kakashi, the grudge that people held against the gods for taking most of their food and sacrifices took form and hid among humans, causing wars and preventing humanity from living prosperously, always generating resentment, jealousy, tragedy. Now that you were betrayed, he took your feelings of hatred and resentment. As he has special abilities, he became stronger. And now add to that the jealousy and remorse that his exes suffered. Vengeance has accumulated a lot of power. Rito, so what do we do? Kakashi, vengeance will most likely use his exes to get stronger, so I will take care of releasing their powers to the maximum abruptly. It is the only way we can ensure victory. Kakashi separated them and started with Rito. The way was easy. Rito had already managed to release 6 of the 9 tails, so he needed a boost from Kasahi and his Susanoo to master Kurama mode, which he achieved in a very short time. Next was Issei. Kakashi subjected him to very heavy training until he adapted to using the Dragon Devils, the Hunter's Gear 4 and the Susanoo at the same time. With great effort he achieved it. The next was Shido. With him it would be a bit more difficult, since the best way was to steal the Saphiras from the remaining spirits. But even so, Kakashi made him reach a new level, also including the perfect Susanoo, in addition to the fact that they managed to combine all the angels of the spirits to make a more powerful one. Kakashi, so what name will you give him? Shido, Adam. His new angel could use the abilities of the 10 spirit angels. With Bassara Kakashi, he made him reach the perfect Susanoo in addition to being able to release all his power of his 3 races, reaching new levels of power, not to mention that now he could summon his armor whenever he wanted, and it was divided into half silver with green, and the other was red and black, but in the center the core was blue and golden shoulder pads gave off light. With Arata, Kakashi managed to make Arata reach the Demon King Paladin mode, becoming stronger than before, and Judeka was more powerful and more destructive. As for Byakugo, Arata healed at an abnormal speed, which made causing significant damage to him almost impossible. With Ichika, Kakashi managed to get Ichika to combine their powers so that when he activated the Byakugan he could damage his enemies by simply extending his hand. His technokinesis had evolved and was no longer just technology. He could now move anything with his mind. Kakashi, well, I've taken you to the maximum of what I could. I hope it is of great help. But you have something more important to do. Go play and show what you know. Everyone, hi Kakashi-sensei. As soon as they left the portal, Kakashi stared. Kakashi, I can't teach you anything else. Kakashi went to another place where a man with black hair and glasses was resting. Oh Kakashi, are you done instructing them? Who can guess what anime it is from? Kakashi, I taught them everything I know. Wing, then it's my turn. Although it seems that they softened you a little. Kakashi, it's been years since I saw as much talent as theirs. They have won a special place in my heart, and as a teacher I can't feel more proud of their progress. Wing, I suppose that at this rate it will be the last time we talk like this. Kakashi, yes, I have to do everything for my students. In Tokyo, a big festival was taking place, attracting the majority of the people there, while our fans were ready to play and show their best, without knowing everything that would happen. The festival. Run and Kyoko were preparing for the festival, but they were happy for another reason. Rito would be there with his band, which made them excited as each day passed. The rest of Rito's exes would also go with the excuse of seeing Kyoko and Run, but they would really go for Rito. Phantom, because there are never enough bores. While our protagonists, Rito, Rasengan, Issei, Amaterasu, Shido, Metatron, Bassara, Vanishing Shift, Arata, Mateo Dragonar, Ichika, Psycho Wave. A wave of psychic power enhanced by the Bakugan. Boom. The best thing the hexted of idiots could come up with was to test their new powers in an open field. And now they were with their clothes in tatters, and crashed against the rocks. Issei, mine was the strongest. Rito, you're joking, mine was stronger. Bassara, they can only dream, mine was the strongest. Shido, I was the strongest. Arata, mine was stronger. Ichika, yes, of course. Issei, well, we'll solve that later, now we have to prepare for the festival. Bassara, that's true. Our protagonists went to the academy to get ready while their partners were already waiting for them. According to the schedule they had been given, they would have to play approximately 3 or 4 songs and then take a break for a few minutes and return to the stage. But before their second turn it would be the presentation of Run and Kyoko. Without thinking much, our prompts went to the festival. They arrived very early, so the stage wasn't ready yet, so they decided to walk around. Except for Shido, Nia took him by the arm and took him to the deepest part of the festival to see everything there was. Now he was in trouble. His wallet was in danger. While Run, Kyoko has arrived. Kyoko, yes, there's Rito-kun. Let's try everything possible to take him. Lala, thank you for bringing us to take Rito. Rin, what I don't understand is why Sali-sama is here. Momo, calm down, we'll solve everything in a while. Rito's exes began to follow him, and they began to burn with jealousy when they saw how Rito was with his new partners. Of course they did not know that Saki was part of Rito's new partners. This is why it bothered them, and it seemed curious to them that they both treated each other with affection. More noticeable when they both bought an ice cream cone and Rito got a little dirty. Saki lovingly cleaned it, and said affectionately, Saki, you have to learn to eat baka. Rito took her hand and they continued moving forward. After a while of walking, the festival began and our protagonists went to put on their instruments. To the surprise of those present, now Bassara was on the drums, Ichika had a saxophone, Issei an acoustic guitar, and the others remained with their typical instruments. Rito, hello everyone, we are Kami no Seiji. We are here to perform themes from different animes. We hope you enjoy it. Rito's exes saw him changed. Although before they thought Rito was cute, now things were better than before. He dressed better, he looked more confident, and he was taller. Shido, as the first song we will perform the first opening of Blue Exorcist. We hope you enjoy it. Core Pride UV World. I'm not going to say who sings what in this chapter. The boys showed their qualities to adapt by playing fantastically while all the fans sang along with them and had fun. The protagonists were the center of attention at the festival. All eyes were on their talent. Of course, Rito's exes also looked at Rito like prey. After finishing the song, the entire audience applauded them with great enthusiasm, while they smiled. Rito, the next opening we will play is the first opening of Fire Force, Inferno Mrs. Green Apple. The people applauded them even louder, seeing what the boys were capable of. Issei. And now for our third opening we will play the first opening of Tate no Yusha no Nariagari, Rise Mad Kid. The people applauded them again for such a wonderful show they were giving. Presenter. Now we will take a 40-minute break, continue enjoying. The protagonists went to their dressing room to rest, and left to be with their partners. Well, except for Rito, since he was very tired and fell asleep in the dressing room. With Issei. Issei. Well, if I understand well, there is a food stand over there. Seraphal, are you hungry? Issei, quite a bit. Itsuki, don't worry, I'll buy you whatever you want. Issei, let's not exaggerate. Ryo, Issei is right. The important thing is that we have a good time together. Pansy, he's right. Issei, I'm glad you put our time together above all else. Mafuyu, it's the most important thing. Ophis, as expected of a mature woman. Mafuyu, Ophis. Ophis just laughed quietly. With Bassara. Bassara, the truth is I don't know what to do. It will still take some time before we go up on stage again. Chisato, well, we can see nearby places. Nino, that's true. It's the best way for you to relax. Mai, the best way to put on a good show is to be relaxed. Cosmos, Mai-san is right. We just want you to be relaxed. Asumi, let's go for a walk. I'm sure we'll find something to do. With Shido. Nia, look Shido, here, and look here. Shido, let's go with Kallen. Nia, we will see everything. Mukuro, after this Muku also wants to go to a special place. Fumino, that's true, me too. Nodoka, I think we all agree with that. Onero, yes, Divardemonies together. Ichika, it's the best before Shido goes on stage again. With Arata. Arata, I feel like it was too long. Anna, it wasn't that long, dear. It was only 3 songs. Sasankwa, but he had to play. His fingers probably hurt. Sasankwa took her hand and began to caress it gently. Sawako, let me help you with that. Sawako did the same. Yatsuba, we will comfort you. Arata, Shoko, that's right, relax. Arata, with Ichika. Ran, you did very well, Ichika. Ichika, you know, we have to adapt to whatever. Take Bayashi, and you do it very well. Tsubaki, it's true, it was incredible. Yuruka, you are the one who adapts best to Ichika. Keed, yes, you are incredible. Meanwhile, Rito's girls were walking around a bit upset by the fact that Rito had fallen asleep. Saki, this guy. Miku, that's not fair. Rizu, it's not fair. Koga, he must have a reason, but that doesn't mean we're not angry. Himawari, it's true. While in the dressing room, the chair where Rito was resting lost its balance, and the idiot fell. Rito, damn, I fell asleep. That's when he felt like a shock in his head. Rito, I have a bad feeling. As Rito's girls walked, they ran into their exes. Rin was the one who thought the worst of Rito's new partners, especially Saki. Rin, Saki-sama, it's weird to see her here. Saki, I could say the same about you, Rin. Rin, we came to see our Rito. Saki and her classmates laughed at what they said, but Yami threatened them. Yami, don't think you'll be permanent, he loves us. Koga, correction, he loved you. After what you did to him, I don't think he'll forgive you. Yami, angry, wanted to attack, but Saki took her arm. Saki, you won't do anything to her. She like us. We won Rito's heart. Yami, what will you do to me? Before Yami does anything, Rito's QBI energy seemed to be fleetingly over Saki. This same energy violently pushed Yami. Yami, but what? Lala, it doesn't matter, we'll get rid of them. Momo, you're right, sister. What seemed to be an electric shock was heard. Rito, so many bucking languages in the world and you guys only understand bucking things. Chidori. Rito's exes stepped back to avoid the impact. As he landed, Rito hugged Saki against his chest. Rito, did he do something to you? Saki, no, I'm fine, honey. Rito, I'm glad, and sorry for not coming sooner. I'll take care of this now. He turned to look at his exes. Rito, run, Kyoko. If you want to have your normal show, turn around and come back. But I'm not going to hold back with the others. Knowing they had no chance, they left, but burning with jealousy. Rito, I'm sorry I wasn't there at the right time. If I had taken a little longer, something would have happened to them. I don't know if I could stand that. Saki, everything's okay, darling. You'll always save us. Miku, Saki is right, you're our hero. Koga, and you always will be. Rito, thanks, girls. Run and Kyoko did their part of the show, although upset by what had happened. After that the prompts returned to the stage to demonstrate their talent. Bassara, for the next song we will play the opening 6 of My Hero Academia. Polaris blew in count. The crowd applauded again, excited by the band's return to the stage. And more than they performed the song magnificently, it was even better. Ichika. Next will be the opening 3 of Nanatsu no Taizai, Howling Flow X Grand Rodeo. The applause of the people was not long in coming. They were really enjoying their show, and they didn't want them to leave. Arata. We had a lot of fun playing for such a wonderful audience, but to close this festival with a flourish we need a legendary opening. Ichika 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is a surprise. The people applauded and cheered the band like never before. They had given them a great show, and in addition, Rito had thwarted his ex's attempt to harm their new partners. A few days later, Rito. So what does Kakashi-sensei mean? Saki. Yes, I also want to know. Rito and Saki had told him what had happened at the festival. Kakashi. Apparently their partners can project a fraction of their power in a moment of great tension. That's why when Yami threatened them and you weren't there, Saki used a fraction of your power as a Jinchuriki to drive her away. Rito. So if we're not there they can defend themselves? Kakashi. Don't confuse it. It's like an insect sting. It can harm its enemies, but it's not like it can fight them as equals. It's just a defense mechanism. Rito. Oh, I see. Kakashi. I think that would be all. Rito. Yes, thanks sensei. Rito and Saki went back to the others and told them what they discovered. Issei. In other news, another event organizer saw us at the festival and liked our presentation, so we will have another one soon. Shido. We have to prepare. Bassara. Give it our all. Arata. As always. Ichika. We will give our best. Rito. Yes, it's true. Thus our protagonists enjoyed the tranquility of their lives, a tranquility that would not last long. With Kakashi. Kakashi was eating with Wing. Wing. Maybe it's the last time we eat together. Kakashi. I'll do my best. Wing. I'll teach them everything about Nin, and they'll be unstoppable. Kakashi. I expect that from you, friend. Elsewhere. Vengeance. Delicious. It was necessary that it was close to the festival. The frustration, resentment and jealousy that Yuki Rito's exes feel is delicious. But not only that, the hatred that Yuki Rito has for them also makes me stronger. Soon it will be time to give my final blow, and everything will remain under my shadow. Farewell to the old Hokage. The protagonists were rehearsing for their next concert, while their girlfriends watched them attentively. Rito. So, the next thing we should play is? Shido. What I proposed is our best option. Issei. If that's true. Ichika. Then I have to prepare to give my best hits to the drums. Arata. Yes, let's do it. Bassara. I start. Ichika 1, 2, 3, 4. Fight for liberty of your world. Bassara. Just war. Fight for liberty. Rito. You get down. The appearance of Gamushra is in a state of unrest, but kicking out to its cold became a habit. Everything truly was enviable. Shido. The reason for challenging the battle this time again is Issei. This time, even if I open the bed I have been thinking about, Ichika, the answer to live, which isn't visible to anyone's eyes, for a long time, it rained excessively, a pure dream and that ideal betray me. There are things I want to achieve and things that seem unachievable piling up. If life has 2 chances, I wouldn't choose such a difficult path. But if this is the only chance, there is no intention to give up on anything. I'll harness the strength that has no tomorrow behind me. Bassara, you get down, as morning comes to the city at night, whether to escape or accept defeat and run away. There is no world where I can gently extend my hand. Arata, even though this time hasn't really started yet. Rito. If all those who fight with reason and heed the feedback are going to be targeted. Shido. What I couldn't forgive was all. For a long time, in the rain, I sang too much, a single strand of hope and a future of silence, which betrays me. In the days where I forgot how to live, standing in front of the mirror, I always despised myself. But if I think of you, there is nothing that I cannot voice. I have no intention of living with even a single thing giving up. In the days where I was stuck, I will channel my power. Shido. Fight for, surpassing the pace of the fierce fight. In a world where there is no need to deceive anyone, in the midst of living and dying, only those who forget how to truly live. Issei. I wish, once again, to put my hopes on a definite future. It is the ultimate answer to living. Perhaps it's the long rain that made us sing. I don't even care about the slight wounds anymore. I must not become so oblivious to the pain of others. If life can happen twice, such a difficult path would probably be chosen. But if there is only this one chance, if I have already hurt something, even if I'm hurt, I need to gather strength for tomorrow that isn't behind me. In the days where there was nothing, I need to gather strength. There are indeed some things I can only do now. When it is time to fight, I am always alone, but I also understand that I am not truly alone. Every life gathers strength. All fight for liberty. Their partners applauded them to congratulate them for their good work. What the protagonists didn't know was that something really bad was about to happen. Elsewhere, vengeance. I'm getting stronger. This is better than I thought. Well, but it's time to put my plan into action. Dark threads. Many threads of dark matter came out of Vengeance's hands and headed towards the boys' exes. In the underworld DxD, Issei's exes were in Serzek's castle about to receive their punishment for continuing to bother Issei. But then they were all covered by a dark aura, which made them stronger. Serzek's okay girls now A black thread came out of Rias's hand and embedded itself in Serzek's back. The dark aura began to cover him too. Rias, dance for me little brother. Serzek's began to do what she ordered. The others left the room to begin controlling those present, without Kiba, Valet or Saji being able to do anything to stop them. In the hell of Shinmai Mao no Testament, Wilberto was going to punish his daughter and the others for what they did to Bassara. But they were also possessed by the dark aura. Mio used one of her threads to control her father. Mio, I'm not a girl anymore, Dad. The others began to control those present, while laughing evilly. In Tengu City, the spirits were captive and Ratatoska to be controlled. But that was a mistake. The 8 spirits and X-spirits were possessed by the dark aura, and began to control the entire crew, including Rain and Mana. Rain, before being controlled, tried to send a message for help to Shido but failed. Toka controlled her. Toka, call Shido if you can. At IS Academy, Ichika's exes had their suits suspended for their bad behavior, and at that moment they were being reprimanded by Madoka and Shifuyu. But the dark aura possessed them. Hooky controlled both. Hooky, now I will be the one with Ichika. The others left the class and began to control everyone present. At the Bible Academy, the Trinity 7 and the 2 students from the Liber Academy were waiting for their punishment when the dark aura surrounded them. The principal arrived to correct them, but Lilith controlled them, while the rest went out to control the entire academy. Lilith, now you are the ones who will be corrected. The dark aura began to cover the entire academy. In Sinan City, at school it just happened suddenly. All of Rito's exes were possessed by the dark aura, and they began to control every student in the school, including the teachers. Lala and Momo went to look for Mikan, who couldn't hide from them. Lala, you took him away from us. Momo, suffer the consequences. Tirju and Mikado were controlled too, avoiding any way to solve the problem. Mikan didn't know what to do, everything was lost. While vengeance fed on all the negative feelings of every person the girls controlled, the threads gave him the power to delve into the deepest part of their being. Not to mention all the negative feelings of the girls, which slowly made him more powerful. Vengeance. This is my great victory. Enjoy your last moments of peace, Hexted of idiots. Because soon I will be playing a requiem for all humanity. I will be more powerful than ever. But lightning was heard behind him. Kakashi. No, I'm here to prevent that. Vengeance. Oh wow, the 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, and the sensei of those idiots. Let's see what's inside you. Vengeance wanted to throw a dark thread at him to feed on him, but Kakashi cut it with a kunai covered in lightning. Kakashi, you'll be years away from being able to hit me with that lightning blade. Vengeance took it full on, recoiling from the impact. While Vengeance's possession was weakened by Kakashi's attacks, in Tengu City this was taken advantage of by Rain to send a signal for help to Shido, while the protagonists were enjoying the calm, until Shido's cell phone vibrated. Issei, what was it? Shido. It's a message from Rain-san, she's asking for help. Bassara, what? Shido, she says that the spirits began to emit a dark aura and are controlling everyone. Issei, this can only mean one thing. Issei called Serzek's. Issei, Serzek's, is everything okay? Serzek's, and no Issei-kun, the girls went crazy, they are releasing a dark aura. The others did the same, being greeted by the same news. His girlfriends noticed the worried face of each one. Itsuki. Issei, I have to go. Well everyone, we have to help. Cosmos, Bassara, we know. Bassara, they need us more than ever. Fumino, Shido, go. Shido, let's save them all. Koga, Rito, they need you. Rito, I'll answer the call. Ran, you have to save them. Ichika, I know, that's why I'll go. Anna, go honey, they need you. Arata, yes, that's what I'll do. I can't allow it. The boys got into a defensive position, but the man didn't show any hostility. I'm Wing, a friend of Kakashi. I need you to come. Shido, why? Wing, Kakashi is fighting with vengeance. The boys quickly accompanied Wing, who guided them to a safe place where they could watch the fight, while her girlfriends, Seraphal, we will go to the underworld. Ophis, It is the best way to delay a little. Nia, me and Makuro will do the same. Makuro, we will help Shido. Anna, I will go to the Bible Academy. Chisato, then I will support the underworld on my side. The others could do nothing but wait and pray that everything goes well for them. With Kakashi, he was dodging the attacks that Vengeance threw at him, while he responded with increasingly stronger jutsus. Not only that, also with punches, cuts and kicks. Vengeance, you hit pretty well for a fossil. Kakashi, I will not allow you to continue plunging the world into evil. Kakashi using a Chidori hit him in the chest, and then gave him more punches and kicks in a row, helped by cuts made by his kunai. But Vengeance responded with 2 spheres of dark power that he threw at him. Kakashi could barely block his attack, but he responded with more power on his part. Kakashi, I'm not going to beat you if I don't use everything. Mangekyo Sharingan. Vengeance, so you're going to go all out? It won't work. With Wing and the Rito boys, Kakashi-sensei can handle. Issei, yes, he won't lose. With Kakashi, they continued exchanging punches and kicks. Kakashi even threw shurikens to make him back down. Vengeance responded with more dark power. Kakashi, I should not use many jutsus. Every piece of chakra I have will be useful. Vengeance, attack me. Kakashi launched himself into the attack by sticking the kunai in the neck to continue with a series of kicks and punches that did not stop against Vengeance while he responded in the same way. With Wing and the boys, Shido, he will defeat him, and this will be over. Bassara, we will train again with Kakashi-sensei. I am sure of that. With Kakashi, he continued exchanging blows with Vengeance, although his fists were already bleeding. In a careless Vengeance threw another dark sphere at him, causing serious injuries. Kakashi with all his strength ran towards him and released a Chidori in his face, to follow with a kick to the abdomen, sending him crashing into a rock. Vengeance, it wouldn't be right if I didn't recognize that that was a good hit. But you'll need more than that to defeat me. You more than anyone should know that I am pure evil, evil impossible to defeat. Kakashi, Lightning Blade. With all his strength, Kakashi released the attack on Vengeance. With Wing and the Arata boys, he is already weak. Kakashi-sensei is going to win. Ichika, he is the most capable. With Kakashi, Vengeance stood up after the impact that Kakashi gave him, and said out loud, Vengeance, all those who hate, give me your power. Vengeance began to absorb the hatred of all the boys' exes, making himself stronger, healing all the damage he had, while Kakashi looked at him incredulously. Vengeance, I must admit it was a good fight, but you still have a lot to do to defeat me. Too bad he can't do it anymore. But Kakashi had disappeared, suddenly appearing behind him emitting a blue aura, the aura of his Susanoo. Kakashi, if I can't kill you that easily, I'll take you with me, or at least I'll give my students an advantage. Vengeance, what? Are you crazy? Kakashi, I have nothing left. If I can protect 6 boys who entrusted me to make them stronger, I will do it. Kakashi's Susanoo began to manifest itself and locked them both up. With the boys, Rito, what is he doing? Wing, he thinks about committing suicide to see if he kills Vengeance. Bassara, but that's stupid. Shido, we have to help him. Issei, let's go at once. Arata, we have to save Sensei. Ichika, but now. The desperation was noticeable in the 6 boys. Wing, if they go there they will give the advantage to Vengeance. He will be able to kill them. Rito, but he is our sensei. Wing, and he has been my friend for the last 1,000 years. It hurts me too. But he deserves to rest, and he will do it like a hero. With Kakashi, Vengeance, are you serious? Kakashi, a little trick I learned from Deidara. I'll go all out. Destruction of Susanoo. A blue flash covered the entire place, consuming Vengeance, and the 6th Hokage Kakashi Hatake, while his pupils saw their sensei for the last time without being able to do anything about it. Then in power, the boys couldn't believe it. Their teacher had just died in front of their eyes and they couldn't do anything to help him. The helplessness was too great. But if they just sat down and cried, everything Kakashi had taught them would go down the drain. They were also aware that Kakashi hadn't finished off Vengeance, but he gave them time for them to prepare better and for Wing to train them. But now the important thing was that they had a concert. The protagonists wanted to release those negative feelings with a song that would help them leave everything behind and focus on their goal. That's how they returned to where the concert would be and their partners received them. But they preferred not to say anything when they saw the faces they had. Without much talk, our protagonists went up on stage. Rito, this song is for a very special person for us 6, Sign Flow, which I think is the best song to say goodbye to a teacher who taught you so much. Rito, I realize the screaming pain, hearing loud in my brain, but I'm going straight ahead with the scar. All, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So am I. Issei/Rito. It would be good to forget, it would be good to not care, to cover the heart that's been cut. Shido/Arata, even if I get hurt, it's fine, because there's no pain anymore, even as I drag these feet. Bassara/Ichika, lost sight of myself, I make sounds, and I crumble. Right. If I notice, only the sound of the wind remains. All, I have conveyed it, following the scars, before the world crushes us, can I remember the sky of tears? That pain has protected you, that pain always protects you, can you hear me? So am I, Bassara/Rito, more than a strength that doesn't hurt, a gentleness that doesn't hurt. That voice sounds somewhat sad. Issei Shido Ichika Arata, like a flower blooming, the heart and body were apart, let me grasp the heart once more. All, I have conveyed it, following the scars. Before the world is overwhelmed, do you remember the sky of tears? That pain protected you, that pain is always protecting you, can you hear me? 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 So am I, Issei/Shido. I found it, that crying voice, without a doubt it was my own. Bassara Arata Ichika, the upload is for this moment. Rito, surely I've known it since the beginning, don't let go of it yet, you realized, a signal to you, that pain protected you. All, I came to convey that if you follow the scars, there is nothing left to fear anymore, don't forget the reason for your smile. That pain was what protected you, that pain was what protected you, that pain always watches over you, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So am I. While they sang, the boys remembered all the training that Kakashi gave them, and how he helped them improve and taught them to never give up, so they couldn't help but shed a tear. More Rito than anyone, Kakashi had been their first teacher, the first to not give up on him, and to make him a better person. Rito, can you listen to it, Kakashi-sensei? This song is for you. Flashback. Rito felt tired after having been training, and Kakashi carried him to where he stayed to sleep. Rito, I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, I'm so weak that I'm reduced to this. I don't know how you still don't give up on me. Kakashi, how could I? Rito, I see that you strive every day, you want to help your friends and protect your loved ones. I promise you that you will be stronger. You are very noble, Rito. Current events. Rito, I promise you that we will finish off vengeance, Kakashi-sensei. After the concert, the boys told their girlfriends that they would be away for a while and that they should take care of themselves. After that, they left with Wing. Meanwhile, Vengeance came out of the rubble and could barely walk from the pain. Vengeance. Damn Kakashi, that really hurt, and because of him the plan was delayed a little more, but I'll fix it in a few days. While the protagonists, Wing. Well, to start with this I will explain in a very brief way what Nin is. Nin is the technique with which living beings control their aura, which is the vital energy of all living beings, and from what I have seen of their training, releasing their aura will be something easy, so I want them to close their eyes and think about themselves. At the same time I want them to feel how their energy leaves their body. Just as Wing said, the boys released their aura easily. It was even a lot of the aura of the six. The following were the fundamental principles of Nin. Wing. The first thing they will learn will be Ten, which is so they can protect themselves using their auras. The only one who had problems was Arata, since he had less patience than the others, but nothing that a little concentration couldn't solve. Then it was time for them to learn Zetsu to hide their aura. They were training this for a long time, until it was their turn to train Rin for the offensive. The boys were advancing at an abysmal speed. Only Hatsu remained, and for that Wing had the test of water and the Wing Leaf. Well, boys, there are 6 types of Nin, the intensifiers, which are capable of increasing natural qualities as well as intensifying the presence of your aura. This can also be in objects. Then the transmuters, which can change the qualities of the aura, the materializers that can create objects from your aura, the emitters that can project your aura, the manipulators that control objects and living beings, and the specialists, which are unique in their species. For this I have this glass of water, where you will put part of your aura, and so we will know what class you belong to. The first to pass was Rito. Rito, well, here I go. Rito began to emit his aura, and the water began to overflow because it increased. Wing. Well, Rito, you are an intensifier. We will have to have training for that. Next is Bassara. Bassara, fine, my turn. Bassara began to release his aura, but nothing happened to the water. Bassara, nothing happened. Wing. Don't be so sure, try it in water. Bassara tried it, as did his friends. Bassara, it's sweet. Rito, it tastes more like honey. Arata, it's as if it had turned into honey out of nowhere. Wing, that's because Bassara is a transmuter. You continue. Issei. Issei, okay, I'll see what I can do. Issei began to expel his aura, but nothing happened to the glass. To be sure, Issei put his finger in the water and tasted it. Issei, it tastes bitter, like coffee. Shido approached to corroborate it. Shido, it's true. Ichika did the same. Ichika, it's true. Wing, you are also a transmuter. The next is Shido. Shido, let's see what happens. When Shido began to emit his aura, impurities appeared in the water. Wing, wow, what a surprise. A materialized Shido. Shido, great. Wing, next is Arata. Arata, well, let's see. To everyone's surprise, the water changed to a light purple color. Wing, you are an emitter, what I expected from a magician. Arata, great. Wing, the last one is Ichika. Ichika began to emit his aura and the leaf began to move. Wing, well, Ichika is a manipulator. They will do training of each of his styles. Yes, I will use some Hunter x Hunter skills. At the end of the specialized training in Nin, Rito was able to enhance the strength of his fists. In addition to those of his swords, added to this his jutsus could have more force than before if he used his nin in them, causing him to create his most powerful technique, the intensified Rasenkidori, with his clones in one hand towards a Rasengan and in the other a Chidori. He combined them and increased their strength with the intensification nin. Bassara, for his part, was able to transmute a substance that resembled steel but was green in color. Bassara would use it to trap his enemies, and it would also give him both extra attack and protection. From there, his blade defense was born. Bassara's nin substance took the form of blades that rotated around him, serving perfectly for attack and defense. Issei decided to use something better for him, electricity. Although his hunter powers already gave him control of electricity, this was lost when he ascended to Gear 4, so he decided to transmute electricity, creating his Extinction Ray. In Gear 4 and Diablo's Dragon, Issei charged one of his fists with both powers, and to this he added his nin power of electricity. He had done the test by splitting a mountain into pieces in less than a nanosecond, but this was also tiring. Shido decided to create something that would help him be multifunctional. Adam already did many things. Besides that, he was looking for something with which to snatch their sapphires from the remaining traders, so he created his chains, one on each finger. The one on the thumb could heal him by focusing his spiritual powers, the one on the middle finger could capture his enemies. The one on the ring finger would serve him to attack more than anything in addition to defense. The one on the little finger had special spiritual power, since in that he would manifest special abilities with the powers of the spirits. And with his index finger he could drain the energy of the people he attacked. But the chains had a specific mission, to snatch the sapphires. For his part, Arata had decided to develop his nen so that he could manifest his spells within a range of 100 meters wherever he wanted. In addition to that, he could create small portals to emit his fists from a distance and hit the enemy. The demonic shooting was proof of this. Arata performed several spells and emitted them throughout his range. Added to this, he would have to deal with Arata and his teleportable fists. Ichika, for his part, having his psychic powers, became easier for him. The nin helped him control and manipulate more things. He called it the directed strike nin. With the Byakugan he found a weak point in his enemy, and with his nen and his psychic powers, he made the objects near him obey him and attack with precision, even attacking just by concentrating and seeing. His IS suit was improved to the maximum. In addition to Ichika using it as a robotic guardian that controlled. With this, the training of our protagonists was over. Now they were ready to face their enemy. But during his training, Vengeance regained his strength and reactivated the dark aura in the girls, making everything as before or worse. With Kakashi dead, there was no one to stop him, so now his puppets caused as many disasters as they wanted. Issei's exes had captured Ophis and Seraphol. The same with Bassara's, which had Shisato. Shido's had Makuro and Nia. Arata's had Anna. Ichika's had kidnapped Ran. The same with Rito's, who had kidnapped Saki. Everything seemed lost. The boys did not respond to any calls for help, while Vengeance gloated watching all this. And at the same time, in all 6 places a ray of hope appeared. The protasts appeared in their respective homes to save everyone from the power of Vengeance. It was all or nothing. They could not fail. They had to save everyone, find Vengeance and break his face to avenge Kakashi. Issei, everyone, where should they? Everyone, yes. Bassara, you already know what to do. Rito, win. Shido, save everyone. Arata, end the power of Vengeance. Ichika, and find his trail to break his face. Meanwhile, Vengeance, I didn't plan on this. My puppets won't be able to defeat them. They've gotten stronger. Vengeance took a breath and said, Vengeance, come on. I don't think you can defeat so many puppets. Then you hexstead of idiots. Let's dance. I'll finish you off myself and I swear there'll be nothing left. While the rest of the boys' girlfriends hoped everything would go well, save everyone. We start with Rito. All his friends and other people were trapped in the dark threads of Rito's exes, even Tsuruyama and Adlet, who were being squeezed to the maximum. Mikon was the one who was suffering the most. It hurt and hurt her a lot. In a moment of desperation, Mikon could only scream, "Oh Nai-chan, heroes come back." Nobody knows. An epic song began to play. Why does this boy have to make a grand entrance? Rito, enough with you all! Rito landed with his kunai looking at everything with an angry expression and got even angrier when he saw Saki in a cocoon of darkness. To attack him, Lala and Momo sent Adlet and Tsuruyama respectively. Rito gave Adlet a hook covered with nan and Tsuruyama broke his knee with a single kick. Everyone present was speechless because no one expected the strength that Rito had. Haruna, Yui, and Yami sent their sister, their parents, Mikado and Tearju, but Rito summoned their swords and dodged the clumsy attacks of their attackers, then cut the threads by intensifying the edge of their swords with nen, thus freeing his sister, his parents, and his teachers. Mr. Son, I'm glad you're okay, thanks for saving us. Rito, it's what any son would do. PR, be careful son. Rito, calm down dad, if I could fight a dragon, some brainless aliens and some idiot humans are no problem. Mikon said almost crying. Mikon, I was very scared. Rito, I'm sorry I wasn't here before Mikon, but now I'm going to redeem myself. Mikado and Tearju thanked him non-stop, while Rito looked angrily at his exes. Rito, threatening me with my family is stupid, it only provokes me more. Come on Kurama. Rito began to be covered with a lot of power to everyone's surprise, and appeared completely bright orange and black stripes. Rito, well Kurama we have it. A voice from inside him said. Kurama, yes Rito, but it won't be enough. Rito, I know, Ito Resetsu. The orange turned light red as Rito expelled more aura. Rito, run! In addition, she also expelled her nen aura in droves. She smiled and saw them. Rito, who comes first? The first to attack was Nemesis, who brought all her puppets with her. Rito, bad decision, shadow clone jutsu. In front of everyone, several Rito appeared, and began to cut the threads with which Nemesis held the people, saving them. Nemesis furiously began to expel more dark aura and attacked Rito. He only concentrated his nin in his fist. Rito, first comes rock, rock, paper, rock. Rito launched an intensified blow with nin. It was so strong that Nemesis expelled the thread of vengeance, returning her to normal and leaving the dark essence in the air. Rito quickly approached the others and cut the threads as well. She multiplied again and launched a blow to all of them, making them expel the essence of darkness. This gathered in a single sphere of darkness. Two clones of Rito stood next to the original, doing the Rasengan in one hand and the Chidori in the other. He combined both and intensified them with his nin to release it to the sphere, destroying it completely, causing Saki's cocoon to disappear. Rito rescued her in the air while she woke up. Rito, I was very worried about you. Saki kissed him with great happiness. Saki, I knew you would come to rescue me, my hero, I love you. With Issei. Issei was hiding in a dark Lilith. People walked like zombies controlled by their exes. Issei, well Zetsu. Issei used Zetsu so well that despite walking very close to those controlled, they could not feel it. It was perfect. He continued until he reached the castle, and interrupted with much scandal. Issei, well I already came to free them from the hitches. His exes stared at him, while Issei saw Ophis and Serf all annoyed in dark cocoons. Valis, Surzex, Kiba, Saji, Sona, Razor, Gasper, Serorg, Azazel and Michael rushed to attack him. Issei, so you want to play like that? Hunter Gear 4, Aura of the True Dragon. It was Issei's new form that he achieved after an training. He did not need his armor since all his power flowed through his aura. Issei, besides that, Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing Issei's eyes, his attackers retreated. Issei, run! Issei began to expel his nin aura, while his body was covered in electricity. Issei, let's play. Issei's exes sent their puppets against his will. Issei dodged their attacks very easily. Even though Vala was in Juggernaut Drive, Issei made them back off, and with Ascalon and Bahamut he began to cut the dark threads, freeing everyone, while his exes looked at him furiously to attack him. Rias, come here! Issei raised his hand and called it towards him. Rias quickly flew to attack him. Issei only said, Issei, Susanoo. The Susanoo hand defended Issei while Rias crashed into it. At that moment Issei deactivated the Susanoo and launched an uppercut to Rias' stomach, which expelled the power of vengeance, and fell unconscious. As fast as lightning Issei began to bounce around the room confusing his exes. That's how he began to hit them too. Issei's abnormal speed did not let them defend themselves, so they ended up being defeated easily. In addition to being electrocuted by Issei to the point of fainting, the black sphere of power was visible to everyone, but Issei charged the power of his 2 sacred gears, his power from the Hunter's Gear 4, in addition to electrifying his fists. With this he began to do a jutsu, the only one he knew. He put his hands near his mouth. Issei, Amaterasu. Fire came out of there, added to all of Issei's powers and covered the sphere to destroy it, while Issei rescued Seraphol and Ophis. Vala, not even a joke would I reach him now. With Bassara, East arrived at the underworld getting enraged seeing Chisato captured, his father and his 2 mothers being used as puppets. Bassara appeared in front of everyone making a scene. Bassara, mine Narus, Mio. Bassara, it's good that you're here. Before he could say anything else, Bassara activated all his powers, revealing his new armor and his shield, while in his red eye something else appeared. Bassara, Rinnegan. The shock wave made his X's and the puppets retreat, while his X's didn't know what to do. Bassara, run! Bassara's power was beginning to overflow. Bassara, liquid metal. A barrier made of nin covered Bassara. Bassara, it's my nin ability. I create a substance that is like mercury. Being a liquid metal, it takes the form that I want, and I could take a certain level of hardness. At that moment Bassara launched to attack, which was relatively easy. Thanks to the Rinnegan, Bassara disappeared and reappeared wherever he wanted. Mio did not know what to do until he received the blow from Bassara covered by his liquid metal. Maria wanted to go help, but Bassara captured her in a sphere made of liquid metal, then with a kick sent her crashing into a castle tower. Yuuki and Kurumi attacked simultaneously, but Bassara absorbed their attacks with his shield and gave them a shower of blows. Zest was the last one left and launched herself to attack Bassara. Bassara, perfect defense. The liquid metal protected him, preventing Zest from being able to cross the nin, and receiving the impact of Bassara's impact release. The essence of vengeance came out of the 5 and gathered into a single sphere, which Bassara applied the old reliable Bassara revenge shift. He exterminated her completely without leaving a single trace of her and freeing Chisato. Bassara, I'm here Chisato. Chisato, I waited a long time for you Bassara. With Shido, he arrived at a dark Tengu's city where he saw most of the Franxious crew being controlled by the dark threads, and he became more upset seeing Rain and Mana being controlled by Toka. In addition to Nia and Makuro being captured in dark cocoons, Shido did not hesitate. He landed in the middle of everything. Shido, enough. Toka, oh wow Shido, you're back. As punishment I'll pierce you with my sword. Shido, in your dreams you greedy hitch. Manjiku Sharingan. Only one of Shido's eyes was like that, while the other one became like a clock. When Toka launched an attack, Shido received it. Shido, Kamui. The sword could not hit Shido, and the only one who received a hit was Toka. Shido, you messed with who you shouldn't have. Shido summoned his nin chains and hit Toka with one of them. Shido, this time it's my turn to make them suffer. It seems that DM gave suits to those who don't have Sapphira, Toka, Yoshino, Kotori, Kagaya and Yuzuru, Mika and Natsumi. Oh how bad, 6 spirits and I only have 5 chains, unless, Adam. This spear appeared in the hands of its bearer while Shido's right arm was covered with golden armor. Origami in a quick movement shot her weapon at Shido and pierced his arm. He bled, although Shido did not complain or scream. Shido, is it that even without Sapphira you do not stop being so annoying? Holy chain. One of the chains with the cross at the end was placed around Shido's arm, and began to emanate spiritual energy, so that he can heal. Shido, my thumb gives me the ability to heal myself by channeling my spirit power. The ring finger on its side, dowsing chain. A chain with a metal ball came out of Shido's hand. He used it against Kurumi and Origami, destroying much of their suits, then pulled the chain and gave a precise blow to the Yamai. Shido, do you see our inferior? Chain jail. Shido extended his middle finger, and from it came out a hook-shaped chain that caught Kotori and Yoshino, who wanted to attack him from behind. With them trapped, Shido began to move the chain like crazy, hurting them. Miku wanted to attack him, but Shido, it's useless, steel chain. Shido stretched out his index finger, and a chain with a syringe at the tip was stuck in Nika, leaving her with little energy. Shido, and a special, spirit chain. A chain with a sword tip came out of his little finger. Shido, I'll use Kameo's power. The chain ignited into flames as Shido whipped the spirits with it. Shido's attack being so fast didn't allow them to handle their puppets. Shido, it's time to use these chains for their original purpose, Sapphira theft. The 5 chains took the form of a claw and were embedded in Yoshino, Kotori, For the Yamai a single chain was divided. Mika and Natsumi, the 6 felt the pressure on their chest, until Shido pulled the chains and took out the 5 Saphiras and in the process the essence of vengeance, which became his. His armor was almost complete, he only needs to complete one arm, where the Saphiras of Mikuro, Nia and Toka went, which was launched with fury. But without losing his calm, Shido pointed Atom at him and stole the Sapphira too. In addition to his essence of vengeance, he repeated the process with Origami and Kurumi. While the sphere of darkness was not long in coming, but Shido with all his power launched his angel and pierced it without problems. With Arata, he arrived at the academy and saw it consumed by darkness. Arata, well, here I go. As the rest of his friends entered making a fuss, and the Trinity 7 saw him at that very moment, they wanted to attack him, but Arata dodged him easily. Arata, that's not how you attack. Arata began to concentrate his nin while a portal opened below Mira. Arata, this is how you hit. Mira was thrown back while the others just looked on in disbelief, but when they recovered they attacked him together, causing several wounds. Arata just sighed. Arata, as simple as always, Demon King mode. Arata changed his hair to white while all his skin became paler. Arata, it angers me that they have my beautiful Anna kidnapped. Byakugo no Jutsu. The Trinity 7 didn't know what to do about this. Luff, Hijiri and Selena even less. Arata, without much explanation, Arata just advanced with Judeka while releasing random students to get them out of the danger zone, and then locked the Trinity 7, Luff, Hijiri and Selena, in a magic field. Arata, do you know what's the most fun thing about my nin portals? Arata using his nin opened too many portals in that closed space and smiled. Arata shooting. Many spells began to come out and shoot through the portals. Arata, Sora, Ilya, both Lolas came out at the call of their master. Both hi. Arata, the Zen, more spells than this will get fun. Lilith, you come back. Sora and Ilya fired more spells to please their master, leaving the sorceresses half dead in addition to releasing all their essence of vengeance. But at that precise moment, with all his power, Arata broke it with Judeka. Arata, that was easy. Now Anna, the boy's girlfriend, fell from the cocoon, being caught by this same. With Ichika, East appeared at his academy to see his sisters being controlled by Hooky. Ichika, release my sisters. The girls saw Ichika and smiled evilly. They sent Madoka and Shifuyu to attack him, but with a cut of his lightsaber he freed them. Madoka, what will we do now? Shifuyu, they are stronger than before. Ichika, I'll take care of it. Ichika just smiled as she released her psychic powers, leaving her sisters speechless. Ichika, let me see everything. Byakugan. In addition to that, Ichika got into a fighting stance, releasing his nin. The girls approached to attack him with their dark eyes. Hooky, we were waiting for a rematch. Ichika, oh, make no mistake, in hand-to-hand combat I am able to break their suits with my bare hands, but they will not fight against me. I am a nin manipulator, and I decided to use that power to no longer have to use the IS suit. I preferred to improve it, so go for them, Gundam. A giant robot appeared and assembled behind Ichika, and with a single movement Ichika ordered it to attack her exes, who did not expect what they would suffer, because Ichika's robot was armed to the teeth, added to the fact that it was enhanced with chakra, none, and its psychic power, so its shots were 20 times more powerful than any human weapon. Ichika, let's see if they can handle this. The girls could not avoid the rockets, bullets, and energy shots that were heading towards them, and it was useless to try to harm the robot, since the 10 protected it. The girls were injured by the shooting, so Ichika took advantage of his Byakugan and hit each one where the essence of vengeance was gathered, so that it came out and a giant black sphere was formed. Ichika aimed with his robot and said, Ichika, Gundam final shot. The robot aimed all its weapons and, helped by a psychic ray from Ichika, shot it to the maximum with its entire arsenal. Ichika's sisters were shocked. Their brother was on another level. The final battle. After seeing with his own eyes the power of the Vengeance boys, he no longer knew what to do. Vengeance, what the hell? That was not supposed to happen. And now what do? I did not finish extracting everything. Those brats destroyed my sources of power. Well, yes, those black spheres were what the threads had collected to take to Vengeance. But since our protagonists had destroyed them, Vengeance no longer had food to become stronger. His plan had failed. While our protagonists, with Rito, Tsuruyama crawled at Rito's feet trying to apologize. Tsuruyama, please Rito, we are friends, we have been through. Rito stepped on his face while looking at him with contempt. Rito, you are a despicable and disgusting being. Saki, let's go, honey. He does not deserve your time. Besides, the others already confirmed to you that they won their battles. Rito, yes, Saki, you are right. Let's get out of here. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Mikan. I will write to her if anything happens. With Issei, Serafal, Thanks, I see you saved us. Ophis, I didn't think they would be able to capture me. Issei, me either. But well, I already solved everything. Valley, that was incredible. But what about them? He pointed to Issei's exes who were writhing on the ground like epileptic worms. Issei, oh, they are trapped in a genjutsu. I'm making them see their worst nightmares over and over again. Kiba, that's scary. Issei showed him his eyes. Issei, it's one of the many abilities of the Sharingan. But well, we have to go. Seraphal, that's true. Now they have to find their last enemy. Ophis, let's go at once. With Bassara. Jean, thanks for the help, son. Bassara, it was nothing. But for now we have to go. Chisato, a greater evil is behind all this. Bassara and his friends are the only ones who can take care of this. Jean, then I let them go quietly. They will not wake up in a long time. With Shido. Now with Mikuro and Nia safe, Shido spoke with his family. Shido, I was able to arrive on time. Rain, that's right, son. It's good that you were able to beat them. Mana, my brother has too much power. Nia, well, we will leave for now. Mikuro, Shido, he has to take care of other matters. Rain, let him write at least. With Arata. Director, thank you very much, Arata-kun. Arata, you're welcome, Director. I'll always be there to help. You, Anna, but anyway, I don't think they'll cause you any more problems. They've been definitively defeated. Director, I hope so. Anna, come on, honey. With Ichika. Madoka, can I ask what the hell is that thing back there? Ichika is my robot. I improved it with my powers. Ran, Ichika is no longer an ordinary human. Shifuyu, that explains why only you could face them. Ichika, it was not easy. I have entered a lot, but I think now I am the strongest here. Shifuyu, that is because I do not have my suit. Ichika, my robot cannot be affected by an ordinary attack. Ran, but we have to go now. Our protagonists arrived at the academy again with their girlfriends to see their other girlfriends. When they saw the six, they bumped fists in a sign of victory. Rito, I'm glad everyone is okay. Issei, hey, the only thing that stands between destruction. Bassara, besides, the purple slime with a Hitler complex must be upset. Shido, we have prevented it from feeding on more people. Arata, at the same time, we have reduced its possibilities of becoming stronger. Ichika, then this only leaves us to finish it and avenge Kakashi-sensei. Issei, that's right, but we can't go like idiots without preparing. Even with any advantage, we must ensure our victory in the final battle. The girls didn't think anything of this. This was on another level for them. But then Wing arrived on the scene. Wing, that's why I have to give you something special. All Wing-sensei. Wing, join me. Wing took them to where Kakashi lived in the infinite space of Ophis, and gave them a box. Wing, Kakashi asked me to give you this. When opening it, they only found some suits, but also a letter from him to them. The letter said, well, if you're reading this, there must be two reasons. We're about to go after that disgusting thing called vengeance, or else I'll die. But you'll go after vengeance. If what happened was the following, just let me tell you that I'm proud of you six. Until a few months ago, nobody would believe the level of power you have now, you know? Being trapped with a shogi addict for over 1,000 years is no fun. You guys have given another meaning to eternity. After Team 7, you have been my best disciples. Maybe it hurts you that I'm gone, and I might not get to say goodbye. So in this letter, I'll tell you what I would like to tell you if the opportunity arises. You can do it. You're very united. Between the six of you, you can beat anyone. You're not just anything. You're an invincible team that, despite the adversities, continues moving forward. And I know you will do it anyway. If I'm not here anymore, defeat that monster, free the world from his evil. It is my last wish as your sensei. I want you to know that I do not regret having taught you everything I learned. Goodbye, guys. You have achieved a great change in this old Hokage. You can. With love, just a little. Kakashi Hatake, 6th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, and sensei of the Betrayed Club. The boys shed tears after finishing reading their teacher's letter, and more determined than ever they began to prepare. For his part, Ichika, who had stolen the IS from his exes, began to improve his robot along with other pieces, and in addition to giving it his Nin energy and Byakugan chakra, leaving it with a more imposing appearance. Meanwhile, everyone took the suits that Kakashi gave them and began to put them on. Rito, let's win this battle. Issei, for the girls. Bassara, for our families and friends. Shido, for humanity and its prosperity. Arata, for those who have been harmed by our enemy. Ichika, and for those who are no longer here. Everyone, let's go. Everyone got on Ichika's robot, in which it took flight and disappeared into the air at high speed. Issei's girls. Pansy, do you think he'll be okay? Itsuki, he's with his friends. Mafuyu, all 6 of them are strong. Ryo, Issei has always been able to handle whatever has come his way. Ophis, he will win and come back to us. Seraphal, it's a feeling we all feel. Bassara's girls. Nino, I feel worried about. But worrying won't do any good. Asumi, according to Bassara, that can give vengeance even more power. Cosmos, let's trust in Bassara's power. Chisato, he's going to come back, he assured it. Shido's girls. Fumino, I just hope to see Shido smile again. Asanaro, we will do it. Fumino. Nodoka, our boy is very strong. Ichika, he said they would win. Nia, he will fulfill it. Makuro, that's why we gave him our sapphires. Here is a small clarification. As Shido had the sapphires, Nia and Makuro gave him theirs voluntarily so that he would release all his power before leaving. The girls of Arata. Sasankwa, he will return, right? Shoko, Arata is the only one capable of turning any difficult situation into a simple one. Sawako, we can only trust in him. Yatsuba, yes, it's the best we can do. Anna, Arata will take care of it. Ichika, take Bayashi's girls. I can't help but feel worried about him. Tsubaki, we have to calm down. Ichika will do well. Keed, if we don't trust him, we'll only think the worst. Yuruka, we don't want to feed our enemy with our negative emotions. Ran, Ichika is going to win. He's not alone. Rito, Koba's girls, I'm going to try to calm down. Miku, Rito can do it. He's very strong. Rizu, that's right. Let's trust our boyfriend. Himawari, nobody will beat him. Saki, besides, he promised he would come back and I don't think he'll break that promise. While the protests only flew over Ichika's robot prepared to give their best, at that moment they saw a great dark fortress rise in front of them. The Sarah, or he is very confident, or he is very idiot. Shido, villains always believe that their power is represented in the size of their fortress. Issei, I will give him our arrival notice. Issei took out his dragon wings, activated the boosted gear and began to generate electricity. Issei, have a taste of my nen, dragon lightning. A giant lightning bolt came out of Issei's hand and largely destroyed Vengeance's fortress. Vengeance, damn brats, I already realized you were here. Rito and Shido landed in front of him with grimaces of annoyance. Rito, you're going to pay for everything you've done. Shido, don't think we're going to forgive you. Rito activated Kurama mode while entering Ito Resetsu, and expelled his Ren. Shido activated his Sharingan, his chains and his spiritual armor, while his friends also transformed. Vengeance, I can see that his power has increased significantly. Shido gave a burning whip with his spirit chain covered in flames. The whip of Shido's chain started the battle. Rito and Shido ran to the sides to confuse their enemy and not know where to attack, while Arata and Ichika aimed at him, Arata with their spells and their nin portals while Ichika with the cannons of her robot, this to force him to move and go for one of the two. Rito, swallow this. Chidori. In addition to the attack, Rito covered his hands with nen so that his Chidori was stronger. At full speed Rito began to hit Vengeance, but he avoided them. Vengeance, you're still very slow. Rito, but I'm not alone in this. Vengeance received a blow from one of Shido's chains, followed by that many more repeatedly. Shido, Kurumi's power can be very useful in these situations. Vengeance, spirit brat. Vengeance pulled out a sword from his chest and wanted to stab Shido. Shido, Kamui. Vengeance, damn. Vengeance's sword had been teleported away from there. Shido, that's not all. Chain jail. Shido's chain restricted Vengeance's movements. Shido, Arata, Ichika, now. The two who were already in their most powerful forms nodded. Ichika, technology, Arata, and magic. Both combine well. Cross shot. Ichika's robot fired at full power, manipulated by him. Arata for his part put Sora and Ilya to fire spells through their nin portals. Vengeance received it full. Bassara, do not forget my. Vengeance received a cut from Bassara. Only this one was stronger, because he was covered in his nin ability. Vengeance broke free from Shido's chains and began throwing spheres of darkness everywhere. But Issei landed with Ascalon covered in her hunter power, and then lightning, making a deep cut on his back. Issei, it was already taking me a while. Vengeance, the drag brat ARGH. Bassara had appeared next to his friend. Bassara, you gave him a good cut. Issei, let's get away. Both jumped back, while Vengeance launched a powerful lightning bolt at both of them. Shido, Ichika, cover me. Ichika, immediately. Shido, give a critical hit to his ribs. Shido, copied. Meanwhile Arata and Rito began to attack him synchronously. Arata cut with Judika, while shooting very powerful spells with his gun. In addition to his grimoires attacked, Rito for his part spun with his swords making cuts in Vengeance. But Vengeance grabbed Rito by the hair and threw him against Arata, leaving both out. Was that he received the shots from Ichika's robot, and Shido's blow. Added to this he began to receive attacks from Adam, but with a blow, sent Shido flying against the rubble. Bassara and Issei launched themselves to attack, exchanging blows, kicks and slashes with their swords. Vengeance took out 2 other swords from his chest and began to block their attacks, until he found an opening and knocked them out with a few coordinated blows. Ichika was the only one standing. He covered his fists with his psychic power, and attacked with his bare fists. Ichika's blows were more precise, because thanks to the Byakugan he could see where he was vulnerable, which was a very big advantage. The fight remained even for a few moments, but Vengeance's anger made him begin to overcome Ichika. But fortunately for the boy, Venax received an impact from behind. Rito, we are still alive, idiot. Now Vengeance's problem was that the 6 were alternating. He did not know where each one would attack. But for the villain this was not a problem. Simply every time an attack approached him he blocked it with a barrier of darkness. Not even the abnormal speed of Issei and Rito was able to find a blind spot in that thing, so our protagonists just kept attacking relentlessly. Each one with their best techniques but without doing any significant damage. Vengeance's barriers did not allow them, or so the villain believed, because Issei attacked at supersonic speed, while Bassara teleported behind. Vengeance blocked both of them but didn't count on Rito attacking too, and as he was concentrating on both of them, Rito's fist hit him full on, leaving him vulnerable, which his teammates took advantage of to fill him with blows from all sides. Vengeance couldn't even activate his barriers to defend himself. Now he was in serious trouble, until he felt so much pain like never before in his life. While one of his arms flew, Arata had sliced it with Judeka. Vengeance roared in pain. Vengeance, how is it possible that some brats are beating me? I am the strongest, I hate them. Now if the entity of hate hates someone, obviously this is going to trigger something bad. Vengeance began to release more power, until it began to cover him completely. And he grew bigger, as big as an ancient dragon. The beast that Vengeance had become began to release a lot of power in addition to absorbing the negative feelings of everyone. Now things were looking bad for our protagonists. Rito was the first to act. Rito, we can't give up yet, it's time. Kurama. The giant fox manifested and began to fill the beast with blows. But it wasn't enough. Ichika, let's go with everything, Valrave. Ichika got on her robot and began to shoot and attack. Arata, I'm not going to be left behind. Collapse phenomenon beast mode. A black dragon manifested and began to attack the beast. Issei Shido Bassara, it's time. Susanoo. The 3 Susanuos manifested to attack. Although now the 6 were the size of the beast, they fought as equals, although the damage they did was considerably little. The beast charged an attack, leaving Rito and Kurama badly injured, while the beasts began to consume everything little by little. Rito, we can't do anything anymore. Issei, we can still. Rito, let's combine the power of Susanoo. Rito, okay. Shido, but let there be 3. Bassara, we will also help you. Ichika, I will add Valrave to the combination. Arata, and I to the collapse phenomenon. Rito, maybe that's what Kakashi wanted. Issei, that we work as a team. Bassara, to defeat evil. Shido, and save the world. Arata/Ichika, let's do it. All perfect combination. A white light blinded Vengeance, and from this light appeared something resembling an angel. It was giant, with a white head and a black body, holding a sword tightly. Vengeance, what the hell did you do? Vengeance, I am the perfect synergy of those beings that you called inferior. I am Betrayal, the power of Issei Hyoudou, Bassara Tojou, Shido Itsuka, Rito Yuuki, Ichika Orimura and Arata Kasuga, the 6 betrayed. Vengeance, that does not matter, they are only delaying their defeat. Betrayal, silence. Your trial has just begun. Vengeance wanted to attack, but Betrayal appeared behind him, giving him a precise blow. The following was summarized in an exchange of blows from both. Vengeance was being noticeably outmatched by Betrayal. Vengeance began to release more angry power. Vengeance, inferior beings like you can't beat me. Betrayal grabbed his sword tightly, as it filled with energy. Betrayal, this is the power of friendship. Vengeance roared as he ran at Betrayal. But in a blink Betrayal cut him in half and destroyed him completely and forever, while Betrayal also disappeared and only our 6 protagonists fell to the ground. 2 days later, the girls had not been able to sleep because it had been 2 days since they had heard anything from their boyfriends. And now they were all in the center of the campus, while there was no one, and that was when they heard to their relief. Rito, ouch. My arm still hurts. Issei, I think I'm all burned. Bassara, yes, my body hurts. Shido, this hurts a lot. Ichika, it's not funny, it hurts a lot. Arata, my eye burns and my whole body hurts. The boys were walking, they looked very hurt, and had their suits in tatters. But that did not matter since their partners hugged them with much love and expressing their concern. The protagonists explained that after defeating Vengeance they entered a Zetsu state, They couldn't use any of their powers, and with some luck they turned on Ichika's robot and got a little further. But then they had to walk a whole day. Time passed. Our protagonists graduated from high school, their girlfriends too. Their exes were punished in deep dungeons where they received a punishment, desecration, every month, since after all they had done no one could forgive them. While our protagonists became a very recognized band, they married their partners and each formed a family. But of course, they are still idiots. Despite the fact that it has been almost 10 years since their last fight, these 6 have not left aside their training, and that special day that commemorated another year of the sacrifice of their sensei. Our protagonists went with their families to leave flowers at the grave of their teacher Kakashi, who was now also accompanied by his other teacher Wing. After a while the 6 separated from their families and went to a remote place. Rito, good as always. Issei, yes, we must avoid rusting. Bassara, nothing better than this. Shido, it's a good way to stay in shape. Arata, although our wives always want to kill us for the same thing. Ichika, as long as they don't know it's fine. Everyone, here we go. They transformed and began to attack each other to see who was stronger. Of course, always laughing and happy, their friendship had ended any problem that had arisen. Despite the betrayal, they proved to be stronger, and together they built an unbreakable friendship. They went from being strangers to being almost brothers.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.